change it all.
Bonjour, I'm Karine, an e-sport communication coach and team counselor. Where others over-index into performance, here at 3D Max, we choose to focus on the strong human connection within the group, enhancing our bridging ability through the power of love. French Counter-Strike is a delicate construction of romantic relationships and interpersonal conflicts. It is my job to identify any potential boiling points on the server and offer guidance as emotions run high within the team. Our full French unit comprising of Lucky Joko, Exercise, Maca and Gravity not only uses the smoothness of the French language for peak server-side communication, but has learned how to harness the passion behind the keyboard to elevate our in-game potential. Where previous French rosters failed to maintain emotional equilibrium, the learnings of their failures have paved the way for a formidable French renaissance built on the foundation of friendship. The Sharks and Smith's legacy lives on.
Breaking news, Sharks are on the ground here at EPL. Ignoring recent results, these boys are coming in hot after storming to an upset win over Payne in the South American qualifier. Doc finally hits the LAN servers in CS2. Schwabe Doc Ahmed finally... Not that Doc, different Doc. Is this one an onliner as well? He is. Okay. Well, in other news, I'm thrilled to announce the return of DRG. The legendary Zerg player just will not... Sorry, what? CS2, not StarCraft 2. Well, who's this DRG? Motherfucker looks like Steve Aoki. I can spin this.
If I were to tell you the story of TYLOO, I'd know where to begin. I'm just not sure where I'd go from there. TYLOO were the OGs. We loved them. Fast-paced, high-sensitivity gamers. They were the upset merchants, and they remained so. Never got past the point, but I didn't care. Fast forward, and this org fell on hard times. Picked up Peacemaker, and, well, you guessed it, they never recovered. Put it this way, as soon as Bondic and Peacemaker are in a lineup with a Chinese core, you know someone's cooked some foul stuff. 19 different names on the roster in the last year alone. This org makes 2023 Ninjas look like 2018 Astralis. Roll on, we've come a full circle, a Chinese core. The good news is, the current lineup comes in with some reps. I'm not asking y'all for playoffs. Just take us back down memory lane one more time, and we'll see if the TYLOO tale has another twist.
Y'all can laugh at him as much as you want, but Brook is like an anime character. No matter how hard he falls, he always comes back stronger. I'll have the last laugh when Brook is gonna hold his major MVP along his major title.
Stopped reading at anime, reported.
Cringe. He threw the map as he always does. When it matters the most, mid-key for a reason.
Stop watching anime. Your brain needs to see reality or a twist of it, not fantasy, my friend.
Brookie or device come, bad or good, you have my support. But it's time you get it together. Looks like both of my favorite players are washed. Rip Perino.
Device maybe, but why Brookie washed?
Brookie washed his hair and shaved.
Can't really be washed if he was mid of his career.
Extremely suspect opinion.
Rain, is he right now the one who in the team the longest without pauses? In whole pro scene? What? He's in phase for 3,003 days.
Francesco Tosti of Counter-Strike.
My god, Balky, 0.88 masterclass incoming tomorrow.
Bro, the problem was Rain had full A control. Brookie should just rush B before Jail was even on site. Like Jail killed Kerrigan mid, Brookie Mulla mid, instead of P with 20 seconds left, but he chose to stay mid. I don't know for what. Miscom, obviously. He was full sprinting with B, but was called back for whatever reason.
Frozen stats are just trying to drop. But he will be fine. Give him some time.
Give him same time, like 3 months isn't enough, right? You need 1 year to beat 1v1 duel versus Chaos, lol.
Must be like, no refunds.
No, he's just better right now. Bottom. Next. Okay.
The truth is that Kerrigan should be top 3.
Huxley clears Kerrigan skill-wise, but not brain-wise.
He was top ranking in a lot of games at the major. Respect the legend you bought.
30 camera glances, 12 pointing at his head. I shouldn't. There's teammates clutch around. 5 stand-ups out of share. 4 copying after winning. What is this comment? After winning as an ego, 2 staring contests with the camera, and top it all off, 1 kill at the deciding map. Truly gold status.
What a performance from Kerrigan.
But Rups, he doesn't look that comfortable with his new roles. Look how he massacred my boy.
He's playing the same roles, by the way.
It's honestly missing me off how fucking much he's fallen off.
Used to be the best CS2 player for like a week.
Bro played enough to buy a Porsche and said, good game.
He needs to sell his car.
He should sell Porsche and buy a Volkswagen.
The way he's playing, he needs to buy a bicycle.
Not sure he'll ever leave the house though.
That's the problem. Now that he has this car, he's going outside.
Minus Rups plus Porsche.
Sounds German to me, but I don't know.
I don't know, the other hooks, you know? His teammate doesn't know this.
What is he screaming?
Is he yelling Kovac? The guy barking.
It's DJ maybe.
The guy barking is Hampus, no?
Hampus? That's a hard one.
Yeah, it's a really hard one.
It's not Apex, no.
No, it's not him. It sounds like an international team.
Yeah,
though.
Yeah, it does.
Looks like Pasha Bite.
Yeah, we guess Pasha biceps.
Take a wild guess.
Sin.
Sin.
It's Hampus and DJL for sure, no?
Okay, let's say M80, yeah?
Yeah, and Hampus DJL.
Hampus DJL, yeah.
We got it. We got it.
Sick. Really? Because
No, the barking is so famous.
Yeah, 2 timeouts. Yeah, that's good idea, bro.
Tas? I hear Poland voice. Looks like Tas, maybe. Not sure.
Sonic.
So easy.
Sonic? What? It's Kerrigan.
Really?
Easy Kerrigan.
I cannot.
This is Kerrigan for sure. I'm not even.
Okay, face Kerrigan.
Yeah, 2 timeouts. Yeah, that's good idea, bro.
Who it is?
Finn.
Yeah. Yeah, you can answer that.
Kerrigan.
Yeah, the team.
Faceland Kerrigan. He plays for...
Yeah, 2 timeouts. Yeah, that's good idea, bro.
Now we're back.
Not shouting now, huh? Not shouting now.
Okay,
Apex.
Epic.
With Vitality.
Not shouting now, huh? Not shouting now.
That could be a coach, maybe. Like, Tess, no?
It's Victor? Yeah, that looks easy.
I know. G2 does.
Yeah, G2 Taz.
G2 does.
Your turn to make a guess.
Okay, not Charlie. That was my first impression.
Yeah.
We'll go for Tess.
Not shouting now, huh? Not shouting now.
Pretty often, I think, but we just don't hear it too much.
Always.
Thankfully.
Always.
Jeg stikker det første og sidste gang, det ved du også godt. Jeg gider ikke se det der. Hvad er det for noget, mate?
Divide.
At the Cadian.
Or Cadian.
Cadian. From Heroic, I guess.
Cadian.
Yeah.
Cadian on Heroic. He's speaking Danish.
Cajun? It's funny you know it. Well, I don't know how I know it, but it's Cajun.
That's Casper Müller.
Mr. Müller, yes.
Can you tell us what he's saying?
He's just saying like, what is it? Like, what is he doing? Yeah. I think he's talking about someone diffusing, not the first time or something, last time. And he knows or something.
Han stikker det første og sidste gang, det ved du også godt. Jeg gider ikke se det der. Hvad er det for noget, mate?
Nice!
What is this? It's gonna be final one. French, no? Sounds French.
Nice!
It's definitely Vachashi, I'm pretty sure.
In the goupy?
I don't know.
Yeah, big goupy, let's go. You're in big, bro.
That's Sabu Apex.
Yeah.
It's Apex.
Apex.
Nice!
Good at this. It's
Easy.
actually crazy.
Oh, Trace, that's a wonderful pin. Don't tell me. Clone 2016 limited edition? It looks so soft.
Your compliment was sufficient, Hugo. Hey, Harry. Nice pin. How the hell are you?
Chad has mistaken me for this dickhead Harry, which seems logical because he also works for ESL and I cast with him regularly. Harry and I also go to the same barber, although I have a slightly better haircut.
Chad, congratulations, man. I saw the reports. Titan game went well.
Thanks,
yeah,
man.
great stuff. ESCA tonight?
No can do. Got an 830 res with the pros, man. Trying out a new crosshair, though. I'll swing it over. New crosshair. What do you think?
That's very nice. Look at that.
Gave it a go yesterday. 1 on the thickness, 0 on the dot, and 1 on the outline. It's great for visibility.
That's very cool, Stunner. But that's nothing. Look at this. Daring yellow. Thin outline. What do you think?
Nice.
Jesus. How did a nitwit like you get so tasteful?
I cannot believe that Machine prefers Rush's crosshair to mine.
But wait, you ain't seen nothing yet. Check out this bad boy. Statement red, almost a statement in itself. Dot, for that pinpoint precision. And let's not forget a little bit of girth. Goes a long way.
Impressive. It's nice, it really is. Now let's see Chad's crosshair. Look at that subtle neon coloring. The tasteful thickness of it, oh my God. The gap is perfect.
Something wrong? Stunner? You're sweating.
Jason Rogaine podcast, check it out.
The Jason Rogaine Experience.
Counter-Strike by day, Jason Rogaine podcast by night. All day.
All right, Race from Space. Hey, it's good to have you here. I've wanted to talk to you for a long time. Not a lot of people know who you are at all. You're very much not popular, but you have a very interesting theory.
Yep. First of all, thank you, Mr. Rogaine, for having me. Came down here. I was up at the base camp in Alaska. We were really kind of getting some of the groundwork laid.
Oh, great hunting up in Alaska.
Yeah, great hunting up there. You're exactly right. There is this theory that there has been a specific engineered targeting of AWP players, op players. All roads lead to a published piece that emerged from this year's quarterly professional op player evaluation report paper.
Wait, can you say that again? What's the
professional AWP player evaluation report?
Okay, I've never heard of them.
Okay, well, check it out. That's paper, or PAPER for short, right? It's provided by a nonprofit Forbes-listed corporation known as Opera's Performance Evaluations, or APE for short. Hey, Rushley, can you pull this up real quick?
Yeah, Rushley, can he just airdrop it, I think? Yeah.
Okay, there we go. So, as you can see, the supporting sciences and quick maths are there. These little number crunchers have been worked meticulously to generate these reports. But I need to tell you something. I need to show the world something. Jason, it's all an illusion.
It's all an illusion. What do you mean? What do you mean by that?
Well, there are many ancient astronaut theorists that insist that not only does the AWP player's impact rely on air quality and server conditions, but in fact, it's all in sync with patterns well beyond this world, Jason.
Can I ask you where do they even get this data from? How do they collect this data?
We'll get to that, in time. I think it's important to kind of paint the picture prior to bringing it over to you, right? So, okay. In this first example, we look at some of the realities or lack thereof within the game itself. Let's start with this wall here and take a look at a couple different and perhaps extraterrestrial factors.
Extraterrestrial factors in the game.
You'll see, it's coming.
Okay.
As we can see from this first example, and this will make a lot more sense the more I show you in case it doesn't abundantly become obvious right away. Since, I'm not a normie, it's always been pretty clear as day that this is an alternative take on history. However, you know as well as I do, Jason, that being on the right side of history is very important.
Yeah, and there's been a lot of weird situations in history that just come out in hindsight. So yeah, sure.
Right. Let's switch to the next example. Rushley, let's go with this next example here. Okay. Now here you can see the impacts have created a series of patterns. What ancient astronaut theorists are insisting have had a substantial impact on AWPers, operas. This paints a very vivid picture of the hurdles of playing not only against your opponent, but potentially non-terrestrial beings, which leads to conclusive, irrefutable evidence that shots
slow
are
down a
disappearing.
little bit and kind of cover some of this up, because I don't think the people at home can fully understand exactly what you're talking about. This is a lot of information that you're spitting out really quickly. Can you just chill, slow down, do some over?
I suppose I could do that.
All right, so what exactly am I looking at?
Okay, so this game is called CS2. It's a team-based tactical FPS. It's got origins traced back to the 1990s. The phenomenon really did take like fire to a dry forest.
Okay, wow.
When we look at these examples, it becomes clear as day that the AWP players have been targeted potentially by non-earthly beings. We're talking about shots that simply appear to register, but also disappear quicker than the blink of an eye, quicker than it might take you to say millisecond, much less count a millisecond.
So the bullets are actually just disappearing?
That's what it looks like, Jason. That's exactly what it looks like. And per reports, per studies and databases, that's what we're getting as well.
Holy shit.
Yeah, I know.
Well, I used to play Quake a lot when I was younger. I had to stop because I was just so addicted. I just couldn't stop playing. And like those video games, they just consume your life. So I mean, I went away from it. But I mean, is this just like a game with some bugs?
Well, you could be right. Like I said, the theorists, they're predicting one thing, but on the other hand, I don't know. I guess maybe.
Counter-Strike by day, Jason Rogan podcast by night, all day.
The major was incredible. We're really proud. My boys stepped up with a little help from some new tech.
Nice.
We all know that Xantares used to be an onliner. For years, we tried to bring the LAN environment in his bedroom. Fake crowd sounds like trash talk, different table. And then one day, it clicked. Why don't we bring his bedroom to LAN?
We go, beast mode, get dough, ain't no cheat code. Big dog, shit go, free smoke, game time, we score, we go. Now they push into the rest, solid from Xantares. Oh, nice!
You can't shut down the Turkish Terminator, his aim's too crisp.
What an opener, this is him. And Ray's not ready either. Wicardia, a one-man army right now.
5 kills to Wicardia. He's looking so good. And he is
Do you think that other orgs will use your methods?
Yeah, they already are. Big are building Searson setup just outside.
ESL Pro League Season 19 is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, Kadia, DHL, Monster Energy, the United States Air Force, 1xBet, White Market, and Gaming Malta. Hey, Chad.
Previously on ESL Pro League.
People twisting up the truth, this ain't new to me. Since the age of 22, I've been using it like it's fuel to level up, like it's champagne in my cup, like there's nothing interrupting my pursuit of dreams. There's a vision in my mind, it's consuming me. Take my confidence combined with opportunity, mix it up with unity, soon to be the greatest of my generation. Operation Victory. Fight or fly, we will stay through the perils we dare not to stray. Spark the match, light the flame. Out of luck, out of sight, dangerous, dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up, dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up, dynamite. Check it. Troubled days, lonely nights, lot of tears, lot of fights. Big dreams met with bigger lies. It ain't what it seems from the outside. On my downfall they pray. Will I surrender or will I betray? Given the trauma that lives in my brain, or use it to fuel up the fire in my veins. I never complain, I boss up and do it. If there's a battle, I fight my way through it. If the wind blows, I thank God that he blew it. Cause what is a blessing depends how you view it. The fruits of my labor are in abundance. Indispensable, I'm not redundant. Incomprehensible the way I've done it. When the struggle pushes me out, I'll shove it. I'll rise above it. Fight or fly, we will stay through the perils we dare not to stray. Spark the match, light the flame. Out of luck, out of sight, dangerous, dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up, dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light.
Keep his eyes glued exactly where you want them. Secondly,
are you telling me I need to upgrade my fucking video card again?
Oh, I really am, Trace. I'm keeping my eyes firmly glued on ESL Pro League Season 19, day number 5. We had some delicious Counter-Strike to be chomping on into. In day number 4, we just got a beautiful recap of that. Unfortunately, Anko, we did have to say goodbye to a few teams. Imperial, Sharks, see you later. Yeah, that happened on the B stream. You didn't watch my updates, man?
Well, we're trying. I was recording content, Freya.
You were. Content machine, that's it. All the content, all the time, all the Counter-Strike. Hugo, how are you doing over there?
I'm doing great. Yeah, content is flowing right now, and we have plenty more in store, Freya, as well as a Counter-Strike.
We do. Gentlemen on my sofa.
Hey.
Yes. Hi. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. How's it going?
Good afternoon, I guess.
Yeah, it's actually afternoon. It's definitely 1 p.m. We're past the morning.
But I feel like in esports world, when the days go late, you say good morning until 1. Because you're going to work till 1 if you're on the evening shift.
Yes.
To me, good morning is the first time you see someone.
That's what I'm saying.
Even if it's 9 p.m.
Yeah.
No, but I think there is a line. I think about if you ever say good morning to someone at 4 p.m., you're kind of self-reporting.
Yeah, that feels like a very generous line.
Yeah.
It's very generous.
Good morning.
Some of you had a late night last night. Stuff was getting wild on the late shift, right?
We had all the overtimes, all the Counter-Strike, all the time. We had M80. They really dragged out the day. It was entertaining. They took G2 all the way earlier on, and then they went down against BetBoom, and overtimes, L's, more overtimes, more L's, and they fell to BetBoom. It was a good game, at least. I had fun.
I love the G2 game versus M80.
That was great.
But honestly, from an experience, absolutely out of this world. You know, overtime on Inferno, Vertigo had crazy episodic moments, content every step of the way. I lost a part of my voice yesterday.
How many overtimes did M80 experience maybe on the whole? How many was in the second game they played?
Oh,
a lot?
Because they had like
a few,
4
at
against
least
multiple.
Right? Yeah.
Definitely multiple.
So maybe
6 minimum.
7?
I wish I'd thought about it. I wish we could pull up the clip of Matthew casting that last round on Vertigo.
Oh, when I called
Bro, your passion is palpable. I wish I'd have thought about it, and
I wish I was as passionate. We'll work on that.
Honestly, it was just so into it, and your words just became one. It was just a sound at the end of it.
I just shrieked at the end.
It was so good. It was,
I had a good time.
No,
G2, not so much.
It's great having you on the cast for a good time here at Pro League.
Well, maybe it'll be on our Play of the Day. It's not. Spoilers. Should we start with... We got Brokey first up. What's this one?
Well, are we actually grading? Is that what we're doing again? We're back to voting and all?
The Matthew system. I watched this 3 times this morning just because of that strafe. I was trying to work out how you... exactly. He had 3 bullets left, and then this one, he kind of just... After 20 seconds of holding library, or both of them, he committed to this. Owned Madja. I don't know if we could do that one again. Can we do this again? Because Hugo, you do this when we're playing sometimes. You have this little ratty movement where you kind of do the knife out strafe, counter strafe for info. Can we run that?
He knows the AWP is default.
Yeah, so he's trying to bait the shot, but he doesn't even. Watch this.
Yeah, it takes a while to actually get the shot out. He does get the shot out on the third. Does that.
No.
Jiggle again.
Jiggle. Now.
Got the shot out.
Yeah.
Then he had 3 bullets, like you said, goes for the tap. And the crazy part about this is he stands in the open. He stands on this spot for about 20 seconds, and then he makes a step by accident, and that's why he scopes, I'm pretty sure, because he realizes,
once you
I've given away my position, let's just commit to the angle. He didn't know which side Madja was coming from, so
I gotta say, the second kill's got some class to it. It's got something special.
It's got that Brokey energy we were talking about. Yeah, exactly.
I'm saying a 7, 8.
I think 7 is fair. Yeah,
7.5.
7.5
for style points.
Yeah.
For style points. 7.5.
I'm already just going to say this next one is a 10 out of 10. This next one wins.
Is it Mal?
Because it's Mal.
Okay.
Let's go. This has to be literal clutch of the tournament, I swear.
Ace of the tournament, not his only ace yesterday. He did it on an anti-eco as well, but this was the one that really mattered. This broke GT. But they were already broken.
Oh my God.
They were already broken. Monacy with the AWP. Bye-bye.
And he's on 10 HP this whole time as well. It's insane.
Yeah. When he got 4 and I saw him in the 1v1 against Monacy on the AWP, I'm like, he's, it was a nice round, but he's not ending the half 11-1, and he does.
So we just close the competition here. Wins.
He wins.
We have a trophy. We have more. Do we need to show more? We have more? That's so unfair for whoever comes after that. How are you going to top that?
Who comes up next? Oh, actually, Rec comes up. We had a lot of M80 players.
That was a highlight reel this whole game.
They played a lot of rounds.
I was right. He didn't do much against G2, but it's against BetBoom.
Yeah, okay, that's better. I was thinking, wait a minute, I didn't see that against G2. That didn't happen. Okay, that was timid. Also compared to Malps.
Yeah, you've set the bar so high now.
It's always going to be disappointing after what we just witnessed.
I guess that's a 7.
I was going to say 5.
Yeah,
I was going to say 5.
Should we end with Slacks, maybe?
Yes, please. This has got to be against
That's the clutch. Has to be the clutch from Vertigo.
This is good though.
Yeah, it's pure.
Every post plan, he's in sandbags. He just loves this. I mean, it's a strong position, but he just loves it so much. And look how good he is at playing the angles, right? And he never overextends. Even this one on the this is in the
here's the shot.
This was where Slacks got some confidence. Yeah, he said it in the interview as and the best player in CS2 kept falling for my jiggles, kept falling for my bait. And I'm sure that was it for him. That's confidence boosting, where he doesn't overstep. Hears Monacy shoot. He's like, I'm in your head, boy.
The best player in CS2 had a stinker yesterday, though.
Yeah.
That was an extraordinary performance for the worst.
Yeah,
it's not going to happen twice. Surely not.
I mean, I think that's the only time we've seen it happen. Yeah, at least in CS2.
It's probably fair. An entire series silent like that.
I mean, if he does it again today, they go home, Yanko. That's sad.
For them, yeah.
He's
maybe not for you.
Untethered.
I'm not personally involved.
How do you do that?
I'm not emotionally invested. If you watched that game yesterday, I wasn't getting aggravated at all.
No, not at all. No.
Matthew was there. It was just objective analysis.
We tried our very best.
It's just for people who are more familiar with G2 games. It wasn't that much of a roller coaster because you know how it ends. It always ends the same, Alex. It always ends the same.
Something you are emotionally invested in, though, Yanko, is our quiz later today.
Absolutely.
DHL drop. You guys at home can vote on who you think is going to win out of the talent, because Yanko, you're taking on the world, right? Am I hearing correctly?
I think that's the only way to make the competition fair. Really.
Right.
Anything else, it would be, a one-sided battle. So
Machine, Maniac, and Hugo are all teaming up versus Yanko. So get your votes in the Twitch chat. ! DHL drop, followed by the letter.
Sure.
Are we?
Oh, not ready for break yet. Sorry.
Okay.
That's okay. That was the longest pause. I was just thinking, okay, where do we go from here?
Okay, so
you had the tone to it.
3v1.
3v1?
You think you can beat him if it's 3v1?
I don't really know. A quiz, honestly, I have performance
that's not
anxiety.
Matthew's strength. You remember yesterday or the other day with Rush's little quiz?
Yeah, I didn't really get it.
Yeah, you were perplexed.
And now, moving on to the monitors.
You guys ready for me now?
There's another map.
A revamped matchmaking and in-game ranking will have your queues popping again and again and again.
Rob's good, be good. Rob's good, be good. Roll CT, bring me the pistols, let's fucking go!
Who you sacrifice? Because the team was functioning really, really well.
Because the Lord moves in mysterious ways.
Like the CS2 movement. And they can't even get that right, can they?
You comfy there, Hugo.
I'm having a great
that's
time.
great.
It was really.
How long can you go?
Forever. I feel included. I did like days.
Okay, well, hold on. I'm just gonna start a timer on my phone.
Someone
right
isn't
now.
used at musical chairs.
There we go.
I feel like thought went into this, and you were prepared to have me in this segment.
Totally.
Yeah.
You want to draw first? Because
absolutely not.
We're going to be playing
on the clock.
Mount Count More. I love that.
Yeah,
Mount
Count More. Fantastic.
Someone has to do it.
People are familiar with the concept of Mount Rushmore.
I've heard of them.
That is a
so
thing.
we're now going to do
right?
the Counter-Strike version of that. But we have to draw who we're putting on. That's the big caveat to this whole situation.
Well, first of all, he would probably need an item.
It's on there.
That's it.
That's it. Oh.
Someone is. Oh, that's a nice store.
Oh,
do you need like a reference? You need me to pull a picture for you?
No.
You just do it from memory.
No.
Okay,
Yes.
he's doing from memory.
So here's what is it? Counter-Strike players?
Anything.
Ideally.
Right?
Anything.
It can be anything. All right. So I did two things. The first thing I did was I watched a quick YouTube short about how to draw a face.
Okay.
Because I'm probably the worst person on planet Earth at drawing anything.
We have here. There's competition here.
We'll start from here. So what I saw is
I guess that's the mountain there.
Maybe put it on the mountain.
Should we try and guess who it is?
I have to draw a mountain. And
No, it is. The mountain is there. It's already there.
Mountain, yeah.
Wow,
Look,
that's
it's a tree.
It's not a mountain. This is like a hill.
That's a hill.
All right.
Are you going to tell us, or do we guess who you're drawing?
That's a good
You
question.
can guess. It's not going to be too hard.
Okay.
And I also played Freya because she had this idea as well.
Oh, he
Yes, I
gotcha.
should've gone
Wait,
first.
so now you're going to have to do
it's
spontaneous.
like above. Okay. So the way it goes, you draw a circle.
Okay, I like that.
Right?
Yeah, that's good
And then
stuff.
you do like a line, but like this, and it goes through a little bit more. I don't know how much. And then you're supposed to like do something like that, but you do it like this, so it looks cool, right?
Is that a beard?
And this is like the face.
It has to
This
be
is
a
the
beard.
shape of a face.
Oh, I like it. I like it.
And yeah,
Is
but
that
then you're
abstract?
supposed to, because people don't have these lines on their face. This is just
They don't?
no.
I thought it was going to be
This
something.
is like so. You see, this is coming
Okay,
together for
okay.
you guys now,
Well, that's a
Cleaning it up.
right?
football
Now it's
right now. Or
this is like I need another hand.
it's like Tom Hanks on the island. That's Wilson.
So this is like
That's what's
nose.
happening.
I didn't get to the nose part. So
Wait, how
this
did
is
you
how a
do?
nose looks.
Yeah.
I guess.
We'll allow that.
I guess.
Let's say this
It's
is
not
the
even
nose.
human. Wait,
These are
okay.
the eyes,
Right.
and
The mouth. That's the most important part. The most defining factor here.
am I gonna accidentally draw Kerrigan? Let's see.
Okay.
right.
All right.
Yeah.
And the best part is, wait, there's the ears.
Still better than what I'm ready.
Has a little bit hair on his ears.
What's actually funny is I have no idea who that is.
What is
we're
this?
Yeah, this is look like this. This should be. Aha, okay. So I needed to do like.
It's Crims.
I needed to do like.
It could be Crims if there's no hair.
I needed to do like. Oh no, this is now too
Is it
long of a
Anders
head.
with the beard?
You think it would be Anders?
Yeah, let's just do it.
Oh, is
let's
it
just
Anders?
keep it like this.
Is he just waiting
then-
until we guess something and then goes?
I think that's what's
yes?
happening. And then he can say, yeah, that's what it
The beard is
was.
very
That's a mega beard.
Crims-esque, yeah. Crims or Anders.
It's got to be Crims.
Well, we haven't got it right.
Who
He
is
hasn't
it?
told us.
It could be
It
Anders.
is Crims.
Oh,
There we go.
That's a great
Okay.
idea.
Good.
That's who I was
There
going
we go.
for the
Yeah.
whole time.
Yeah.
Crims, the rock of Swedish Counter-Strike. If not for Rain and the God sent little trip, he would be the player who spent most time with Van Orgen, Fnatic. And yeah, just a cool guy, still going at it.
We all
Crims.
want to forget about
I gotta
God
say, nice.
Nice work.
You go now.
Thanks, Shanko. Yeah,
With a little bit
I-
of luck, maybe the segment
I'll
goes too
try.
long.
Yeah,
You don't
that's
have
what
to
I'm
draw.
hoping at the end.
Draw it out. Questions.
Right.
Hoping at the end.
No,
Let's
the producer
just,
was in my ear saying you have 30 more seconds. So,
So you have to-
everyone's making it.
Oh, no.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay.
take your time.
I don't know who she's drawing.
She already drew the
Glasses.
Okay, let's
Glasses.
think about
Is that Donatello? Leonardo?
I'm glad we have.
That's a
Okay.
That's a big smile. He's enjoying life.
Yeah.
Okay, the hair.
Okay.
I'll fill in the glasses
Oh.
because they're not glasses. They are.
Oh.
An eye patch.
eye
It's a
patch.
pirate.
How would you block out the
Sunglasses.
Yes.
We're working. We're cooking.
Bad Fallen?
Who's got
Bad
Fallen?
Fallen.
There you
That's
go.
pretty
Boom.
good.
That's a good.
Actually, it's
You're
pretty
on
good.
that
But the
shit.
problem is you did about 10 seconds, which means now I have to do
Yep.
like 3 minutes.
Yeah.
Great. Thanks. That's great.
Well-
So I could play the game of who am I going to draw, but I do feel
You
like if
already
I
know.
don't draw Zaiwu here, people will be mad at
Yeah.
me. I would be like missing something. So we're going to try to see my skill. I'm going to do the Yanko theory. So you start with like sort of a head. Well, hopefully the head actually comes together right here. And then what I'm going to do a little differently. I'm going to first work on the beard. Because Zaiwu does have a bit of a
does.
distinctive
We can call
beard.
it a beard.
Sort of. I mean,
Just
there's
too
an
lazy
attempt.
to shave, probably.
Exactly, but it's kind of worked here, right? It doesn't really go any deeper. So I feel like it's pretty
appropriate,
Zaiwu-esque
yeah.
already.
Yeah.
You can almost see him. Well, that fell down. He's also got a little bit of a hair situation going up in here. Not mega, but there's a style. There's a shape.
Yeah, there's a distinct
Yeah, exactly.
hairstyle.
I think I remember.
This is pretty good already.
It's not that bad, right? And then, well, I actually have a tendency to do eyes like you. I'm going to see if I can. He's got kind eyes. How do I do kind eyes?
Nice and round and big.
Yeah, it's got kind eyes. Like this. Looks like a lizard
Yeah,
just a little bit. And then I'm going to try to do like it's an attempt at a nose.
Oh, shit, Matthew, would you
Nose
mind
first?
giving Fallen a nose? I just forgot. I did.
Yeah, how's he breathing? How's he breathing? How's Fallen breathing?
Thrills.
Do we give Fallen?
his
Yeah, we do. So I'm going to do a different nose now. That's how my dad used to do it. Zip. There
Oh,
it
that's
is.
good.
Psych.
That's
such a
good.
great-
It's
yeah.
in perspective, right?
Reverse F.
He kind of
And
looks more angry now, but
I'm going to
that's okay.
see. Let's see.
He is Bad Fallen.
He is bad fallen. Now he's on drugs, probably. Anyway, moving on. And we're going to do just a
Back in the room.
little mouth here. I don't know. He's like halfway shouting, like,
He looks shocked.
hey, LOL. Yes, yeah,
Oh,
that's
lol.
it.
What's
Lol.
that French for?
Exactly. In French, we'd
Yeah.
say MDR. Mort de rire.
MDR.
That's how we do that. I said lol. So I think I've not that bad, actually.
No, I like that.
That's-
beard. I like
It's
that.
not the worst.
No.
All right, cool.
You did
All right,
Zaiwu
it's your
justice. Once the best player
Okay,
in
you
the
don't
world.
know who I'm going for, so you're probably not going to guess from the drawing.
Okay.
I'm also can't draw. Let's. I'll go here.
Here goes.
No. I'm gonna restart immediately.
Restart.
Undo.
Restart. Can we refresh?
Don't worry.
That didn't happen. That never happened.
Little warm up.
Yeah. Okay.
Right. I'm trying to get the face shape. I think that's important.
You want
Oh,
a specific
okay.
face
Yeah.
shape.
Somebody with a weird...
That's
No,
kind of
it's
telling.
like-
What are you trying to do? You're trying to do it hard or something?
Is it a fox?
Yes, you nailed it. I don't really know. how
Why
to
don't you
draw,
just do what we
guys.
did, like the sort of normal circle-y?
Okay, no, he doesn't
What
look
are we
like that.
doing? What is
I'm gonna
happening?
insult
Is it a
him here.
profile? Like
No, he's just got
mount-
like a nice kind of like chiseled jawline. Really.
All right.
Yeah.
Is that Jacob? Is that Pimp?
We'll go with this, and then we'll.
On your mind, Matthew?
That'll be his head. We'll
It's a
go
hot
with
air
that.
balloon.
Yeah, that's what it is. That's a hot
Yeah.
air balloon.
His hair's quite nice.
Well, that has to be
Wow,
device
that's
then, isn't
really
it?
nice.
He
It's got to be
nailed it.
device.
He nailed it.
It's
Of
got to
course
be
it looks like
device.
device. Yeah.
Of course, he's got the
It's interesting
jawline.
hair.
Let's see how Hugo
Device-
envisions device.
Yeah. This is kind of the idea. The hair's a little
His-
long.
When he's been
That's
at
fine.
head
We'll
is
give him a
massive.
trim. We'll
I
give him a
think.
trim. There we
He's got
go.
a massive head already. It's like twice the size of Zaiwu.
brain in there.
I know. It's twice the size of Zaiwu.
His lips are, who knows?
Yeah, I was going to say, how do you know how his lips
I don't
are?
really know. Well, I've seen it before.
I've tasted it.
You know?
Oh.
Just walk right into that one. Moving on.
I thought that was going to slide under the radar. But
How the fuck do
I
you
feel
draw?
like you were being too harsh on yourself. You're second guessing
I
yourself.
know, I literally don't need, I'm just going to draw him out.
There we go. See, that
just
works.
send it, Hugo.
Full
There
send
we
it.
go.
There we go. That's the device.
Oh my God, spitting image.
I knew
My best work. My best work.
That's him when he won his fourth major. Very happy.
Yeah. We'll draw. Yeah. We'll leave it at that, I think.
Honestly, there's an artistic vibe to it. It really is.
So I think coming in at fourth place has got to be there.
The hot hair balloon.
Third place, Freya? What are we putting at third place here?
Hot hair balloon.
I mean,
in drawing,
probably
not in
bad
skill.
fallen.
I mean, he didn't have a nose. Like, he didn't have a nose.
Yeah, he didn't. I missed out a key feature, didn't I? I'm honestly really impressed with Machu Zaiwu.
I think it's because of the beard.
Yeah.
I put a lot of
really
thought
does.
process onto the beard. I know how his beard looks like. I've studied it many times.
I'll take last place.
You want to take
No,
last
you're
place?
not last
no.
First place.
You're second place.
Second place?
Yeah, I think so.
All right.
Yeah.
I think.
I mean, we knew it was Crim, so that's
Yeah.
something.
We did. We did.
Was it meant
Even
to be
if I
Chris?
didn't, even if I didn't know it,
We just
Blaine?
Tell me about.
And that is not so poggers. Bible thump.
At some point in every gamer's life, there's a question to be asked. Do your clothes match your hobby? In any situation? Or do they just represent what you dream of? No matter what situation, there's always the right way and the wrong. The only real question is, which are you going to choose? Decide for yourself.
Smokes. You see double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait. What was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple. That's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally. With Face It Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
Hello everybody, welcome back into ESL Pro League Season 19. Myself, Scriv and Naokai here for today. Couple BO3s coming your way, as it is, of course, the nitty-gritty of Group A and B. Decider matches, who's going to make it through. Only a couple spots remaining now in the playoffs.
Man. I'm really looking forward to this. We have a couple of real nice games to basically see where things are panning out at the tail end of the week. There's one more day tomorrow. That'll only be on the A stream. So for us on the B stream, to round it out, Well, I'm pretty proud. I'm pretty honored. This should be good, man. I'm looking forward to this. Of course, we do have a bit of an interesting one later as well with M80 TYLOO, but we'll be kickstarting things with Virtus Pro taking on Fnatic. And so far, this Pro League in groups A and B, this is how the map distribution looks. So, funnily enough, that Overpass is being the one removed from the pool. Everyone seems to be up in arms right now about it. I am as well, but stats don't lie. Vertigo as well, being the most played, even though it's arguably one of the most hated, tells a big story too.
Yeah, I mean, it's very true. It is very true. Maybe we're seeing some weird sort of reverse psychology going on from the pro players or something. I don't know. Obviously, there are a few pro players out there. Funnily enough, you know, two of the best, two of the longest standing, both Nico and Simple, not really enjoying Overpass and welcoming in Dust 2. Fair enough. It is a bit of a fragger's paradise over there on Dust 2, so maybe that's part of it. But yeah, the Vertigo being at the top, I would argue, is a bit more surprising, you know. Early stages of EPL here, we have Overpass as a map that's very tactically deep, very difficult to get around if you can't get started on the T side. Maybe it makes sense for some of these underdog teams to want to veer away from it, right? We might see it a bit more into the playoffs. Vertigo, meanwhile, is just a map that it feels like, yeah, like you say, it's universally hated. A lot of people seem to sing the praises of that map, and yeah, it is the most played. So I don't know what's going on there. I think Sharks are a good 50% of that. To be fair, you know, no, they've had it out like every series they've been in, and of course we waved goodbye to them yesterday if you didn't catch that. But indeed, it has been played out quite a bit. Maybe we've just got a few Vertigo merchants in there that
you always get those things where people say, you know, the subtle signs that maybe your friends need help, and when your friends say let's pug a Vertigo, that's when you know it's probably time to wheel them off to the hospital. It's checkups needed inside the old cranium. But yeah, generally speaking, a mapping which has been very Marmitey, let's say. This is going to be our first game of the day. We have Fnatic taking on Virtus Pro. This one should be a bit of a heater, and well, considering as well that they know each other very well from this tournament alone, that itself is what we exactly want to see. They played literally the other day, like 4 days ago now, right at the start, and yeah, man, a bit of a banger, it has to be said. Fnatic causing an upset that nobody really expected, especially considering, you know, Electronic in this Virtus Pro roster, super team, right, that everyone talks about, and then they start off their tournament with this loss. I mean, it was such a big kind of upset in our minds. Everyone was very confused.
Yeah, for sure. I think things were very, very difficult to sort of predict and work around. Maybe I'm just kind of
those results are reversed
on the graphic a little bit.
Yeah. So it was Fnatic
backwards there. Yeah. Okay. Yes. So it was Ancient in the middle, wasn't it? Oh no, it was Ancient at the end. It was Overpass to start. It's just the Vertigo that is flipped onto the other side.
Yeah, you are right. You are right.
Yeah, indeed. So it is a little sideways there on the graphic. Sorry about that, but ultimately Fnatic. Yeah, sure. Fnatic were the ones that took it initially. And it was, as you say, that big upset. It is the one thing I think it's worth noting, the one thing that has kept them alive here. To be honest, they have struggled since that Virtus Pro game. And one of the sort of running themes, particularly into the 3D Max game, is that it's like, you know, you're a team like Fnatic. You don't have as many tournaments in the cycle at the moment. So you can look into this matchup. You've got it a week prior. You know what's going on. You just prep. And they were very, very ready for that particular matchup. Then they play off against 3D Max, a team that are hard to prep for, a team that don't play conventional Counter-Strike necessarily, and they really did struggle there. Eternal Fire matchup felt like maybe they could have taken that. The Overpass pick in particular was looking pretty good for them, and 2 bouts of overtime to finish it. You know, it really could have been their series, but unfortunately they couldn't get it over the line there. So, you know, the fact that they are still alive here comes down to the VP win initially.
It has. And I think historically as well, in this specific matchup, it always has been generally Virtus Pro who've made this one look pretty easy, no matter the iteration of the Fnatic roster. Here, of course, is the new boy, though, on the block for Virtus Pro. A surprise to many. And honestly, I must say, as much as it's nice to get information early and it's nice to see all these things happen, it was very refreshing, it has to be said, to see a transfer of this magnitude to a team of that magnitude and it be basically unknown, basically a secret all the way up until the announcement itself. It was a shock to everybody. So that was cool. I really enjoyed that. It was fun to see that, obviously I don't really despise the leakers, it is their job, but at the same time, it was quite nice to get something a little refreshing coming through, and he had a really good debut, right? This is a guy who we're expecting big things. I mean, when you look at it pound for pound, roll for roll, whatever you want to do, every single intricate stack coming through, he is a better player than Mir, right? There's no two ways about it. He slots in perfectly, and he actually now facilitates this Virtus Pro side to play a little bit more aggressive. I mean, that rifling core is actually now ridiculous, right? You got Flit and Fame who've already been putting on monstrous numbers, Electronic who's an animal, and Norbert who recently has, refound this form, rekindled this flame within inside of him. So, yeah, I'm gonna say I'm a big fan of it. Vito's rolling through though, and Inferno and Nuke banned out.
Vertigo getting picked in by the Fnatic side of things, so they're a part of it as well. This unified front to get Vertigo the most played map of Pro League, apparently. Anubis coming round from VP makes a bit of sense for them. A map that they have been enjoying more recently, but, still steps in alongside the Overpass, which, interestingly enough, they have not picked into. They go for it as a decider. Fnatic pretty comfortable on the Overpass. Maybe that's sort of the logic around it. But going to be a tough one here, when it comes down to the straight-up veto. There's not really a massive area of punish. Mirage, a map that Fnatic stray away from. VP don't really play it, don't really pick into it. Maybe the Vertigo, I suppose, is the one kind of area, but it's not the best map for Fnatic at the same time, so it's not like a super hardcore punish, a surefire victory here. I think that a lot of the playground will come down to that Vertigo, and we'll see what kind of level.
For me, Vertigo is must win, and it is on paper quite a punishing map over towards Virtus Pro. 7 times played, 14% win rate. It's not exactly filling you with too much joy, but like you said, for Fnatic, it's not really that much better for them. They haven't really been able to find a lot of consistent success on this map. And it's a worrying thing, because I think in this series, it is must win, right? All the way up until the third and final map, that Overpass, right? We're looking at it. Fnatic coming in with a 4-map losing streak. It, again, doesn't really fill you with joy. Yes, it's an okay map for them, but it is still, for me, a little bit of a worrying thing. And on the other side, despite win rates maybe not saying it all too much, I still think Virtus Pro are one of, if not the best Overpass team in the world. So if it does get towards the side, I think Fnatic know that they've got a lot of pressure on their shoulders. But ladies and gents, we are live here for Vertigo. Fnatic starting on that T side, Virtus Pro on the CT side.
Flit on the first spot. Not sticking around after he's been seen. Starting slow here, but VP very ready for an A hit. Full belts of utility on the Fnatic side. Super slow build up here. Minute gone pretty much. And we've not seen much movement at all. Fnatic just waiting. See if anyone comes in behind them, trying to feign presence, I suppose, and expecting VP to think that they are up ramp. However, they will take it slowly. Norbert is ready and waiting with this contact flash. Actually, 2 of them. Jame to get in the mix, going to be deadly if Fnatic are not ready for these fights. No utility over the top as yet from that T side, despite having bought up so much of it. Electronic, he goes hunting in. Positioning here is absolutely beautiful, but he's immediately deleted. Maybe the trade-off of info will be worth it. We'll see. Norbert gets those flashes in. Good God, it's such a mess. Flip for 1. Caught reloading here, though. Oh, my God, and squished together. They will take control of the A-bomb site. Looking very, very good for Fnatic. Should be able to confirm from here. They've spotted out Fame. Oh, they've eliminated Fame, in fact, above the top of that smoke. It's just going to be Jame now, and he too will fall. Body getting a little excitable there as he congratulates everybody across the board. A beautiful pistol.
In the server, it actually was a good pistol. They're just hitting their shot. I mean, that comes down to winning the 50-50s. It's not about the game plan or kind of how they're setting themselves up in a post-spawn. It is just, in terms of its kind of fundamentals, they hit the headshots. It's simple as that. If it wasn't for it, I think Fnatic, that one is very kind of feasible in terms of a retake coming through, but not to be. I'm judging by the lack of movement that we have a pause. Yeah, so a good time to maybe deliberate on what we've just seen. So one of those pistol rounds where for me, very, very slow. VP read it actually quite well. They've got still a lot of presence here over towards his A site, but they just cannot hit their shots. Simple as that, easy as that. And that's what comes through. I think I'm assuming maybe a technical pause over on that Fnatic side. They did basically pause in towards their spawn. And looking at it, it's feeling like maybe he might be back in just a moment. Our tech guru came over, gave it a little look. Little Carlo Ancelotti raises the eyebrow and then he's gone. You won't get that one, but the football fans will get it. A good start.
I know who he is. I know, I can picture it. You know, him raising an
Context,
eyebrow. I
basically,
vaguely know what he looks like.
Real Madrid
I'm
manager.
Not sure of the
he like just never says anything, right, on the sideline. He kind of just chills out. And then every now and again, he would just like raise his eyebrow and then Real Madrid score 2. And I was like, what the hell? Like, what is that signaling? But it works. And it seemed to work here. QB back in the server, back hitting those shots as Flit or Fall. Let's take a tag. A low buy round for VP. We're not expecting a hell of a lot here, in all fairness, but a kill or two we'll take. Yeah.
Just sound like my kind of manager, to be fair.
He's called, you know, they call him the Don. You know what I mean? Like, he's like,
right, okay.
He's actually now revered as like one of the GOATs, one of the greatest of all time, so.
Speaking of, we got Crims here. Maybe he's in that argument if he keeps on going. Woohoo! And indeed, some nice frags out from the old guard. The veteran just going to be Mr. James, a veteran of sorts on the other side as well. Not expecting too much here. There is some damage done. Can't find the right players though, and Crims will come away with a nice collection of eco frags. Second round for Fnatic. Going through the motions, yeah. VP quickly into a buy.
That's what we want to see. We want to see the rifles out on deck for these guys, see what they can do. It's one of those as well where for us, big question marks about what this map looks like for VP, because it is a punish pick on paper. It is, of all the maps in the pool, is their weakest, bar the perma. And for me, this is an opportunity for Fnatic, and a really decent one as well. Fnatic have picked up 2 losses. You mentioned it. Some of them had some moments. We casted one of them, and it was, a little bit close at times. But I still think Fnatic, there is a lot of work that needs to be done for this team. Still, they're not quite at the level they're at. And something actually mentioned earlier, which I think is really, really important. That's why we see teams like Eternal Fire and 3D Max, etc., do so well. Is playing those online tournaments, playing as many officials under your belt as you can. This is things that, all these tier 2, tier 1.5 teams that really start to make a move in terms of their own ability. That's where it starts. It's those online tournaments. As much as they can be quite, annoying to play as a top level player, it's, pretty important. Fame finds the first. Crims had the right idea, but not the execution.
A slow-moving game, though, honestly, right? Like, these two teams really just playing the drought at the moment. Afro does get a bit quicker there to try and pick something up at the top end of ramp, but VP not giving the peak at all. Fnatic rotating back around towards this B-bomb site. There is only one player in the immediate vicinity. Quick rotation, not going to be cut off as Norbert comes to join Fame. Fame getting those comms in, getting the rotation round, and Norbert actually looking to play aggressive. There's backup from James as well. Nice little angle here for Body. Norbert caught off guard too. It's Fame at the back end of default. Oh, it's a team kill that might just help them out here. 2 versus 2. Flit rolling in, trying to spam away through the smoke. Nothing coming for him. Takes that conventional angle above the smoke and sets up for the double kill. VP will mount a very quick and successful retake.
A bit of a spam through rafters, down towards stairs, get the opening kill, and then just buy a bit of time. Yes, the bomb goes down, but they work it really well. Round that smoke, looking for openings, and Electronic finding his. Yeah, good work. That's where it started. And I guess if you're Fnatic as well, bonus buy, walking away with a good amount of kills and a bomb plant. You're not the unhappiest. It does make you think that if it wasn't a team kill, maybe, just maybe, in the 2 versus 2, something could have come to fruition. Either way, versus Pro, Norbert has an MP9. As he prioritizes utility, Fnatic into their full buy now. Bonus of last round, full buy now as the AKs across the board. Had a good amount of util as well. This is a real litmus test for, I think, Fnatic as a team. This second matchup against Virtus.pro, because, you know, now we've seen that Virtus.pro have picked up a win. You know, they're a competent side, and we know that maybe not in the reverse of a honeymoon stage with Electronic coming in. They actually can bring out decent wins. So we need to see what they can do in this rematch. Looking too good so far.
No, this is true again. Fnatic, I think, looking very confident in this. It feels like a team that maybe has got the number of VP. Perhaps I'm speaking too early, however. Crims. Look close, got to find this trade here. They're not going to give the fights. There was a close player for just a second. They moved back, but then push back round. It's a little messy, I have to admit. Electronic, though, making use of Norbert's distraction. It will all be down to Afro. There's a man coming in from behind that he does expect. Looking for this fight. Oh, going to eat the dink. However, brings it down to a 1v1 that is totally winnable now.
They say it's a race, he's going to lose it. Oh, but it's a ruse as well. Afro playing the mind games. He's playing chess, and Electronic playing checkers, and he doubles back over towards A. Electronic sticking around here, but tucking his head. The bomb's going to go down. A freebie plant over towards B. Nobody here to stop him. I mean, he's going loud about it, and Electronic is nowhere near. Too little, too late. Bomb will go down. But Afro actually can't cross cleanly. So he's going to play up close in Gen. 14 points of HP for Afro, 38 for Electronic. It's whoever connects the first bullet realistically. Electronic creeping and clearing. Afro had the drop, but he misses the shot. That'll cost him. And VP will take that every day of the week. A second round put on the board for them. They tie this one up. And the first full buy as well out for Fnatic. Not finding success.
Rough, very, very rough indeed. Yeah, I think they will be kicking themselves on that one. You know, they had a moment there where they were in control. They lose 2 in the mid round, right? That was kind of the big thing. I think mid and maybe A, we didn't quite catch the kills, but they lost some key fights. So we'll see here. Timeout coming in very early on. Keita getting on the mic, wanting to set them up properly. It's a tough game. You never really know what to expect out of VP, and there's a lot of unknown factors. Electronic comes in. You spoke about the fact that it would allow them to get a bit more aggressive, and that is absolutely something that they are going to lean on. Some rounds might be a bit crazier. Some rounds they might push in. You know, we've had a couple out from them. Actually, I believe in the very first matchup against Fnatic, they did lose it, but there were sort of fake saves and late retake attempts and things, you know, very, 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 very anti-VP DNA. So we'll see if that continues here in this second time of asking against Fnatic.
Hold on. Let's see. What have we got? What have we got to work with? We do have a buy for Fnatic, which is the main thing. Bomb plant. And now a little bit of loss bonus, I guess, facilitating exactly that. Deagle. Triple Galil and 1 AK-47 in the hands of Body. Need about example Body as well so far. 5 kills to his name. He's doing all right. Looks a little crisp. It's a case that, of course, can he keep up this consistency? He's leading the charge here out in towards mid. As Molotov comes deep in towards CT, might give him a chance to wrap. He's waiting for a push from Elevator, and he should get it in just a second. Making a move. Body will find the kill. Continuing to deliver Body here. But gonna get caught. Jay will be traded out by QB. Fame's backside as well as QB looking to clear back 90, but he can't. Fame delivering so low. Does he expect one more on towards Plaz? The only thing is he's beckoning over a rotation. And now he's got Flit in support as well. Smoke will come down. Crims is trying to make a difference out of this. As long as Fame didn't peek, he would have stayed alive. But now it puts Flit into a 1 versus 2. Tough way to make this work. Smoke will meet him as well, so now he's really in a bit of a tough spot here. They've got to collect the bomb, and they've got to try and find a way back into this. Matty's playing on the left-hand side of that smoke. Bomb will go down. And Flit has no real decision what to do here. Do you keep hold of the AK? Or do you give this a go? No kit. Here's the big thing. It's probably gone down. Spot on the leg. Spot to head as well, but can't quite connect on it. Flit swinging in towards the site. Looking for one. Back double. Can't connect. Trying to isolate. Oh, and Flit finds two. That's beautiful. What a clutch. What a 1v2 for Flit. The talisman of Virtus Pro making his presence known. A beautiful, beautiful display. Look through again. I think as well, Fame. A lot of credit has to be given to this guy. Just staying alive and buying time for the rotation. This 1v2 is a beaut. Matty's maybe. Should have done a little bit better on the trade. Wasn't to be. So. Here we are now. Jane, dropping a smoke. Play up close. Jane is so low with that MP9. Numbers are good for Virtus Pro, but can be very easily brought back to level playing field. Molotov going to go towards D4. Jane making a creep move here. He might actually catch one off guard. He will. Jane going to get his. Trying to deny that bomb going down, and with his presence and position known, they might be able to do exactly that. Open plant for QB. Has to. It's the only place he can plant because of Jame on that flank. The bomb will go down. 2 versus 3. Very passive here, Virtus Pro, as they start to make a move. QB finding one. Not traded by Norbert. Needs to find this kill. Oh, and he gets tapped down. Beautiful. And now Jame thrust into a 1 versus 1, but he's so low. Looking desperately for a smoke to work with. Might have to just tap onto the ball. Might even just have to hold it. Well, no kit. It's going to make his life so difficult. QB tied. No kit. There's one in front of him, but he's got no chance. So James going to save. Get out of there with his M4A1S, and that will be that. Fnatic answer back. Oh, that was a dicey one. But again, I think Norbert's spacing is a little rough there. When his teammate falls, he's got to trade him instantaneously, but he allows the ability to set up kind of an isolated fight. And somehow, some way, from a 5v3, they lost that. Hello. Well. Double M4. Ooh, Galil on Matty's will start things off. It is a bit of an interesting buy, but a classic VP buy when you see that the force come through with just one more M4, but one of them's already gone.
Yes, indeed. I mean, they try their best here, I suppose, with what they have, but I'm not sure if they really want to risk going for that M4 either. They still feel they might have a bit of a chance. Nades round from CT side. Fame. Oh, not going to be able to find anything. Electronic is here quite early with that M4. Trying to be a hero here. He will be traded out. Only able to find that one. I don't think there's really going to be much going on for VP, and in fact, just going to say what they have. Maybe rotate back around and try and pick up that fallen M4 from earlier.
I don't think it's the worst thing in the world. They'll get it, right? Which is the main thing. Well, they should. It was somewhere. Oh no, did it go off the map? I think it might have been shot off the map. Oh, you hate to see it. You really do. Spray down the body, and as the gun's falling, one more bullet just sends it 51 floors down on towards the street. So, all we have is 2 pistols to work with for Virtus Pro. A 5.7 and a P250. And that'll be that. Fortunate no gun saved, but Fnatic, for them, really good work. Utilizing these sort of quite janky buys, so to say, out from this Fnatic side. And I can't see it there, but I don't know whether it was shot off, but it looked like it just dropped on towards the side, but maybe it did fall with a nade or something. Either way, Matty's good round from him, cracking things open. That's what double kill, one towards A, one towards B. And we don't really have a buy out for Virtus Pro, so they're going to gamble stack towards this B side.
Makes sense. Go for something, hard to guess. But Fnatic, you can kind of see them immediately playing around an eco, not going in too fast, sending body on that Mac 10 for some information. Do like the move here from Fnatic. Okay, maybe not. To be fair, they've slowed things down a bit. I thought they were going to start speeding up the ramp here, but taking it slowly. Making sure not to make any mistakes, and it could as easily be an A stack. We know it's a B stack, but obviously in their minds, it could be either bomb site right now, but I think they are indeed weary of heavy presence somewhere. They will soon discover that there is nobody around.
Yeah, bomb will go down. And that'll be that, really. It's one of those rounds which kind of amounts to not all too much. Oh, looking for something on the tail end. You may as well. You got a few pistols. Have a little look in, see if you can find anything. But yeah, we're not expecting really too big of a deal at the tail end here. Electronic might be bait for a trade. Crim's going to get dinged, sticking around. That's one more before he falls. It's a Galil dropped over, but of all the guns to drop, it's probably one you don't really care that much about. Fnatic going to find a 5th here on this T-side. And honestly, so far as T-side's gone Vertigo, actually not that bad. This is a pretty decent little run out from them. Virtus Pro have not looked too comfortable thus far. And we did say this map is quite punishing for them. And there's also quite a lot of data as well. So not only have Fnatic got a lot of data how to prep into this map, but also a lot of data on how to prep for a win. Because most teams you play against Virtus Pro and Vertigo win. Simple as that. So far, so good. That prep has been working well. And of course, when you look at some of the recent results, Alpha, of course, so far this tournament, we've had the likes of Fnatic, which they lost to in their initial matchup. Then they did win, in all fairness, against Saw. Saw tried to punish them, weren't able to do so. But then against FaZe, 13-10 loss for them. So they played it 3 times already, Virtus Pro, this tournament. But it's always picked into them. And before that, at Chengdu, of course, we were covering some of Chengdu. Against Astralis, they got battered 13-7. And they also lost to FlyQuest Red 13-11. I mean, all the way back, it's pretty rough. Their only win, basically, this year is Saw, like, 3 days ago. So it's not been a good map for them. One that maybe needs a little bit more time in the prac server, but officials aren't a bad way to go about it.
That is true. That is very true. I think it's a nice enough map for us to start off on, problems with the map itself, but in terms of this matchup, in terms of how close it could be. And every now and then, we did see one yesterday, of course, the G2 M80 game. Every now and then, Vertigo does deliver. So, and when it delivers, I think, does it make up for having it in the pool? Not sure, but it is pretty good. Charging in towards B here, Nao. A 1-for-1 thus far. Norbert still remains alive, which is going to be problematic. There's so many smokes down. 4 smokes on the B-bomb side right now. I think there's more smoke than there is clear space. QB in from behind, though. They're not ready for this at all. Oh, he could get away with absolute murder. Might even have got a bit more if he went in for trigger discipline. Electronic will trade him, but Fnatic, they get the control that they were after. The space for the bomb plan. Very quickly brought back into the balance, however. Crim's giving his life away a little too quickly for my liking. Matty's close to this smoke. Afro spotting the head of one and a second. Loses his fight. It's all going to be down to Matty's, but definitely doable here. First one falls. Second quickly joins him. And a big clutch up in the 1v2.
Yeah, huge. Huge for Matty's. Really good to see. This is a guy who's continuously now stepping up for this Fnatic side. Multi-frags are a walk in the park for him. But a really nice pop out on towards that site. You already see Virtus Pro desperately trying to fight their way back in with this reinvestment. And it just doesn't find that form. Matty's, his ability to isolate the fight is beautiful. That one, sublime. Right side gen, even better. 6-3. A really, really good run of things so far. Jamie towards the orb. He might feel a bit of pressure here because the match in his face, but he can hit the shot. My God, that's quick.
Electronic gets the smoke down. Just try and work with this control, James. Oh, finds another criminal here on the orb. Why he is a master of it. They start to drop back, and Matty's gets in at the perfect time. Might be able to catch a window to find a frag. No, they do check it out. They're well versed with their timings here. They will track him down and in for the second as well. Electronic on the 5-7 comes alive to secure the round. QB's position revealed now. Bomb contained for VP. There's absolutely no chance, and Jay makes it so. 3-piece from the IGL.
Really nicely done, right? That was a round I was already worried about. I mean, there's a world in which that Mach 10 in towards short just kills Jay off the rip, and that's the round up on his head. But fair play to him. Really well done, the Orpa. Speak about Lee, my example, and he makes a real big difference here. They needed somebody as well to step off, and he does exactly that. So, great work. A great flick on that third. Up to 4 now. Starting to make this a workable CT side. Already a killer piece early into this round. Yeah, we are starting to make this a workable CT half on a Virtus Pro. I would like to see them push it up to at least 5. This might be the opportunity to do so as well. Crims is down. So of all the times, this one could be a good one. So come down towards short. I'll meet Matty's here as he starts to creep, flit. He was ready for it, but Matty's is just quicker.
Yeah, he's looking good, you know. He is looking good. A little quiet for us yesterday, I think, when we caught him. But here, looking pretty good. Slow move up from Fnatic once again. Body, though, is out on B quite quickly. Afro going to get his catch behind. So looking very, very good here for Fnatic. They have run-of-the-mill, lots of options. They're going to go B, not going to take any chances with the remaining 2 VP players. James has read this, but he just doesn't know how deep this lurking player is. Once that bomb goes down, you would imagine a save, and although we talk all about the VP saves and whatnot, here it makes a lot of sense. It's not against the grain.
Well, keep on to what they've got. Open AK might be tested at the end here, Body. Looked like he's on a little look in, but Jamie is dipping away, so looks like they're going to be given the luxury of a save here. Unless Body does decide to wrap back through. He might actually get a bit of a gap, in all fairness. Having a little look in. I don't think Body realizes how close he is to the action. James to his left, and Fame just round that corner. Fame doubles back and catches Body. Smoke will come down as well. They're still alive. No issues, no problems. It's Fnatic guaranteeing a lead at the turn of the half. Up to a 7th. It's not too shabby. Not too shabby at all. We're not going to complain about that. This is a Fnatic side who haven't quite been up to the level that maybe they kind of expect of themselves, but they are starting to slowly make a decent portfolio here at Pro League. That's a good one for them. 7-4, final round of the half. Full buys both ways, orbs both ways. With that save coming through from James and Fame at the end.
Body charging forwards, a little different here from Fnatic to play things aggressive, looking good for the 8th round as they take the first name. Norbert been having a rough game, but then he is playing probably the worst position in all of Counter-Strike. Electronic Off angle for him over on A, catching that lurk body. Keeps pushing forwards, but he has been left semi-alone. He's got a bit of util support, but ultimately, numbers-wise, they've given it up. Electronic. He knew this was going to happen. A lovely little spot from him. Nade going down. Does decent damage. Not an awful lot onto Afro, all things considered here. Still, every little helps. He's going to try and contact him with the AWP to get Fnatic. Whoa, back into the round. Misses the shots.
Drop his util over. Flip. All sticking around. Well, Jenny, this nade could do a chunk of damage, and it will. Decent. Tags all three. But they are at least given the space here. They'll know flits towards headshot. It's just about if anyone else is playing close, and I'll realize soon there is. Electronic avoids the flash. Electronic 1. Looking for the second. Tag going to come through, but not enough for the kill as Crims. He'll make it 2 beautifully. Flash comes over. Might try and jump up on towards headshot. But Crims will smoke himself, so he sets up a 2v2, which is absolutely doable. He's playing up close here. This is really working well. Crims is trying to buy some time, a little bit of an off angle they may not expect. Flit looking in, a re-smoke going to come through. He's playing around it. Fame will be tagged. Tap on towards the bomb. It's actually a hold. Misses the shot. Afro going to go again. Oh, and he flicks on towards the player. That will be the half. 7-5. A Ninja Defuse from Virtus Pro at the tail end gets them a 5th, but it was a rough half for Counter-Strike, all things considered. Can they turn around on their T side? We'll find out after the break.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back into the second half here. Fnatic are looking good, picking up pace towards the end there. Will be slowed down in that very final round, I suppose. VP Is it quite enough from them? I mean, scoreline-wise, yeah, 7-5. I am curious to see what this VPT side looks like, though. Obviously, a difficult map for this team. Pistol means everything, as they do at the moment. Very, very valuable indeed in CS2 with the less rounds, and they are rushing straight in. Not something you would expect from VP necessarily, but a quick response here from Fnatic. Beautiful little boost to find that first kill. The airstrike comes in. There's a return frag. We've got plenty of scrappage here.
So, Electronic, you've got a hell of a lot of space, which is great. Do you realize how close QB is? They're neck and neck, but a shadow betrays him. Opting to keep hold of the Glock for now for these close range encounters rather than the USPS. Molotov comes down towards construction, and that will give them a bomb plant. Electronic going to play up close. In and around this smoke, he can make it work. Time ticking now. Fnatic going to try and pull off a retake, but they don't have a kit.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy here. I feel like VP are in a really, really good position. Crims goes flying in with the knife. Oh my goodness, no way he's going to get away with that. Andy finds a kill. Might just have brought them back into the mix here. Absolutely insane move from Crims, and they are doing it, man. It's all down to Flick. Tap onto the bomb. Not a lot of time. If he can get that player off the bomb, then he's going to get the round. That's what he's looking for. Nobody. He runs out of ammo, and Flick gets them both. Despite the heroics of the flying Crims, Fnatic will still lose out.
Oh my god, what is that round? Oh, we've got to see it again. We have to see a replay of that. That was absolutely ridiculous. Oh my god, what a round of Counter-Strike for all the wrong reasons. Oh, beautiful. Thank you.
So smart, though, actually.
I know.
It's so
and it's actually
smart.
also so smooth as well. It's like as he lands his knife in the back, it's beautiful. Like, it's actually perfect. It's the only thing that makes that round rough is just the running out of ammo for body.
Yep.
Oh, damn. Damn, that is such a rough way to lose a round for Fnatic off the back of all the hero plays, and Crim's really giving them a chance. And now means they have no money here, so it should be another freebie of a round for VP, which also can be them tying this game back up.
Speedy stuff from VP to get control of A. Bomb going down. Fnatic. You can have a decision to make here. Some teams might throw themselves in, try and get a gun. Some teams might be extra vigilant in these types of situations and actually just save on a CT side because you deny kill bonus away. You don't know how many SMGs are in the mix.
Exactly
and even then, you don't want to give easy kills. So it looks like that is what they're doing here. Actually, no, they're going to go in late. They're going to go in late and try and get them saving, which on Vertigo specifically, I quite like the idea of, but then this is what happens. You've just given $1,800 to Flip essentially for free, but two of them do drop to the bomb. So it's swings and roundabouts, really.
Yeah, it's one of those things. I think generally speaking, if you're in that situation, I don't mind going for a little bit of a push at the end. But yeah, you do give over the ability to have an AWP if they want. Like I say, 1,800, you're giving so much money over towards Flip for kind of nothing. Yes, he goes down to the bomb, but in the end, it doesn't really make a difference. So it's one of those things where now it gives so much cash in reserves to the side. You can see, right, with full buys, Electronic, Jame, well over 2K. All in play here, though, for Afro. He's going to have to try and make this one work. There's not in response at the very least for Jame just yet. Nade back white, QB's in trouble. Bye-bye, down he goes. Easy little nade setup, super simple. And QB, such a common angle, such a common position, especially for him specifically. And he falls. Now, we actually saw a really interesting development when we caught Fnatic the other day. Them against, I think it was a Turn of Fire, where QB likes to back 90 a hell of a lot. So maybe that's him trying to, in his head, change it up a little bit. He played back 90 most rounds on CT and would always fight through the flames. This time, back white, it cost him his life.
VP not in firm control this round just yet. Flick goes digging in, and he's going to discover a bit more open than potentially he was expecting. I think he just heard the end of that reload of Matty's. She's got a good idea here. There's not going to be anybody around, and may well not be anyone at all in this final 30 seconds. Bomb plant to come through. Fnatic on the other side of the map with this one. A gamble of sorts. An incorrect gamble. That is the way it goes sometimes, so they will just save and have to concede the lead, importantly, over to VP.
Yeah, that's it. Virtus Pro starting to make a move on this T side, which is really good to see. This is a map in which has not been kind to them at all. Like I was mentioning earlier, their only win so far in the last few months is against Saw yesterday. Not yesterday, a few days ago. But it's not been a great map for them. Hell of a lot of losses under their belt. Fnatic hope they can punish by picking into this, but it also isn't a fantastic map for Fnatic. And we are starting to see bits of that now. A lead. Now to work with. Virtus Pro. Up to an 8th. They do save, so at least for Fnatic, they should be able to rebuy in. With 3 saved, you can reinvest. Question, of course, do they want to? I think they probably should here. They've got enough to drop at least the likes of, FAMAS if they want to do that, or pick up in towards MP9, something along those lines. Traditionally, with 3 staying alive, I'd normally say buy. I don't think there's any point having a double M4 AWP and not buying around it. So Kate's going to have a little conversation. And yeah, you can start to see drops coming through now. The M4s and all the likes. And a FAMAS for QB to round it all off. But he should get a full battle util. So it's okay. Kate's getting pretty vocal there. He does, when he gets on the mic, he's pretty emotive. It's always good to see for you, coach. He always, he cares. But a little bit more needed, right? Because at the moment, this Fnatic side are starting to look a little dicey.
Crims. Oh, still finds the kill. It looked like he was going to be off there, didn't it? Flash comes round, but the blind spray from Norbert is enough to finish off Crims. A nice trade out for VP. What now? VP, I think, playing a really unpredictable T side here. Very confident, but sometimes that confidence is misplaced. QB will shut things down over on B. Still a squad moving into A here. And they might just find success. Flip, clean frag, body down ramp. What is going on in this round, man? There are people everywhere. Norbert not expecting this push at all. He'll give it a bit of a look, but body gets the better of him. That's the bomb. They know where Flit is at, and he's got to do something. Through the smoke he will go. Oh, not ready for QB, though. Oh, my God. So many catch-offs here in this round.
A wild one. A one that didn't really make any sense at all. But all in all now, we are seeing a little bit of response. Even if it's chaotic, if Fnatic find rounds, I think they'll be happy with it. Just keeping themselves in this conversation, this back and forth affair, will allow them to start to build upon something. The only issue is, though, with how limited the air funds are, and he's going to, take a bit of a knock. You see an MP9 coming through for Crims. They don't have the easiest of economic situations being on that CT side. And again, Electronics into a Mach 10 himself, so I guess for the most part it is pretty fair. Orbs out both way. Electronic meets a grenade there as well as Matties makes a little look in towards short, but it is Virtus Pro for the opening doubles. Flit and Electronic combined.
Jame on the contact. Just holding for now. VP back to what they know. Taking time, calculating, not wanting to throw things away. They need to absolutely fry Fnatic here. Make sure there are no saves. Lovely wall of smokes out on towards that A-bomb site. Nate goes into one of them to allow Afro to see above, but he just can't spot anything really, and it's completely fair enough. Fame not planting fully in default. They have run-of-the-mill, of course. Why would he not take some space? It will be a save out from Fnatic. However, VP not losing anybody there on that attack, on that execute.
It's the important thing. You take a lot of damage, but yeah, like you said, right, everyone alive is basically all that matters. Crim's going to stick around a little bit. See if you can do anything. Got to re-smoke that on meet him at CT. Should basically confirm this one in place. Flick can have a little look in towards spawn at the tail end, see if he can find anything on the way out in terms of the hunt. But yeah, nothing offering up for him. Crims will escape with that MP9. Not the best thing in the world to save. The priority, of course, is the AK-47, is the AWP. For Fnatic, at least it's something to work with. Virtus Pro, this is a really strong position they find themselves in now. They're taking a lead. They're winning out this bout when it comes towards the finances too. Attack pause called. Cater and Body having a conversation. Really, really important time for them. How do they want to go about this? This should be a reinvestment. Matty's got enough for M4 armor. Body can pick up a buy as well with the likes of a FAMAS or maybe even one dropped over if he wants the util. So all in all, there should be enough to work with again to try and make something out of this. With 3 staying alive, you can reinvest. It's sort of the age-old rule with the CT sides, especially because of lost bonus as well, continuing to tick. But the only thing is, an MP9, is it worthwhile reinvesting around? And it looks like they're actually going to go with a no here. They want to reset the finances. They want to get back to having M4s across the board rather than taking these hits with the lesser firepower, and that'll be that. So, should be a good opportunity here for Virtus Pro. James spotted the shadow. He knows one's dropped. That's information gained. How do they want to play this? One pop flash to force out Afro might be the play, but they're going to try peek this. James hits a shot, a tag, and it's Fame who sees him off, but QB double down, and James lands it back.
Might have done enough. We'll see. It's a difficult read here for Fnatic. You know, the full committal from VP has been quite late on. Even after finding early kills, they have often slowed things down. Even here, kind of faking things out, drawing attention. Norbert going to be left alone over there. It looks like the bomb is indeed pulling out. Matty's P250 in hand. On the other side of things to gather information, but bomb sort of makes its way back around. Yeah, they're playing a guessing game here, VP. Oh, and it might not work out. Body goes digging in, catches Norbert. Still having a rough game down there on 7 kills. Trade comes back from Flitz. MP9 reveals itself. Matty's in behind is the big thing here, though, now. He will absolutely know whether they try and rotate back around. Flick calculating for that frag, not able to find it. And the slower they move, the better Matty's position becomes. The checks behind are half-arsed, really. It's all going to be down to the timing. An M4 retrieve for Matty's could be big here. He's being watched for, though. Flip may well have seen that M4 disappear. Crim's left alone on the MP9. Surely they can get the better of him. Plant going to come round. It's a fake out, but he still isolates a fight. Brings it down to the 1 versus 1. James round the corner. It comes close. The head was there for the taking. Crims can't find it, however.
Oh my god, that's way too close. Way too close for comfort. Good effort from Fnatic, it has to be said. They've actually really made a conversation out of that round, which felt like it probably wasn't going to be the case. But yeah, I do think just that flank getting caught is probably what cost them. I don't know whether he heard something or, like you said, saw that M4 being picked up, but he seemed aware. He seemed very aware. That's that kill being found. If Matty's had got a bit of a timing, maybe a tad quicker potentially as they were still moving up the stairs, something could have worked with it. But it was basically Nico to get a full buyout here. So for Fnatic, I don't think they're too miffed. It is Virtus Pro with a 2-round lead and 3 rounds away. I'm taking this map. They're going quick. They're going seriously quick towards B. They're flying in. Fame leading the charge. James caught a quick one out of nowhere. I don't know what information he spotted, but he's immediately said we've got to hit B.
Maybe working against his own tendencies. Slow, drawn-out B taking the previous. They might not expect them B again, but they go much, much faster. At least not B without presence. Fame a little distracted there. Oh my goodness, and the retake actually looking good. Crim's just brute force straight back in. Getting those elbows wide and taking down 2 with him. Bull in a China shop, as they say. James and Norbert left in the 2 versus 4. 2 of the quieter players here for VP. Going to give it their best go. Norbert. Oh, it's close, isn't it? However, he's taken a couple of names. If James can do the same, VP will steal this.
He's just a known quantity. Yeah, Deadman walking. Crim's biding his time, waiting for his opportunity. And I'll find the round. So Fnatic staying alive, staying competitive. bit by bit, moment by moment, we're seeing Fnatic find new ways to react. And I think in that one, you know, that quick play, I really don't know what James saw, but it felt like he saw something towards bottom ramp and he instantaneously calls, right, we've got to hit B here immediately. And it wasn't the worst call in the world, but they just look a little bit overwhelmed by the speed of it. The T side, that is. Their own speed kind of shocked them. Some couple of messy moments. Jay spots body on the jiggle peak, hits him on the second time of asking. Easy as the freebie of an opener, and body has to call from the grave.
Pretty nice opener for VP, actually. Difficult for Fnatic now. VP, one of the hardest teams to play against when they have that early advantage. They really can squeeze you dry. So many different approaches that they have in their back pocket. Electronic tries in for another. Flip thinking about it. James tagged down, but unafraid to take another fight. Double thus far. Electronic on the Mac 10. Spotting out another towards gap here. Surely Matty's not long for this world. Playing the anti-flash, but unfortunately, timing against him. Flit was ahead of the flash. Easy drop, easy win. VP back on the board.
Crimson QB, they've got to save it. I mean, maybe QB can look for an upgrade of a weapon, but bar that, there's no point. They just do not have the finances. It's a simple thing. It's all well and good on the CT side, you know, winning a couple of rounds, but actually the biggest thing that's letting Fnatic down right now is actually the lack of consistency. Because they are getting these rounds here and there, but without any in consecutive order, right? They're not building up any stability in their finances. They're not building up any sort of a kind of money in arrears situation. So they, you know, they win a round, but 2 or 3 people die, and before you know it, left really struggling in the finances. Jay, gonna try and reclaim the spaces. He knows Crims is round this corner, but Crims, all too smart, gets out of there, and that'll be that. An upgrade for Electronic. He'll get himself an AK-47 off his teammate's corpse, and that will be VP once again. Pulling a little further away, and it all basically starts from here. Jay, nice opener, gets a second. And we see this happen a couple of times, right? You know, when times get a little tough for Virtus Pro, it's James who leads by example, individually steps up for a couple of kills. He did it a few rounds ago. 9-11 now, with VP being 2 rounds ahead of Fnatic. 2 rounds away from taking away their map pick. What is meant to be a punish. Fnatic have only pistols around what they had saved.
Crims on the boost. Good find. Ooh, a little difficult for him to get away. P250 does find success. They are slowly overwhelming things, but VP keeping their cool. And they will actually drop back here, try and take the bomb out, or are they sticking around? You know, so hard even for us to really know what VP want to do, but just a small retreat to get a bit of a reset, not let the chaos take over.
Body. Waiting. Waiting. Tag coming through. It's a tough angle. He's tapping away for him, but he can't connect it. They don't have the util to clear him out, so they're actually going to drop a smoke in towards CT and hope they can force a fight. Oh, there is a fight. Brilliant. It all goes the way of Fnatic as Crims. Beautiful double from him. Ever reliable, ever present in the server. Fnatic do not yield just yet. They are still alive. They are still in this game. And bit by bit, they're making a conversation. That is a round converted off the back of a saved, well, 2 saved rifles, basically, and a few pistols. Beautiful, beautiful stuff from Crims.
Really well played. Yeah, and a big one. A big one. Definitely not going to be easy pickings here for both sides, really. VP, I think, maybe performing ever so slightly better than we were expecting, but Vertigo comes in a fair amount, and they're ready for Fnatic, a bit more in tune. James doing most of the talking here. Dastan behind, not really all that vocal in this timeout, just letting James do his thing, talking big, and hopefully nicking one away for VP on the half bite.
1 round in it. 1 round, but a round which is a very feasible one to win. if you are Fnatic, considering just the one rifle to work for the T side. Matty to spot one, coming this over towards short. Yeah, Flit's dead man walking. Known quantity, and down he falls. James leading the charge through mid. We'll actually get a decent amount of room here, but Body starting to double back. Elbow spotted. Waiting for the swing as well. Body is dancing with the devil a little bit.
Oh my god. That's kind of messy, but they will hold the line, back each other up. Nothing found yet for VP. A bit more of a free day it looked like there as they get quite aggressive. James on this AK then. What is he going to do? I mean, we might be in for a long-winded save, to be honest. Take that AK into the next. You've got Fame, who's going to be on a bit of a lower buy here, so I don't know that you want two players on a weaker weapon. It's difficult. It is very difficult, but ultimately, Fnatic will take number 11 here, taking us all the way down to the wire. Max round's going to be required. It's just a question of whether we need a few more.
James, just pumping the brakes here at the tail end. I mean, I think if you're Fame, you probably want to go and die. You want the loss bonus, but I guess bar that, it is about trying maybe to see what you can do this next round. At the very least, if James stays alive, it's fine. Fame has got to go and die, and he will. So there we go. At least he'll have some loss bonus in towards the next round to work with. James, on the other hand, finds his kill on towards Body. He might continue to be hunted here. Scrims around this corner. Afro as well. Don't die off the time. It's getting perilous now. He's making a move. Oh my god. He's, I think, a known quantity. Pop shots coming through. Crims trying to make a move, and he can't finish off the kill. Oh my god. That was close. A sigh of relief for Jay, but we are getting all the rounds here in regulation to decide who is going to win, and potentially and some as well. This feels like one of those maps that might have overtime written all over it, because these two sides are not giving up an inch. This back and forth affair, like I spoke of, continues to deliver. My god, what a game of Counter-Strike we're being gifted here. And this is only map number 1. Ladies and gents, we got 2 best of 3s today.
I know. It is absolutely banging. I mean, all the stakes, it feels like, you know, so that is certainly one of the big things here, and VP, they would really want to make a deeper run than this in the group stage. Electronic, new addition, betting him in, sure, but we have said kind of a one-for-one upgrade. But VP, a bit more of a system team, you know, it can be difficult betting in new players with new ideas, and I'm sure Electronic at the moment is kind of respectful. That comes with the territory. You join James' team, I think you're not going to be able to join in and just sort of immediately take over or immediately be like, actually, this is what I like doing. You have to work with him for the time being, and on the post, give some of your ideas. Electronic, though, they're trying to make use of him here. Not able to find anything, few too many smokes to work through.
Electronic and Flip making a move together. Both had an okay game, especially Flip, to be perfectly honest. He's been the main man, the talisman of the frags, but Electronic's not a terrible game. 14 and 16 by his hand isn't the worst in the world. Especially, like you said, for the system. Matty's position is so strong. This late in a round, oh my god, they are never going to expect this. Matty's, James seems to be aware of basically the possibilities, but James going to fall. Matty's going to get 2. Oh my god, surely not. He will be dropped. There's no time. There's no time for the bomb plot. Fnatic are going to get a 12. Fame can't do anything but tuck his tail between his legs and run. And Fnatic have stolen away around by a Matty's masterclass from Sandbags. Oh, Virtus Pro are reeling. They are kicking themselves. They left it way too late, and they just did not have the time or the resources to clear out this position. So well done. So well done.
Yeah, crazy stuff from Fnatic. Really well played here at the tail end. Definitely saving some of their better setups for when they absolutely need them. VP on, oh man, a really bad buy here. Fame going to get boosted up. They have thought about this. He's still going, though. Molly comes over. Was there a step? There definitely is now as the flash comes in. He's got to find both. He resets his aim. Doesn't just commit down to the spray. Beautifully done. There's a trade back. But maybe, just maybe, VP have opened up the round and given themselves a chance here. Fame just playing chill around double Afro. In with the AWP. Quiet game from him. Now would be a great moment. He's not going to take the fights, just get to smoke down on the other side of Gen. There's a player pushing him, though, and he will go down to it. Body can't trade, and overtime is just over the line. Matties with 4 to find. Surely not going to be able to do this. Bomb has yet to go down, but they should easily clean up house. Matty's in and around the smokes. Ready and waiting for a fight, but I don't think it's ever going to come. Molotov, he's ahead of that at the very least, but yeah, not looking good. Reveals himself now. Nate going to go down for that frag. Not going to get it, as it will indeed end the round and go to overtime. We've got a bit more to come here on Vertigo.
Credit to Fame. Single-handedly, as it feels, kind of giving them the opportunity, a lifeline in that round. And then Norbert running with a Tech 9. It's such a ballsy swing when you go towards Gen. It's a coin flip, right? Absolute 50-50. Is he looking left, looking right? And he picks the right side. And there we go. As you see, tunnel visioned in. The second, however, was completely unexpected, but by that point, done and dusted. But Fame, what a round. He's actually been a little bit quiet by his standards, but man, picked the moment, didn't he? 3 kills to his name in that one. Wants to go again. Fame is relentless. Look at this. The confidence flowing through his veins. So maybe a little bit of overconfidence, though. Not exactly like Fnatic are just going to roll over here. Molotov tickling body, and he takes a bit of damage. Jane takes more, and Fame is dropped already. Like I said, a bit of overconfidence costs him.
Nice nade onto Flit. Bolstering this advantage that VP are struggling to contend against. Trying for some mid control, not really an area that we've seen VP go for very often in regulation. They'll get the control of it. It's just a question of what they're going to do with it. Oh, Crims takes him a little second there. Trained in on the middle of his screen, but he will find the flick all the same. Jane got to be careful. Low HP, a dangerous spam if he got followed. 45 seconds here. VP down by 2. And Crims keeping this aggressive spot right now. 25 kills. Oh, not the 26th. Oh, and a quick trade there, you know. I thought maybe QB would mow them down. Not going to be the case. Electronic and Jame to do it all.
Well, Matties trying to step up for a double here. Gets the first barrel spotted, so he's known quantities where the second is. Oh my god, he's done it, Jame. Looking for the second. Tap on towards the bomb, but the flank comes through. Had to get that kill on towards Matties a little bit quicker if he wanted a chance there. The flank feels like an inevitability. But it's too little too late. Fnatic draw first blood here in overtime. And my god, what a game to start your mornings off, ladies and gents, here on the B Stream. Into overtime, map number 1. Who would have thunk it? Who would have thought? Yeah, what a game. This is a beautiful display. Of course, over on the A Stream, Arkans G2 is also in overtime, in all fairness. So, both ways, you're getting a banger. And it's also on Vertigo too. So maybe Vertigo, you know, there's all these calls for it. But again, it's still now confidently being the most played. And arguably some of the best maps as well. Overtime again for us here on this map. So, it's providing the entertainment. I mean, you saw as well that G2 game yesterday, more entertainment there. We had some good ones. Vertigo especially has been good for us.
Yeah, maybe Valve are on something, man. I don't know. Sometimes it can be good to watch, and we get some nice rounds. And you know, the B bomb site especially is really explosive at times. Electronic, thank you very much for finding that entry there and proving my point. I think to play Vertigo is the difficult one, right? That's where a lot of players do not get on with it. Matty's going to find the trade onto Flit. Definitely should have had that one Flit, by the way. Oh, the flash. Perfect. How? Oh, my God. Body doesn't see him, and Fame gets away with a free frag that he never should have had. That is insane. Oh, my days. 3 remain now. Only 2 before I even finish getting the words out. Fnatic set to lose here, but we'll see. VP could still drop this one if they're not careful. Afro trying to get the trade out on the B-bomb site. Little late for it. Fame round the corner will indeed go down. And that reveals the position of Afro, right? It means that the CTs are very late getting together here.
So, any more on the tail end? Going to go while Crims looks in, and that'll cost him. And I think Afro probably doesn't want to overplay here. Yes, you have good money in overtime, but it's not exactly unlimited money. And I'm surprised Afro even goes into that. One of those where it felt like an unwinnable clutch in that 1v3. All in all, beautifully done there. Virtus Pro answering back, and great couple of opening kills that give them so much space to work with. There's pressure towards both sides too. Give them all the space. Nice work. Really nice work. Virtus Pro, 13-0, answering back, not giving Fnatic an inch. And this goes back to what we were saying. This back and forth, this push and pull. Oh my god, QB, this is so aggro. But there's no one there. The one time that VP aren't testing stairs early, QB jumps in and there's no one there to meet him, so no one to fight.
Quiet in the mid-round here. Looking for a B hit once again. However, Fnatic are going to clear out mid. Good information for them. Could send a quick flank going in. QB's got to find the timing on the smoke. And he will. Need to back it up. Doesn't find anyone. Meanwhile, VP, after feigning bits of B presence, are pulling away to give a look, while still keeping some players in a B. You know, it is one of these classic VP rounds. It's difficult to work around, difficult to guess even from our position. Body boosted up will find success. Bit of a run boost. Not sure that that was fully intentional, but it works nonetheless. Man advantage Fnatic. And because of the mid push, you can kind of go both ways, right? They're still able to get in behind. Afro over here at Gen, looking good. Spots out the second, can't find him, but it's Crims from behind that cuts off any kind of rotation. The bomb dropped. Electronic does find a head, but they've got to get back and get this bomb super, super fast. Not really enough time, one would assume, and indeed that is the case. Fnatic take the advantage, take the lead, moving into that second half of overtime.
This is really good. Really good. Little pat on the head there for Afro. And, well, deservedly so as well. Nice, really important couple of kills for him. Not only as well the kills he finds, but in that kind of round specifically, he just buys some time. He knows he has to try and slow VP down, and he does. Crims a super important little flank coming through from him. This lower, kind of towards elevator position, which nets two massive kills in two different positions. Crims ever present. This is a guy who's still on fire. 27-17. What a guy, man. What a guy. He's just relentless. Body. That's that nade. Right up in the smoke. Takes a couple of pop shots. He's getting pretty damn close here to the flashes of Bew. Matties or trade. 4-1 isn't terrible, though. Good information gain that Fnatic aren't really present towards lower ramp, bar one.
Big kill from Afro, meanwhile, on the other side of the equation. Flitz will find the gap. Will find... Ooh, the even up.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, corner of the head. That's a dangerous peek from Norbert. Gets the smoke down. Going to go in nice and wide now and try and regain some space. Confident. He really did not have a good time on the B-bomb site during regulation. Maybe things will change for him a bit here in overtime. A fresh perspective. Flit keeping deep control of the A ramp here, by the way. That's really going to throw a spanner in the works for Fnatic. Time dwindling.
It is. Trying to make a move. Oh my god, Norbert, that is insane. Wow. Okay. One of the decisions of all time. I don't know what the com was there to go flying down, but I think he thinks they're going towards A, or at least some miscommunication that they are, and it's wrong. And now Jame under a lot of pressure has to hit a couple of shots, not just one. There's the first. Looking for a second. Oh, and of course, ever present. Inevitable Jame picks his moment and delivers. 1v2 now to close it. and tie this game right back up. Afro tap on towards the bomb, but he doesn't really have time to mess around with it. He has to try and stick it, and will this time. Molotov coming down to tickling the toes, and he's seen off. Really beautiful stuff there. Really nice work. Jame and Flick combined with 2 kills apiece, and this game tied right back up, but that's all down to Jame. Really nice work from him.
Yeah, beautiful finds. I don't know, man. The Norbert madness maybe just confuses them enough. They don't check their angles cleanly moving into B, I have to say. I think it was just kind of a timing thing. I think he was trying to get in behind, like you say, and
yeah, I'm pretty sure
they're expecting them potentially moving towards B.
Yeah, I think the Molly.
They didn't think they were in that deep.
That's what I think it comes down to. I think Flit ticked him in the Molotov, and then he gives up A control. So I like ramp control. So I think that they think they're doubling back. That's the only reason that would make sense to me. Like jumping down at that stage in the round is like wild.
Yeah, he looked a bit frustrated on the other side. I'm not sure. Maybe he didn't mean to. Maybe he was looking for like a position on Hazard or something, and obviously it requires a bit of movement, and he just gets surprised by seeing them. I don't know, man. It's all good. They won the round, so doesn't matter, right? That's what they say. Afro on the entry here with the AWP. Been playing a bit more confident. Oh, into the overtime. Jame going to take down his teammate, however. And a bit of 4x3 there for Afro, I feel. He couldn't see him, couldn't find that flick.
Flash overs, Jame trying to reposition. Got the right idea. Afro playing on top of the smoke. I actually love this because he might get a chance. Barrel now spotted. Jame, I don't think he realizes how dicey his spot is, but the jump spot is a beaut. So smart, man. This late into a game and finding new ways to just find an edge. 40 seconds to work with. Fanatic, we do not have a lot of time here. This push from Electronic could have been everything, but it's Jame, in fact, who's going to be the one to go for it. And Matties gets caught. Flash coming over. Flip was boosted. They're going to be pressured now. Flip finding one. QB finding 2, but it's not enough. Afro left all alone in a 1v3 with 20 seconds and running low on ammo. No chance in hell. Electronic will see him off. And it's map point versus pro. They have been made to work for this. But they might just be about to get it.
Yeah, absolutely, man. It's been a really, really good game from both teams. VP on the precipice, but a second overtime definitely possible. We shall see. The time being taken in between rounds, it feels like, and some chit-chat. A little more vocal out from Fame there, I believe. So yeah, looking good, and a few more voices in the mix.
Afro had the right idea there. I don't know if he spotted them through the pixel and top, but doesn't take a shot. Doesn't want to give away his position to the AWPs in this area, but bit of util. For now, it's the classic mind games that start things off. Fame playing a very aggro angle on top.
Oh, Crims, a super cheeky move here. He doesn't get away with it. Fame just mechanically able to shut him down. Definitely a positional move, a smart move from Crims. But he is not fast enough for that frag. Given the onus, given the ability to go aggressive. 27 kills, rightfully so. Fnatic looking for something a bit desperate in the early round. It does not work for them. Electronic gets the nade down. Good response. Finds the kill as well, despite his 6 HP. He will be traded. Meanwhile, Body looking for something on B, but there's a player that is ready for him. Norbert strikes true to maybe hammer this one in. QB and Afro, the only ones remaining here, give their position away quite readily. Going to try for a bomb plant, and I think VP will be happy to give it to them. Doesn't matter too much so long as they win the round. Nade comes in. Nobody peeking, though. VP playing safe. There's that bomb plant. Now comes the burst, and they will eliminate before the bomb even goes down. 16-14, an overtime victory for VP. It ain't easy, and it never is with this team, but they will take it over the line at the very, very tail end of that extra roundage. We will catch you after the break for more of this banging matchup.
some point in every gamer's life, there's a question to be asked. Do your clothes match your hobby? In any...
Let's go! Сука, дави!
Smokes. You see double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait, what was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple. It's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally.
With Face It Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any...
Yes, I agree.
Doing 200
or 200.
200. The price of Tech 9 is 500 and the price of Duel is
300.
$900. 5,001.
5,000.
Let's go! Нет, сука, дави! Хорош, бля!
We need to chance. Hit each other with knife or arrow?
I don't think you need to kill people with knife. Yes, you can get weapons from...
From what?
From like walls or like...
From nowhere, bro.
Let's go!
We need to
chance.
hit each other with knife or arrow?
I don't think you need to kill people with knife. Yes, you can get weapons from...
From what?
From like walls or like...
From nowhere, bro.
Skeleton, man. What?
Oh, I'm bouncing back. Boys, still in, boys?
What are you doing?
I'm baiting. Defend guns in a dormitory.
They're spawning on the same spot.
Yeah.
Oh, really? Oh, really?
No
Troll
chance.
so hard. See, no death to arrow for you, it's GG. I was spawning at the same time.
Yeah, you need
find
to...
the gun. Oh, no!
Oh! Dance for me, dance.
Oh.
There's no way you're not gonna die.
I thought there is no fun mission.
You want to come back, my tooth?
Everything.
Okay.
Dance. Get out!
Okay, that was easy.
Trick spawns.
Spawn, I respawn differently.
Yeah, that's been different. Motherfucker! Hey! Oh, he's insane! Let's go. Squad up.
No!
Get away, man.
Hey!
Hey!
Yahoo! Right, behind you. Oh, okay.
Oh, this is the shit. No! All I got was a flash.
Fuck.
Ooh! Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
No!
Yes! He's taking his time.
No!
No chance. Oh no! Stop! No! He was under me.
I'm gonna cook. Matush, need to fight. Need to get out.
Oh, on your stream.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back in. We are rolling into our second map here, VP Fnatic. Starting off with a banger, to be honest with you. Vertigo comes up. Everybody's like, oh my god, why didn't they remove Vertigo? Oh, it doesn't make any sense. And then we get maps like that, you know? So sometimes it really does give us some fantastic Counter-Strike. Incredibly explosive, very unpredictable. VP actually, for me, playing a really nice T-side. Very back and forth, very heavy guesswork for Fnatic, and really stretching your individual ability, your mechanics on that CT side. And they did keep up. They came back into it, took it to overtime, but VP, I think, had worn them down enough to just scrape the victory.
I like you're talking about. I think on that T side for Virtus Pro, because it was back and forth, it actually put a lot of pressure on the shoulders of Fnatic. They just couldn't keep up financially. You know, we saw them time and time again, either taking ecos around the likes of Save Dorps M4s or trying to force around them, which wasn't always the easiest for MP9s. And it happened so often where it just gave Virtus Pro chances. It does make you think that in a world, in a different world where there's a different situation on the econ and the financial CT side, that actually might have been Fnatic's game. But all in all, Virtus Pro took the chances and they took them well. And I think for me, that's a really important thing. We saw a few individuals really step up to the plate and, you know, hit a couple of home runs. And that's what you want, right? Virtus Pro coming alive, even as well, someone who wasn't completely by his standards, top dog, but Electronic looked okay, man. I think he really was top in terms of what his impact was needed to be. But it's these two for us that were the most important. Crims was incredible over towards Fnatic. 27 kills, 20 deaths, you know, 1.35 rating, 96 ADRs, a lot to love. This guy really did step up in a big way. And over on the other side, the rifler who kept him at bay as much as he could was Flit. So damn important. 23 kills, 19 deaths, 82 ADR and 1.14. Not too shabby at all. And the question is, of course, throughout this series now, we're going to keep looking back and forth at these two because they're so important to their team.
Yeah, it's tough out there for Fnatic, you know. I think numbers-wise, there were certainly a few issues. Matties, we want a little bit more from him. Afro, we definitely want more out of him. 11 and 19, you know, it's tough to point a finger, but he really did not play well as the AWPer. You know, James getting the better of him quite heavily, also towards the top end of that scoreboard. Norbert, you can maybe expect on the VP side, supportive element, Bianca, all that sort of good stuff, and they really were leaving him out to dry in some of those CT rounds. But on the Fnatic side of things, the AWPing presence very much lacking throughout the game. So that's a pretty big deal. Maybe it flips now into Anubis, but I don't know, man. There's a few issues with Fnatic still coming together. Still, some of these players getting used to playing in this kind of environment. VP, meanwhile, very, very ready on that. But yeah, some great individual performances, but also a few names that need to pick things up if our Fnatic, in particular, going to stay in the running here.
Yeah, and you know, you spoke about Matties. I think you're spot on. He's probably so important for this Fnatic side. He is basically meant to be the main point of firepower, and he wasn't really there. But I think the one thing that actually worries me the most, and it's not even just been today, it's actually been this whole tournament, is actually Afro. I really have not seen enough out of Afro. He's not looked himself. He's not been putting up the numbers at all. I mean, that map specifically, right, you know, deep in towards overtime, 11 kills. It's not good enough for an AWP. There's no two ways about it. And that has actually, you know, unfortunately been a bit of a common story. He really hasn't looked all that great for a while now. Since coming in towards the Fnatic side, it just feels like he's not quite in the groove of things. You know, so far this entire tournament, he's averaging, you know, below a 1 rating, negative KDR and all the rest, right? This is a guy who, for me, I think we do look at to get more out. And individually, he's actually really talented. He's someone who, you know, mechanically you can see he's there. But I don't know whether it's a thing of, you know, obviously mechanically he's there, but he's not getting himself in the right positions. I'm not too sure, but at the moment, it's not been great. The only caveat I'll give is that generally speaking, most pros say that Vertigo is one of the hardest maps to AWP on. So I can give him a little bit of leniency there, but you know, coming in towards map number 2 here, we're expecting a considerably better sort of showing. Anubis, very much one of those maps that can allow AWPers to absolutely pop off. And the question, of course, being, can we see anything out of Fnatic? We said as well that Vertigo felt like a must-win for this side in the series, and they didn't. So it does worry us a little bit because this is a relatively punishing map over towards Fnatic.
Yeah, it's not completely off. They have played it a little more recently, I think. So that is something to consider here. 3D Max picked it against them. Didn't go so well over there. So that might also be part of the logic here for the VP pick. It's a map that VP are trying to work into their pool, but also one that, yeah, indeed, as you mentioned, Fnatic not doing too great on. But predictable into this series is maybe the caveat that I will give them. So they may well have been able to put some hours in between games on the off days, all that sort of stuff, and get prepared for Anubis. But you can see VP, they've got reams and reams of sheets for this one. Not looking to waste any time, not looking to drop this one at all. Electronic in next to Jame as well here, so maybe these two boyos will get a bit vocal. The Anubis from Cloud9, not awful towards the end, so we'll see here. I feel on the VP side, they might be able to make mincemeat out of Fnatic.
Yeah, I think you might be right. I mean, this is a really good thing. Over on the A stream as well, Falcons have beaten G2 Marseille also in an overtime on Vertigo. So it's teeing up over there as well. There's a real world, There could be something developing. That's an elimination game too, just like ours. And of course, Fnatic now find themselves one map away from being eliminated here in this tournament, which would be wild, right? I think Fnatic, I don't think they're quite, you know, immediate eliminations sort of territory. We have already said goodbye to a couple of teams, actually both the Brazilian teams of Imperial and Sharks, who didn't really show up to play. It has to be said. But there will be a couple more joining them. And I think, of course, for the likes of Fnatic, they don't want to be in that core. For me at the moment as well, especially, we do need to see, just outside of Pro League, just in general, I was talking about earlier, we need to see this Fnatic side just play more. I feel like they just haven't got enough reps under their belt. You can see a couple of things where, you know, if this side have been playing a few more, there's slightly more kind of premier online tournaments, they might be able to have those sort of defaults in play where they feel comfortable. You know, I'll give them their credit as much as they're fun to hate on. OG, I think they're a really good example. This is a side who played a lot of online tournaments whenever they could, right? We're talking kind of things like the Sky Esports stuff and like Thunderpick and things like that, right? Tournaments where Fnatic's name value alone would get invites to those, and we want to see them just playing as much as they can. And they were in the quals for both of those, but I don't think made it through, if I'm right in saying, for the Sky Sports. I can't remember off the top of my head. But yeah, I just want to see them play a little bit more. I think that's the biggest thing for me for now. And it's good. Getting reps in the About Pro League is always well and good, but I don't know how much, you know, longevity this Fnatic side have left in them.
It's true. It is true. I mean, you know, there's some good pieces here. I'm liking Body, you know. I am liking QB. He seems to be fitting in well. The AWPing department is something that is lacking. I don't want to say heavily, but it's getting to that point maybe against higher tier competition, for sure. We are into Anubis, though. And getting kicked off quite quickly. VP, what is going on here? The 4-man mid-stack is a bit mad, but nobody around from Fnatic. They were expecting some fights. They don't get any.
Oh, yeah, let's see. I mean, that would be one of those things where maybe it's a plan that they've seen in the demos. I don't know. Either way, they've kind of pulled off it now for the most part. Norbert making a move here. He just misses the timing. It's the only thing. But they have made a little bit of noise towards water. The only thing is there's nobody even close towards A to hear it. So they've gone for a complete stack towards B. I don't know what they've read or what they've seen in the demos, but look who's here. Body. At least going 1-for-1 is not terrible there.
Definitely makes the whole thing workable. We'll see, though. Going to be a bit of a rough look. Bomb goes down. It's all on this flank. Norbert leading it. And they are getting in a little deep before being fully noticed. They're just sort of charging straight forwards. QB on his Glock. Oh, we'll find a clean one. Flit might just have got them into this. Crims, meanwhile, inside the smoke. It's a smart read. They'll start to move on the other side of it. He's going to have to go nuclear from here, and they're a little aware, maybe inside the smoke. Electronic, meanwhile, he's got this kit on the bomb. They've got to deal with him, and Crims striking, trying, but can't find it. Flit will take down 4 in total. Hell of a round to come round.
Yeah, not bad. Not bad at all. Big defuse coming in. You know, a weird gamble, let's say. I mean, again, I'm going to come back and just probably say they've maybe seen something in the demos, but in the end, the retake working is all that matters. So we're not too miffed at all, really. Questions, though, answering up on the other side. What can we get, though, from Fnatic in terms of response? A bomb plant will mean that buy, will mean a chance for them to work with something here. So, better than nothing. I do want to get the understanding of maybe what Fnatic are looking like on this one. They're going to go quick here. Shadow might be spotted in a second. Fame going to fall, though, but they don't expect a second. But James can only get one.
Electronic. Spots a leg. Gets caught by Mattis, however. Flit, his position's going to be massive here. Doesn't quite know where to look. Just crept into the hiding spot before Afro moved around, as Afro is somewhat weary. This bomb getting dropped could be massive. Body patience pays off for him. It's just Flit. He's got 4 in total. I mean, they're going to start to clear some angles out, and yeah, I think they are very, very worried about the positioning of Flit here. If they can just join up with Afro, then surely they can take this solo player. Afro just has to be patient. Try and wait for his teammates. They'll clear out A, in fact, and that's where he's going to head with the bomb. Still, Flit's position is good. For me, should be able to get in behind and maybe drop one on a surprise attack. Afro watching for him. Yeah, still not quite ready for the fight. Does the damage. Should be able to see this one off here. They will indeed, and a big steal there from Fnatic.
Yeah, not bad. Not bad. You're going to take... If it's a slightly... Just making sure things are a little bit better in their favor. And you know, with Virtus Pro, early doors, not too much to worry about. Don't let Fnatic build up any consistency. Unfortunately, they can't really buy here. That's the only issue.
Oh, Norbert. Little tags coming in. No frag for him, though, unfortunately. Has to be forced off of the angle. 5-7 for Electronic, pretty close to the action. Well, he doesn't do much for him. They've got to be careful with the B hit here. A lot of bodies. Electronic will be the first one to fall, however. Execute coming over the top. Norbert gets cheeky with it. Not able to find anything. Still 2 left to deal with here. On the Fnatic side, they're doing a good job of it. James, good for 1, but that's all they're going to get here. And Fnatic will see them off quite cleanly, in fact.
Yeah, make sure the pistols don't get active, don't give them the chance, but also one of those rounds that we're not going to read, you know, too heavily into. I do want to see, however, what this gun run looks like in Virtus Pro. How are they going to find themselves, you know, in a confident position once again? What are they going to try and utilize in their favor? We need to see them maybe get a little proactive, which isn't exactly the Virtus Pro style of play, but you can't really allow Fnatic to dictate the tempo entirely. A side who, I mean, they can get going quite heavily when they start to spiral. Yeah. What have we got? We're going to see already mid control taken here by Fnatic. They get so much of this control basically for free.
Hade's raining in, Body and Crim just going to entry things out. They've got to be careful here as they are after them. Down goes one, but again, that's all going to be able to find. I think VP will be a bit happy with a slight bit of damage. Norbert gets on the board into a buy round here, though, and this is where things get a bit curious. What have VP got planned for us? Their pick. Have they seen something in the Fnatic game recently as well, you know, against 3D Max that they may well be able to punish here?
A decent little run out, it has to be said, though. Out the gates. Good work. Decent control being set up by Fnatic. A 3-1 scoreline, that, of course, has to be taken into consideration that this is one of probably the only maps considered T-sided, and that's kind of how things are feeling at the moment. Again, so far, very little to complain about. It's been a good little run. A little bit more needs to be seen in my eyes, where I'm comfortable, but I'm liking what I see from Fnatic. That's pro. Open play for them is good. Questions though about what James can do with it. Has to really get into the thick of it. He doesn't have one on the other side for the C side to work with just yet.
Slow roll here as VP need to just keep Fnatic guessing. Plenty of utility out for the T side. I don't think they're really going to follow up on what they're throwing onto A here. Try and draw some attention. VP not biting, however. Norbert will find success in towards Dark. That second player not really revealing himself. A simple A main smoke just completely flattens that A site take. There's a bit of a push for Body. So he looks to roll through middle and maybe try and catch a player in rotation. QB spots a sticking out Flit. However, Electronic with an off angle here finds success for two, sets up a third. That might just do it. Body is in behind, but he's only got 10 seconds to find these kills and recover the bomb. Absolutely no chance. Trying to take a few more names around the corner, but nobody giving him the fights, and VP on the board with the rifle.
Yeah, and that's what good stuff coming through. Virtus Pro. Oh, they had the chance of the exit frag there as well, but it doesn't happen. Either way. Not the worst little spot to be in, though. What he said as well. Virtus Pro. I like that kind of fighting fire with fire type style. They're getting into towards the fights to put the pressure on towards Fnatic. Body stays alive and they reinvest in, no issues. Afro back in towards the AWP. Had a bit of a better start here as well, Afro. We did call upon him. Only 11 kills in that first map, including an overtime, is kind of not good enough by our standards. God, Crim's lucky man to get out of there, but he goes back in for the fight, and he will get it before he's traded. That's actually not bad.
Yeah, really solid from him, to be fair. Keeping Fnatic maybe a little bit alive, but Flit with an easy find in at Dark, completely untraded. Free frag for VP. Fame has managed to push out through A. I'm not sure if he has been heard here. Body, of course, is down below. Yeah, the AWP trained and ready. Afro not going to miss those. Body, meanwhile, is quickly onto the A site itself. So VP all of a sudden have left a huge gap here. Will they be aware of this? Not so sure. James a little late to get the gun up, but he still finds the fight and regains the man advantage.
Popping the way through. Molotov will meet them, though. At the entrance. Back donut. So low. The real issue. Mr. Molotov going his way. He's still alive here, and he's still not really being tested. Caught by a flash, but it looks like they're ever so slightly overlooking this. QB, oh my god, he's taking the plant. They haven't even cleared this. He's going to deny. No, he doesn't. The bomb does go down. I mean, it doesn't make a difference in the end of things, but yeah, not even clearing James. They shouldn't expect him that late into the round back a sight like that. The defuse comes through. Virtus Pro going to tie this game right back up. And already now, we're starting to see the mind games be played. Ball's going to be called. Kate are going to get on towards the mic to try and speak to the Fnatic boys, but Virtus Pro, really decent couple of rounds being put on the board in these gun rounds especially, and that's all that matters, you know. Finding success in the gun rounds is really the proof in the pudding. That's the confidence you want.
Keita are always vocal in these timeouts, man. Leading the troops and, you know, just making sure. Ultimately, I think that the mental is ever present. A tough one on map 1 for Fnatic for sure. But they always look in good spirits. They're always able to find the resets and not just completely checking out. It'll be good to see if Afro can keep up this performance as well. Looking good thus far.
So, Ace coming deep, but Fnatic aren't really sticking around for the fights. They don't really want to overplay early doors here. Very important round, though, has to be said, for Fnatic. They're being kind of propped up a little bit by the fact of kind of bomb plants and loss bonus, but it's not sustainable. The flash misses completely. It actually catches the lip of the stair. And it blinds up the T side more than it blinds up VP. And these are these small mistakes we speak about when we just talk that teams maybe don't have enough of these officials under the belt. That's a rough one to make more, but on in Mouse 1, there's a bit of damage to the team, but a lot of damage towards Fnatic.
Grims, 13 HP. Matty's 16. Made a few inches closer. Would have finished them off there. They're so ready here, VP. Another nade. Oh my god. How are they not down yet? The flash will surely do it. Electronic rolling in, gets team killed, but it's all good. 4v2 should be workable. 35 seconds to get this bomb in and down on the Fnatic side, and of course they've got to recover it, in fact. That's the tough part. Oh, nice find from QB. Onto one of the healthier players, to be fair. Afro moving in. Clean headshot here. Fame trying to find the trade. It's so difficult in at dark, but he makes it work. On those stairs, QB alone, finished by the AWP. They will indeed get it done, but a little costly in the end.
Yeah, just a little bit. But all in all, seeing it over the line is all that really matters for us. I mean, this very kind of, again, scrappy affair. Always shows as well, just that one little bit of kind of missed utility, how it really changed that round. That flash catching the stair ledge there doesn't give the space for Fnatic to work with and potentially even costing the round. They could have actually really caught VP off guard with the tempo, but not able to do so. This time out will just be a lower buy for them. So their spawners are sort of fumbling around with what they're going to pick up. It's going to be a Tech 9 buy. Bit of util. They're not completely giving up on this round, but not that full investment. Good little showing though thus far. Flip having a pretty good game. Individually for him, 7 and 5, not terrible. Guy we highlighted as well, coming in towards this map, he has been really, really solid so far this series, but also just for Virtus Pro in general. One of the most important factors on this team, without a shadow of a doubt.
Well-timed nade. Leaves Matty's low. Certainly could have done a bit more, but with James finding that kill, it looks set in round number 8. They tried to work their way in towards the CT area. Not going to find success over there. Electronic holding. Oh, goodness. It's a bit messy here. They're just trying to get out. A bit trapped on top of each other, ultimately. Electronic will go down, but not the end of the world. 5 rounds out from the CT side already. VP looking pretty convincing for my money now.
Yeah, I got to say, this is actually a very simple few rounds they've been putting up. They really aren't being tested all that much, and it is actually one of those slightly more concerning factors where we do see basically how good Virtus.pro can be when they start going. And, you know, coming back to what I was saying earlier, it's one of those things where the most damning factor about this is like, yes, Fnatic found a bit of form, and you know, this still feels like a close game on paper, but, you know, the 3 rounds that Fnatic found were inside of the first 4 played, right? You know, VP won the pistol, and then Fnatic won the Force, and a couple after that. But the gun rounds have only been one-way traffic. This VP now, 4th round in a row, 3 of which are on gun rounds, 1 of which against a Tech9 Eco buy. I mean, it's already showing. This is a VP side who are really solidly controlling this game, and I'm getting a little concerned on a Fnatic. Spacing seems just a tad off, not quite playing that level of Anubis that you want to see at this sort of place. Molotov comes down to meet them. Damage dealt towards Flit, and I'll force him to play a little bit further back. He chipped away again by a little bit more utility, but he's still alive.
QB hidden inside the smoke. Ooh, got to be careful with what he chooses to do, because Crims has managed to find a kill on the other side, but he gets good timing. They distracted from Dark. He capitalizes. Lovely pickup from Matties as well. Fnatic certainly back in the mixer here. Super quick, super aggressive, taking lots of 1v1s, but winning them out. VP, no choice but to save.
I think you're right. And also as well, it's one of those things, there's no point in terms of giving this a go. It's just not worth it. 2v5, made that 1v5. There's a gem to be caught. And Flit's all that's left. And now it's potentially for Flit, does he want to try and take the risk of a recovery? Well, he's no longer going to be given that luxury because his AWP has been stolen away by Crims. He starts to be flanked upon a bit as well. I don't know whether he's going to be able to keep this alive, keep this in play. We'll have to see, but yeah, already not bad. Yeah, died from behind. Flawless round for Fnatic, and that's the best round we've seen from Fnatic thus far. That's the one that will kind of reinvigorate them a little bit, and that'll give them that kind of control. Kate's going to call for a timeout. Wants to get on the mic off the back of a win like that. It's a good time to get onto, you know, the mic as well. We've seen, it's obviously a very common thing, you know, get on the mic when things are going bad, but it's also so important that when things are going well, and when you find an opportunity, when you find the moment to kind of try and find your way back into a series and try and get a bit of stability at the tail end of this half, utilize it. You've just had a really good round. Kate has seen what just happened and how it's happened. Now he's realizing where the gaps are opening up, and he's hoping that kind of him alongside kind of body, they can gel together and figure out basically how can we make this ours for the rest. Can we push towards the likes of 7-5? It's not impossible. It still feels a little bit improbable, but Fnatic know they cannot afford to basically be going in towards that second half at a massive deficit.
So the onus on VP here to try and get a recovery. Nice nade comes around. Orbit drops the smoke. No early fights coming in here. No, they are just rolling through the motions, getting that bit of utility out. Crim's going to eat another nade. So the chip damage thus far from VP is really quite nice. What do they do with it? At this stage, Fnatic looking for another B play. Seem to be happy with the way that B bomb site has been panning out. Oh, and indeed, Crim's going to entry in. James opting to drop back and just give them control of the site. Might even be a save, you know. Those A players are not moving right now. Oh my goodness, QB knows his angles. Definitely a save now.
Yeah, absolutely. It just has to be. It absolutely has to be. There's no question about it. So VP once again called to save, and that's where calling that tack pause by Cater off the back of a really solid, flawless round can really amplify them going forward, and absolutely has. I mean, Fabe will pick up the AWP, which is good. It's that save, but there might be more. QB, there will be more. Knows his angles, absolutely. 2 more to his name. You're not going to complain at all. Beautiful stuff. Beautiful stuff. And that is going to be Fnatic tying this game right back up. 5 rounds apiece. A lovely little spot to find yourself in. Yeah, so far, so good. Fame going to drop a smoke. That'll kind of give away his position, but I think he should be okay to save here. I say I think because they are barreling in through A main, but the guy in CT won't have the time to catch him. He has crossed, though. Oh, my God. He does survive just about. Just about.
So, VP in for a rough one. James does have an AWP to work with here. But you wouldn't think they'd be able to pick up this round. We'll see what James can do. You know, we did see him on Vertigo find, I think, 3 in a round like this, and they ended up winning it with the pistols. So you might be able to pull something off. Matties, get Zeused. There we are. Nasty start into this round for Fnatic. That AWP has yet to fully reveal itself, but they'll know that it's around somewhere. The AK retrieved. If that makes his hands into an armored player, you know, we might just be on.
Considering as well where the new update, you know, I get a bit of money for the Zeus as well, Zeus kill. The future could maybe change things going forward. QB gonna answer back though. Jay and his AWP. He's got the right idea. Flit left alone with that saved AK towards the B sites, but the bomb still is making his direction towards A. That's where James is posted. If ever there was a time, oh my God, Fame might get a charge. Good trade. That's not the worst thing in the world. Util coming over. He's going to double back towards Heaven, and he actually is given the chance, and the bomb now goes back towards B, and James racing over to join up with the crew. There's an AK to work with. Basically, if Electronic can be a bit of human kind of bait, a bit of a human flashbang to facilitate fights, there's a chance.
There is indeed. James not taking it too aggressively here. Molotov comes around. Electronic just trying to stay alive. Bomb going down. Spam attempted, but Flit drops that bomb, reveals himself at the perfect time. It actually still does get planted. They're able to find the kills. Electronic couldn't chime in. Flit only got one. James through the smoke, though. We're back on. Crims, where is he? He doesn't know, and Crims will take him. A bit of BM at the end. Excited for it. A big, big win for Fnatic.
That's huge. I mean, good effort as well by James. He just has no idea. It's a gamble, right? Do you look left or look right there? I mean, even checking the right-hand side is so risky because it's a common angle to tuck yourself in towards that cubby on the left, and especially behind the util as well. When Flip falls, it leaves Dark actually as a vulnerability towards James, which he wasn't able to look at. So, yeah, you know, credit to him. Decent effort. If that smoke stays up a little bit longer, there might be a world. Yeah, not to be. 6-5. Fnatic have really done well to answer back. And one tack pause, I'll come back to it for Cater time and time again, because I think it really has amplified this team. He spotted something. Body for an entry. Norbert taking a little tag from the Molly. Matties has the vulnerability of potentially being spammed in. Norbert's got the right idea, but he opts against it. So Electronic falls. And VP don't have a response, and the response might be Flick getting active here, and he might just get a chance. Afro is holding James up close for one. Looks for a second as well. Might get a chance, but he gets traded.
Man advantage for Fnatic. Will it last? Will they be able to work it? Fame comes close to getting that kill onto Matties. Will go down, and the numbers heavily favouring the T's right now. Norbert trying to regain some ground. Afro misses the shot, and he was the healthiest player as well as the AWPer. Gets a lot more interesting now. Flip pushing forwards. Finds no one here. Here's utility and footsteps just to his right. Bomb going to go down. He has to allow that to happen. Guessing which way. Just crossing in. Sees body. Takes him. Got another in his sights as well now. QB. Got to make sure he stays alive here. There's enough distraction. Fight comes Flit's way. It's all going to be onto Matties with 11 HP. Tap onto the bomb. Will buy some time. They're ready for Matties to come round. They don't have a kit. Maybe if he can find the kills at the right time. Molotov going down, but Flit stops him. No hero play here. And VP will even things up. Oh my goodness, some very, very close rounds at the turn of the half, but indeed a close finish. 6-6. Stick with us. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Second half of the second map here, of course. It is split down the middle, 6-6. Difficult here for these two teams. But to be fair, saying that, I think 6 rounds out on the CT side of Anubis, pretty damn good from VP. Should, for high caliber teams, be enough to work with on this map in its current form. We'll see how things pan out, of course.
We shall see. I think so far, Fnatic, actually, for me, I'm really happy with what I've seen out of them. That real period we had off the back of their tac balls into some really solid gun rounds has revitalized them. I think before that, they were in a lot of trouble. Pistol around here will be huge for them. QB, yeah, no, deleted. Look for more as Fame gets blinded, and he somehow gets out of there.
Just about. Spamming away here. Norbert going to get another one. That looks pretty damn good now for VP. They will back off towards this B-bomb site. There is indeed pressure here to deal with. Actually, all the rotations coming in super, super quick. Body finds the head of the first. Smoke going down to buy some space. He picks up the Glock, trying to close that gap. Not going to work out for him. Afro now the only player for Fnatic. Bomb's gone down in all this. So they're able to play around that. They know exactly where he is. He's just been very quickly spotted out there, trying to bait a reload. Maybe someone pushes into him. Only got 9 bullets to work with here now. Oh, and he turns away as James comes around with some good timing. Pistol and 7th for VP.
Yeah, nice. Good stuff as well. Find that opener over towards main. Don't have a face. I mean, Fame even getting out of there never felt like a real possibility. I don't even know how he gets out, to be perfectly honest. But good work from him. And then I think it's just a case of a Fnatic slightly over fighting, over facing, and too many opportunities given the way of VP for their stars to step up. JM double kill from him. Nice round. Virtus Pro take a 7th and probably should get an 8th as well. There will be no buy, no real investment to work with. Molotov does tickle the toes a bit as well. And Electronics Mac 10. Pot flashed in. This could be a beaut. There's so many bodies here, but actually too many. Deer headlights in with a look. Nade does a big chunk of damage. Big old chunk. They actually don't get the Mac 10. I think the nade actually blew the Mac 10 away. It does. It blew it all the way back towards top mid.
Oh. Well, that's a little annoying. It is only that Mac 10. They wouldn't have known, I suppose, you know, that it's been blasted away, but kill bonus, isn't it, really, that's on the cards. Might still be able to... Oh, my God, it's actually miles away. Might still be able to find it, though.
It flew.
He's seen it. He's seen it.
It went some serious distance. Yeah, they're not holding for it. I guess one of those things where it's like, yeah, Mac 10, you know, is what it is. Enjoy Afro. I mean, it's probably not going to last that long. He's going to get into the fight. I actually don't hate this. You're going to buy next round anyway. Why not? See if you can get a little bit of kill bonus at the tail end. But Flit will, yeah, he'll get out of there. I think his Spidey sense will start tingling just a tad. Afro looking for a bit on the way out, but Flit, he can get a lot of cash in the pocket. Hello, there it is. You take that every day of the week. 3 kills to his name. Good kill bonus for him. Oh, and make that 4. That's plenty of money. Plenty of money for him to work. If they can actually go into an AWP, if they really want to. I don't think you need it, but I think you're more than happy to wheel bonus buys at the moment. There will be a full buyout for Fnatic in towards the next. That one, not amounting to all too much. Nice and simple.
Yeah, here we go, though. This is what we are waiting for. Fnatic very quickly onto the buy. Again, it seems you hit a bridge, you hit a level with the teams, and they do enjoy the early rifle buys. There are a few that enjoy their force buys, have the confidence in themselves, I suppose, but ultimately, these guys playing things very safe, very percentage-based, get those rifles in. A lot of pressure downstairs at the canals in towards dark. QB just goes in dry and he will fall. However, the pickups are there. Matty's for a double kill. No drop in behind. That could have been deadly, though, to be fair. Electronica rushed bomb plant here. Decent find from him to get that bomb down early. They'll get the utility in as well. Still 2 Galils in the mixture up against the M4s that lack a bit of utility and certainly lack the kits. But B main smoke, that's going to ruin the plans here for the VP remainders. Electronics got the lineup on the bomb, he reckons. Tap comes in. He goes a bit wild. Sees there's nobody on it. Not really committing too heavily. Second player not giving himself away. There it is, though. Norbert may well have just given it away, but a double through the smoke for him and Electronic to join. Oh, my goodness. The lineups, the setup, and the bomb plant facilitate that win for VP.
Oh, beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful stuff. Virtus Pro now starting to really just make this look pretty simple, right? Bit by bit, moment by moment, every single round coming in their favor. Norbert, great work from him, it has to be said, right? Really, really solid stuff. 2 through the smoke, he just knew his lineup. 9-6 now. Final timeout called by Fnatic, and it is a question of now, what have you got left in the locker? Keita trying his best to rally the troops, but a couple of forlorn faces. Looks pretty quiet in the Fnatic camp, and it is now do or die, right? I think there's no more room for error. This is an elimination on the line. Lose this and you are out. Goodbye from Pro League. And yeah, it doesn't really get much worse than that, right? A really early exit, not even getting the chance to really showcase yourself that much. And also, I guess the revenge arc of Virtus Pro too, right? Losing to Fnatic in the first game of their Pro League, the debut out here for Electronic, not finding the form, and then, hey, before you know it, back in towards a decent showing. Flip, what have you got in the swing? One. For a second, he's been given the ability to isolate, and he can. Poor timing, poor spacing from Fnatic. You've got to trade those. You have to.
Yeah, for sure. Still, I mean, a bit tough with maybe where they're at weaponry-wise. There you go. That's something a bit more like it. Bursting through the smoke to try and pull off a desperate play. Not going to happen. Double digits now for VP. And Fnatic, it is getting further and further away. Harder and harder to lock this in.
By bit, right? Moment by moment. We are just seeing how this VP side can kind of just strangle teams out of games. And this is exactly what it is, right? Dictating the pace, the tempo, really making it look so easy. So easy. Back into a buy. Elbow spotted. Good night, Afro. No chance in hell there. No chance. Already the opener. So simple.
Oh, body gonna fall as well to Jame, man. Oh my goodness. The frags just keep on coming. Jame not stopping. Might catch that on the replay, but a little two-piece from him. Rescoping straight in, I would imagine, to find QB as well. Just not expecting it to be all that explosive, I suppose. And it is fair enough. Crims remains alone. This might just be the last bit of defense that Fnatic can put up, right? They're going to have no money moving into the next. 12 falls easily for VP, one would assume. And it's a question, you know, do you force? Do you eco? I would probably force around the M4. I think that's kind of the only thing you can do.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're at a point now where you're at such a deficit that it's actually worth taking the gamble, do you know what I mean? I think that's probably the way to go about it. Electronic might just push the smoke here, but Crim's going to get one more. Bit of kill burst coming for him, but they're going to keep hunting. Why not? This time the Galil's going for a test. They don't have unlimited resources, but they have enough VP to at least send all the bodies to try and find this M4. It's worthwhile. Fame. Creeping up here. Norbert. Wrapping through. He's being pinted upon. Crims is about timing. Holding main. Spotting. Dropping. He's getting his kills. Individually, at the very least, you've got to give Crims his credit. I mean, 0 impact, right? There's no two ways about it. I'm coming through. Norbert will also fall to the same fate. So everybody dies over towards Virtus Pro. It's not the end of the world. Like I said, for Crims, it's unfortunately kills with little to no impact. But hey, this is Virtus Pro in a really strong position. I think you're right. Honestly, I think you could probably make a very strong argument to just say, just force around this. I mean, what have you got to lose now if you're Fnatic? You're at such a deficit. There's no point, you know, you're what, 5 rounds in the hole. VP are so close. That's exactly what they're going to do. They're going to force around it. More M4. A body, which gets absolutely deleted. Even before the flash pop there. Smoke going to come down. Does Electronic even clear this? He doesn't. So Afro gets a response. Flit surely going to be the first to go around this corner, but they might molly him. And the AWP will get one in support. Down he goes. Afro being spammed here. He is still alive. They know that. But where is he? He's going for a fight. He's finding them as well. This is a very scrappy one. And eventually gets traded.
I don't know, man. Mental looks a bit boomed to me for some of these players. It's not a very Crims-like move to just go swinging in dry, no info. 2 from behind. Oh, what a pick from Norbert. And he'll get the second as well. Absolutely demolishing them there at the end. But yeah, it just looks like Fnatic have given this their best shot. Anubis, not their map. Not enjoying it. A few flashbacks from the 3D Max game, which was basically the same kind of scoreline, same kind of performance. CT side, a real struggle for Fnatic, it looks like right now. And yeah, VP have just gotten in their heads, really. I think it's difficult. You know, they're obviously still keeping alive and trying to play to win, but I think there is that inevitability factor in the back of their minds that this might just be curtains for them.
Yeah, I think they're already bowing out. And, you know, unfortunately for them, it is unceremoniously as well. I mean, this has been a lackluster performance, but it was a punish pick. We said in this veto as well, Vertigo was a must win. The fact that he didn't, it absolutely let them down in the series. QB, they're just, yeah, you'll find one. Flash on the corner. Crims could be in trouble here. Crims is in trouble. Deleted Fame on the swing. Had a quiet game, Fame, especially by his standards, but my God, that's a good one. An important kill to bring the numbers back level into the 4 versus 4. And generally, the anecdote is trades benefit the T side. Matty's eat a nade. One nade will come through in towards main, but Fame all the way back here, so he's not feeling too much pressure. It looks like they're posturing for an A finish, but I say that Electronic's making a move back over towards B, and actually they're all going to join him. So they're going to go for a very safe long rotate all through spawn. And they've basically got to commit to this as well because we're 40 seconds on the clock.
Body in behind could be big here for Fnatic. Timing's pretty good on it. Oh, that's so rough. Maybe the timing was not as good as I thought. He catches them and a bit panicked there. Saw them moving in, desperate for a frag, and it costs him. Relying on his instincts a bit too much, not enough composure, and that should be the game. Afro, all alone here, 4 to find, and I don't see VP losing this, to be honest with you. What can he do? Got to wait for this smoke to dissipate. Easier said than done for Mr. Afro. A better performance, you may argue, on this map, but it is not enough. 13-6 VP, see them off. Making mincemeat out of them on the Anubis, and indeed Fnatic have got a real issue on that map at the moment. Nonetheless, a 2-0 for VP. They stay alive. Fnatic, we will have to wave goodbye to, not making as deep a run as I think they would have hoped.
Yeah, commiserations to Fnatic as they are, unfortunately, now eliminated for them. You know, there was a couple of flashes, a couple of moments. That first series as well against Virtus Pro where they took an upset win. We saw what Fnatic have been trying to achieve here, but I think it's probably a little too early in their lifespan, a little bit more needed from this team in terms of officials under their belt, tournaments played, a bit more of those online, same with what, you know, OG and Big are doing in their rebuilds, getting those online reps under their belt. We need to see this for Fnatic. You can just see a couple of those errors that kind of creeping towards what looks like a newish team. And it isn't still new, right, by the grand scope of things, but Virtus Pro, really solid performance. Vertigo had its moments where they didn't quite look themselves, but yeah, that Anubis super solid. There's very, very little complaints at all. 13-6. And I mean, especially that second half was, for the most part, complete one-way traffic. And that's what you want to see, right? This is a really, really solid Virtus Pro who now, with this addition of Electronic, if they can solidify him in towards a team, make him comfortable in terms of his roles and his positions, then we are absolutely cooking. But all things considered, man, really good series out of them. And I think has to be said that, you know, Virtus Pro have always been such a difficult team to break down. And now that, you know, arguably their one weakness has been kind of replenished with one of the best players, you know, from that region that we've had for many years. It's an exciting time for Virtus Pro. It's still early doors, though. Don't get me wrong. I think they started this tournament much weaker than they want, but all things considered, I think this is a real...
Yeah, everybody really enjoys the look of this VP team, I think, and everyone wants them to succeed, but it maybe has been a bit difficult for them again, as we talked about. System-based team can be a challenge to work around, right? And Electronic can't just come in here, but already you're feeling his impact. Already he looks quite comfortable and really enjoying being within this team. We've seen it in a few of the interviews and whatnot. Things on Cloud9, as we've seen with the fallout of the electronic move, are not looking great. You know, he was able to spot the fire starting, as it were, and jump ship before it sank. So, I think that will also really help him out, is the fact that this VP team seems a bit more put together and a bit more bought into the Jame style, the Jame respect, the Jame leadership. And it works out there, you know. Fnatic, obviously a team that bested them earlier on in the tournament, as we've touched on many, many times. And I think that, again, as we brought up, it was maybe just down to the fact that Fnatic were very ready for it. VP, first game out with the new player, and especially, you know, that first map. Although VP won the overpass in that matchup, I think Fnatic showed a lot more than we were expecting and really shook up VP, and it obviously got into their heads a little bit. Vito a bit different this time around, and that's obviously had a pretty big effect. So incredible bounce back ultimately from Virtus Pro. We do have an interview here. It is Electronic actually going to join us on the mic, so credit to him for jumping on. You know, he's obviously a guy who loves chatting away and giving us his thoughts on these games. Thank you very much for joining us. Of course, Electronic there. Congrats on the victory as well. May well be a little bit of a delay here, so, you know, sort of bear in mind that there might be, we're not just sat here, you know, ignoring you or whatever. But yeah, just wanted to open up with the very basic. How are you feeling with coming into VP? You've obviously had a few games now. What are you thinking about this team, and what does it feel like playing under Jame?
I mean, I'm starting to feel much better, you know, from game to game. I mean, it's kind of hard to feel for 100%. We practiced for 4 days before EPL, I think. And I guess now I understand much better James' call, and, you know, they understand my play style a bit better, you know, but still we have to grow as much as we could, you know.
Now, I've got a bit of a question which is delving into details, and I'm not sure how much you can talk about it, but the people want to know, right? What was the time period looking like post-major with C9 to then obviously Pro League with this Virtus Pro team? When did the kind of those conversations start with Virtus Pro? When did basically everything get finalized? Because obviously for us, it was very much all of a sudden. We just heard you were joining Virtus Pro, and then Pro League was like 3-4 days later. So what was the timeline like of your process with speaking to Virtus Pro, then joining the team and all that?
I guess after the major, I asked Cloud9 if I can change my plans from team side, I will say, right? And they say, if you're 100% sure, we can't take you in that situation that you cannot move in the next teams, you know. So they said, if you want to leave, if there is any teams that wants you, you can make a conversation with them, and if you're, again, 100% sure, we will say you a go, you know, thank you, like this.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's kind of fair enough. And obviously, we touched on it a little bit there. I don't know if you caught any of the conversation, but Cloud9 not going so hot over there, I think it is safe to say. Moving forwards now in the tournament, obviously, you guys have a little bit more battling to do. It's going to be Eternal Fire or Saw that you face off against tomorrow. How do you feel for that matchup? Who do you think is going to win out between Eternal Fire or Saw?
I mean, it doesn't matter for us who we're gonna face against. I mean, every team here, it's decent team, at least, you know, and we have to do same preparing for the all teams here, you know. So we are not like, we will like to play as much games as we could, you know, and also any opponent for us like is comfortable.
Fair enough. Well, brother, thank you very much for joining us. We won't keep you any longer. Appreciate your time. Thank you for joining us, and well, congratulations once again on a great win.
Thank you so much.
Lovely. Lovely to talk to him, man. Always good to see kind of, and honestly, you know, as well, I know we always love to read expressions and we love to read this, that, and the other, but he looks happy, man. He looks happy. And I think at times on that Cloud9 team, nobody looked happy, right? Things were a little rough over there. So, no, I think he's kind of back in towards his groove, and I'm really excited to see what the future looks like. I mean, even this tournament is a bit of a litmus test for kind of him individually, but I think, you know, in the future, expectations are quite high for Virtus.pro. We do have an MVP for this series. I don't think it should be a surprise to any of you. One man absolutely popped off in the server, both maps 1 and 2, top fragging, no two ways about it. Your aim high, US Air Force. Man of the match is that of Flit. A really solid performance from him. He got 46 kills across the series, 98 ADR and a 1.41 rating. A ridiculous showing from him. And to be honest, I was going to say, you know, no one was even close, but I'm going to give him some credit here. Crims actually was pretty damn close. 43 kills with 1.37. He kept up. We highlighted those two in between maps 1 and 2, and I mean, he kept up, but unfortunately, Flit just that little bit better.
Yeah, and of course, getting the victory as well certainly helps his case as MVP, but indeed, numbers-wise, looking really good. And also just the impact. You know, this guy has been on the team for a while now, but has really come into his own. You know, he got added in, and people were a little bit like, oh, not so sure. Is this going to be the correct move? You know, 2021, right? He was a little bit more of an unknown quantity from fours. Maybe guys like us sort of knew about him, and he was a decent player. Don't get me wrong, but he wasn't like a pickup that we were all like, oh, yep, absolutely. You know, they've got to get, this is a huge pickup. This guy's got potential for the future. He was just kind of like a middle of the pack fours player, but obviously James saw something in him. He definitely helped boost a map that they were weak on at the time. One of the best Mirage players in the world at the time, actually, just, you know, very quickly cemented that for him. But in the past year or so, really come into his own. Once it has become Flit and Fame, I think together they complement each other brilliantly, and usually it is one or the other towards the top end of the scoreboard, with James not so far behind or also competing for that spot. So on paper now, this VP team, if the players can all come together, incredibly scary, you know. But the game's not all about firepower. There is some structure to this VP team for sure. And that is something, funnily enough, I suppose, coincidentally enough, that everyone said about Cloud9 when they came together, when you still had, you know, Shiro in the mix and everything, when Perfecto got added in, when Electronic got added in, and everyone was like, okay, this team is going to take over in CS2, and it has fallen completely flat. So you have to be careful just relying purely on players that have hot numbers. We'll see how VP continue to do as they ramp up.
Yeah, exactly that. It is one of those. Ladies and gents, for now, we do have a little bit of an extended break. So now's a perfect time. Map number 3 of G2 Falcons is currently going on in the A stream. Go and check that out. I think G2 just won like 13-3 on map number 2. So they're apparently farming a little bit. Nico's back is what I'm hearing from the Twitterverse. We'll have to go and see. We're going to go check it out. We've got a break. We are back in just under an hour. So what you're going to do, go and check out the 3rd map, then come back here, make some promises. I don't want to see you guys leaving us stranded here. Come back to the B stream. We got to the bang. We've got TYLOO taking on M80 after about a 45-minute break. Sit tight. We'll see you soon.
At some point in every gamer's life, there's a question to be asked. Do your clothes match your hobby in any situation? Or do they just represent what you dream of? No matter what situation, there's always the right wear and the wrong. The only real question is, which are you going to choose? Decide for yourself.
Smokes. You see a double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait. What was that?
Never miss a play again.
That's simple. That's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally.
With Faceit Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
Jason Rogan podcast, check it out. the Jason Rogan Experience.
Counter-Strike by day, Jason Rogan podcast by night, all day.
All right, welcome back. It's good to have you again. It's good to see you, Graham Hancock. Yeah, this is going to be great. I appreciate the copy of your book you sent me, the Blueprints of the Gods. I haven't been reading it. I just listened to it on audiobook. That's the way I like to read. But yeah, welcome back.
Yeah, thank you, Jason. I mean, it's always an honor to be on your podcast. You know me. I've been, researching for years. I've been researching the creation and history of maps for over 2 decades, and I've come up with a lot of theories, a lot of questions about the cover-up of some of the issues we've had with mapping and maps in Counter-Strike over those last 2 decades of Counter-Strike. So it's been a very exciting time. It's been a bit of a whirlwind, and thank you for the platform you've given me. You've brought my work to a lot of people.
Of course, yeah. I mean, this is such an important piece of research, and I feel like it's a very under-researched area in the world today.
Yes, exactly. I mean, the younger mappers theory, of course, my most famous theory, based on research over a 20-year period.
Sure.
And the most important period was this map extinction event where we saw, the towards the end of 1.6 and the end of Source, the convergence upon new Valve-made maps. Whereas back in the past, back in the old days, as I'm sure you'll remember, you are an old school Counter-Strike player, we had so many maps. We had so many custom maps made by a myriad of people. Why? Nowadays, Jason, I ask you, do we only have 10 maps? Look at Global Offensive. Over 10 years of Global Offensive, we only had 11 maps in the active pool. Whereas if we look back to Source, if we look back to 1.6, right, how many maps did we have available to us?
Yeah, there were tons, man. There was so many, like the competitive maps. You had Prodigy, you had Aztec, you had like CPL Fire for a little bit, like different TOs bringing out their own maps for their specific events. And these were maps that were like artistic and they had class. Like nowadays it's just like here's an uninspired choke point, but back then people put some emotion into making those maps. And I mean, not even just like even some of the customs, hide and seek map, you had HE Glass, you had Op Leetskeet, DE Rats, you had so many different maps to choose from.
Yeah, I mean, I believe there was a cataclysmic event where many of the maps that we know and we loved were completely wiped out and never remade, never reintroduced back into the current game, Counter-Strike 2. I mean, look at some of the hostage maps we had back in the day, like 747. This was one of the fan favorites. This was one of the maps that everyone would play. You'd come home from work, you would log on to 747, and you'd run around that airport, you'd run around that plane all day, Jason.
Yeah, and you had escape maps as well, where you had you had VIP maps. Yes. Oil Rig was always a favorite, and that's just disappeared. It's just completely gone from the spectrum of what you can do in Counter-Strike these days. Now, for this younger mappers theory, you've been heavily criticized. Correct, in the industry, you've taken a lot of flack for this.
Yes, the mainstream media, the forums, really, mostly Reddit, mostly HLTV, they've right, come for my head. They accuse me of being a mapist, but I am nothing of the sort. I believe that all maps are equal. I love all maps equally. I just feel like we need more discovery of maps. We need to look deeper. We can't just commit to the active duty pool and feel like this is enough. There are other maps out there. CS Mansion was one of my favorites back in the day. It's what got me into Counter-Strike, and now I'm forced to play Vertigo, I'm forced to play Inferno, I'm forced to play Mirage. I remember Strike, pre-Mirage. I remember these old maps that looked artistic, that looked beautiful. And as you say, this mainstream media, they've come for my head. They've made all sorts of accusations. They've accused me of everything under the sun just to discredit my work. But no one's attacking my work, Jason. No one's actually talking about the younger mappers theory and this map extinction event that has plagued Counter-Strike over the last decade.
Well, how can they attack you? You've got 2 decades of research. Everything's very, very well founded in the statistics that you found and the conclusions that you've drawn from those statistics. I mean, if there's no way to attack your work, they absolutely have to just go for you personally. And that's kind of the strategy of the mainstream forums that we have.
Absolutely. It's a dismission tactic. I mean, I don't claim to be a map maker. I don't claim to be a developer. I am simply just a journalist. I'm asking questions and I'm looking for answers here. And let me ask you a question. Let me pose something to you,
sure,
Jason, because if we look to one of the most played maps right now in the competitive scene, it is DE Ancient. But I want to look deeper into Ancient. Where did that come from? Why are those textures so familiar? And I can remind you, it was back in 1999, towards the dawn of Counter-Strike and 1.5. We had DE Aztec. We had one of the oldest maps that Counter-Strike has ever seen. And do those textures to you look familiar to the ones in Ancient? Because I believe that pre-Ancient was Aztec. This was the original Counter-Strike map.
Wow. That's cool. Yeah, they do look familiar, like a little bit of green, like dark and dreary. You have that real jungle vibe going on between the two maps. I mean, what kind of made you think that the water is flowing from one to the other? What made you think that one kind of builds into the next, that Aztec was the predates Ancient?
I mean, if I ask you for a third map maker past Volcano and FM Pwn, you won't be able to name me one, will you? The names simply aren't out there. But if I say the name Barney, that will mean nothing to you. This Barney is one of the original map creators. Not only did he create Inferno in its original form, back in 1999, he invented Aztec. His name was pushed under. His name was buried. And Valve simply took Ancient and placed it into the scene. And we're supposed to allow that. We're supposed to believe that this is the one true green map, the original green map, and not look at the history of Aztec and the history of green maps. Because let me remind you, it wasn't always green. Back in 1.5, Aztec used dust textures. The Dust and the Dust 2 map, they had the same textures in the original Aztec. So this is a map that's gone over a lot of changes over a lot of time, and now we just see Ancient proliferating the scene and taking all of the credit for what was Barney's work back in the day.
That's a really good point, because I actually don't remember any build-up with Ancient. It just kind of appeared in the pool out of nowhere. Like I didn't hear any build-up to it, no community favor for the map whatsoever. It just kind of one day you sign into Counter-Strike and you see the update and Ancient's just there, and you're kind of forced into it, forced to play it.
Exactly. It's simply an attack on the public. It's an attack on the Counter-Strike community. There's no consent given to a map added to the active duty pool, and that's when they add these maps, because as I mentioned earlier, 10 years of global offensive, only 11 maps in the active duty pool. I can name 11 maps I enjoyed playing back in the dawn of 1.6, back in the dawn of Source, even Condition Zero. Despite all its issues, all its mistakes, there were more maps, and those choices are simply being taken away from us, and I think this is an attack on the Counter-Strike community.
You know, I'm sure you've heard about this in your research, but I mean, one thing that used to happen with maps is, you know, the old Inferno they referenced when it was built, one of the pro players actually came in and helped to fix it. It was a old American in-game leader named Moto, who actually came in and advised the map maker on how to adjust certain choke points and change it around to make it more viable. And he was given credit in the map, but I mean, I don't think I've heard a pro player mention that they've been consulted on any maps these days. And I mean, that's kind of crazy to think about.
It's simply a dictatorship, and this is why the mainstream media, this is why the forums, they attack me, because the layman loves Mirage, the layman loves Inferno. They don't think deeper than that. They are simply fed the slop and they play it, and they don't question why are these maps there, how are these maps there, how could we make these maps better. Look at Inferno's play rate. It has decreased massively upon the new game of Counter-Strike 2, and I think it's about time that not only we consult the best people to know it, and I don't just say myself there, but I also say these professional players to adjust the maps, and not just the maps, but the map pool as well. And I think that's something that Valve just aren't even considering in the current day. It's a disgrace to the community. It's a disgrace to old map makers. And I think Dave J is rolling in his grave right now at the idea that, you know, we don't even have Dusts, either of them, or Cobble in the map pool. These are classic maps, Jason.
Yeah, classic Counter-Strike maps that, I mean, everyone knows about, everyone loves as well. I mean, it is kind of crazy that you just have this sort of like shadowy corporate figure, nebulous. You don't even really know what it's all about. No communication, and things just get passed on to you. And you have, I mean, yeah, it's weird. It's a weird world we're living in right now, Mr. Hancock.
Yes, it is, Jason. And, you know, again, I thank you for bringing me on here. I think just getting this information out into the world and getting this conversation started is so important to the future of our game, because I truly love our game. I truly believe it is the future of esports, the future of PC gaming, and I feel like the maps are holding it back. There are so many more out there, and I plead to Valve to make these changes, to bring in new, to bring in old, but to more importantly, consult the people, the players of its very game.
Counter-Strike by day, Jason Rogan podcast by night, all day.
That's right, it's back. Hard-hitting journalism, this time featuring M80. And we have some unsuspecting victims being interviewed right this very second. So we're going to come up with our own set of questions and see if we can catch them a little off guard. M80, how are we feeling about that?
Feeling good. I think this might be exciting. We just got to create some good questions.
I've got a really good question for Slacks, actually. At recent boot camps, who is farting the most? Because he's going to know the answer to it, I think.
Well, I will most certainly be writing that down. Like, that's not going to escape us at all.
It's like the volume gate is picking it up.
Oh my God. Now, for Mr. Swisher, where does that leave us?
Actually, it's kind of a love story. It's come full circle because he met her here at last EPL, right? On the beach, a few wine glasses down. He could propose on the beach to her in the same spot. That could work. Where's the ring? That's the question.
The connection. Well, with that all being said and brought to light, very unfortunate for them, but hey, what's a good laugh on their behalf, right? We'll find out. Let's check it out.
I've got some questions for you from somebody.
Oh God.
Slacks, at recent boot camps, who passes the most gas?
I don't know. It's probably the coach from the UK. I don't know.
It's okay.
It's gotta be someone, but
it's okay. I mean, even just the other day during practice, we just hear through his mic and TeamSpeak is here. And this guy's in Atlanta. We're all in our homes and we just hear him farting through the mic and he goes, hold on, I'm fixing my TeamSpeak pickup. It's too much.
It was just in Atlanta, you know, we're going around. Usually it's pretty good.
I don't think you're getting off lightly, Swisher, though. You met the love of your life in Malta last time on the beach.
Yes.
Did you bring a ring, and when will you propose?
No, I did not bring a ring. And I don't have an ETA on that, but eventually, soon. Sometime soon.
Give us more context.
So me and Rek were actually just swimming one night, and then I saw the most beautiful girl ever sit down kind of a little far away from us. And then we got a message from our manager saying, we're gonna go eat. I'm like, I'm just gonna go and say. I'm just gonna go say hi. I told him, okay, like wait for me. If I sit down, just go. If I don't, then I'll come back. Then I sat down and then we ended up I took her to Buffalo Bill's. I don't know if you've been there the next day.
No, never been.
Steakhouse.
Nice.
Delicious. Definitely recommend.
Get him, Swish. Get him. Yeah. Hard-hitting journalism.
You're throwing me under the bus, man.
Oh, what?
Yeah, I think I'm good at this. Oh, they're here.
I'm flying. Damn, stop. Oh, I got dinged, man. Oh, I got dinged. Oh, come on.
Fucking frog.
Come on, Jen. Oh my God, destroyed.
Okay, I'm rotating.
Oh no.
Nice pick.
I'm holding.
Yeah, okay, I'm waiting. Okay, I'm picking you.
80 HP. 60 HP. Come on.
Oh. Okay, let's go mid. Fuck long. Too easy long first. I got actually go.
I'm sniffing scouts.
Okay.
Oh no! I dropped too long again.
I dropped too long again as well.
Dropped too long.
Yeah, let's blend D then.
Oh, come here.
Oh! It's coming to us! Oh, bro, what is it?
Nice. Nice shot. Nice shot. Nice.
It's going short.
No, you are not.
Short. Oh man, this position is insane, man, to stay there.
Oh my God.
Fucking scooter, man.
They're gonna have to shot for sure.
Ready, Aurel? Ready?
Insane position.
Oh my God, Jared.
Are you ready? Flashing.
Oh, what the fuck? We crossed already. Where are you guys?
Going B? You?
Smoke something.
No.
Yes, he smoked City.
Oh! Where are they?
What?
Where the fuck are you?
He's on B.
So? You have to open your mind, Jan.
Wait.
I'm playing time.
Oh! I can't even move there.
Yeah, you can, look.
What's going on?
What?
Alex, don't drop.
I'm playing time.
I'm getting trolled here.
Oh, we're swapping teams.
No, not true.
Oh, we're going B.
Oh, he's got. No,
Wait.
There was a knife or a
What is that shit? I'm coming
to you.
What?
Come my side, bro.
What?
No,
He's somewhere like above doors. He's
Aurel, please.
God, and one guy is 80 with XM.
They're going A?
Oh yeah. Okay.
I have a nice tactic. I'm gonna abuse.
You have to run on the wall.
I'm gonna abuse. Where are you guys?
Guys, one guy was A side. I think he went short. I won.
One way?
Smoking something.
Oh, go.
No! Bro, he was playing XM one side.
Long.
Oh, that's fine.
50 HP, come on.
He's only camping, he's not moving.
It's so easy.
For the nights with the words in my mouth, something's underwater moving into color. Oh. Got a lifeline, been dialing it up, piecing me together, architecture. Oh, maybe I'm slipping on liquid love. Think there was a medicine and I feel better. Oh, stack the parts on I know you, that was a nice try. And coming slowly before you bites, and you know I forgive and forget it, then you cry, crocodile tears. Pull the blinds when we felt like a ghost. Back down to the bottom, gravity gets heavy. Oh, you held too tight when I needed you most. There's something we hold, there's something we carry. Oh, there's something we hold, there's something we carry. So high, I know you, that was a nice try. Been coming slowly before you bites, and you know I forgive and forget it, then you cry, crocodile tears. So high, I know you, that was a nice try. Been coming slowly before you bites, and you know I forgive and forget it, then you cry, crocodile tears. So high, I know you, that was a nice try. Been coming slowly before you bites, and you know I forgive and forget it, then you cry, crocodile tears. So high, I know you, that was a nice try. Been coming slowly before you bites, and you know I forgive and forget it, then you cry, crocodile tears. I'm in another world, out of body. No one around, but I'm not lonely. My heart's racing, I don't know how.
It's up to KD to make it through.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back in. Moving swiftly on to our next series here, not wasting any time at all. I'd say a brief break, considering it was a 2-0. You know, that's not too bad, is it, really? VP surviving, Fnatic, unfortunately not. And now we move forwards. Again, still plenty of games to come. There's going to be games tomorrow on the mainstream and then one day off and straight back into it. So there's lots and lots of Counter-Strike action here for EPL Season 19. We move on into M80 up against TYLOO, though, now.
I'm excited, man. This is a game that's got all the makings of being a wacky one. Let's put it that way. M80, for them, obviously a very, very interesting and great series against G2. It was so fun to watch them on that third map. We went the distance at the overtimes and all the rest. They popped off. They looked really good. Obviously, we caught them beating Sharks as well, which is a cool little domestic derby. They did lose to BetBoom. And of course, BetBoom sort of found their number. So yeah, this is for me a really interesting kind of the position we find ourselves in. Over on the other side for TYLOO, they beat Sharks, but before that, not all too great. You know, big loss towards G2, didn't really get going. Falcons made a conversation about it, but in the end, the Falcons were able to beat them. So yeah, I think this is as elimination matches go, I think it's actually quite... two different stories. You got M80 who actually been proving themselves and playing good Counter-Strike, taking big wins. You got TYLOO who basically the only win they've got being that Sharks one, which doesn't really say all too much. And even then, there were some scrappy moments. They probably should have lost that map number 2. I think it was something like 11-5 down or something along those lines. So yeah, I don't know. I think for me, M80 coming as the clear favourites in towards this series. I've been loving the way they've been playing, and for me, I'd love to see them kind of carry on through this tournament.
Yeah, for sure. M80, I think, a very impressive team here. Overall, they've got some great individuals that are coming alive at the right times. Slacks is one of them that we've been looking at. The game against G2 was absolutely insane. So hopefully that continues in for them. But yeah, M80, I do like the look of quite a bit. TYLOO, meanwhile, not as much in terms of the depth. We'll get into them a little bit later on. Obviously, we've got Slacks thrown up here, and the numbers look good. The numbers look very, very good. KPR stat is one that's standing out recently, that's been getting a lot of interest, and he looks pretty good in that sense on that AWP.
And against G2 was just absolutely unbelievable. I mean, Manessi's had, I think someone was saying basically like one of, if not his worst series in a long, long time. And my God, did Slack step up to the player. Like 75 kills he had in that series, a 1.28 rating. He was just behind the top. It was actually Malbs who just about pipped him at the post with a 1.29 rating to the 1.28 of Slacks. But I mean, all things considered, both of them had an incredible display. You just run through some of the highlights here. You can see how close this series was. There was some incredible maps played at Counter-Strike, so many overtimes, and so many chances for M80. They probably should have closed out way earlier, but time and time again, when they kind of got that position at a map point, they weren't able to do it. And you can see how deep it went in what was an insane series. I know Maniac was losing his mind in that final round, just couldn't get the words out. That's how good it was. But M80, really fun team to watch, man. They look super good. Not as much against BetBoom. They still took a map off them, but I think BetBoom really had their number. They're probably a little bit worn out as well off the back of the G2 series. But yeah, really good to watch against G2. I think it's a very, very good sign. I mean, G2 are in a weird spot. They're in a bit of flux in terms of where they're at as a team, but M80, they saw the opening, they saw the gap, and they took it.
Yeah, trying to keep the NA Counter-Strike alive, I suppose, one step at a time on the M80 side. I like them a lot. I think they've got some great players, as we said, but also just really, really solid energy. We had Swisher on for an interview, didn't we? Chatting to him a little bit, and he said that was a very important part of what's going on, a big change that's happened recently with Sin coming in. He's got a lot of confidence and a lot of positivity. You get Def on the mic, and a lot of the time you can see him being animated, being vocal, just trying to move everyone up, just trying to get everyone in that correct headspace. And yeah, I think energy is ultimately kind of the only word for it. So very, very cool to see. And I think riding on that can be good for a group stage. We'll see what happens a little further down, of course. They, again, have a ride here to go through if they want to make it through this last chance, if they want to get that playoff spot. The next team will be G2 waiting for them, in fact, tomorrow afternoon. So a long road ahead for whoever ends up winning here. And, of course, difficult matchups, both of them having a bit of experience against G2 recently. So I do feel that we should be in for an exciting one. TYLOO, on the other side of things, though, we talked about M80 quite a bit. TYLOO, I think, are the guys that, again, maybe weren't expecting greatness out from them. As you say, they've beaten off Sharks. Kind of fair enough, right? Maybe expect that victory. But beyond that, there are a few pieces here for the TYLOO squad that are lacking.
Yeah, that's probably one of the easiest ways to go about it. But I think there's one man who has not been lacking, the new boy in this team, ZDR. I think he really has looked pretty damn good. I think he's someone for me. This is foul.
It's a banger on so many levels.
I'm not an Advent advocate, right? That's my nice way of putting it. But this is brilliant. Absolutely foul from ESL. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. But hey, you know, ZDR had an incredible series against Sharks. Advent was the bait. 0-13 at one point he was in that series. But look at his stats coming off the back of what was a good series for him. He really stepped up, and he doesn't play great roles either. So, yeah, one of those for me where, you know, I really like to see these new guys slot into the team and actually play some really good Counter-Strike. Can we find consistency out of it? That's something that's already eluded TYLOO. I don't know. But yeah, at the very least, I think probably easily one of, if not the best graphic we've had on the B stream this entire week. I don't think it's even close. That is pretty brilliant.
Yeah, I mean, it is pretty funny. It is pretty funny. But ZTR, to just sort of talk about him as well, one of the big things, it was the Inferno, right, going into the overtime against Sharks, that he was able to just turn up the dial, right? Not even to 11, maybe even to 12, you know, just multi-frag rounds. I think he got like 8 or 9 kills in the space of maybe 3 rounds. It was pretty incredible stuff, and he kept TYLOO in it and kept them going into the overtime. So again, there are parts of this team, Mercury, with some really explosive takes onto Vertigo, right? A double entry towards the tail end of Vertigo, I seem to remember, to bring it in their favor. So there are these names on TYLOO that look really good and that do have the depth available to them. It's just maybe a team question. It's just maybe getting them all in the right place at the right time. You know, sometimes there's maybe 1 or 2 members that you need to show up that don't.
Yeah.
And then, of course, as we keep talking about, you know, the Advent situation, I think we may well see after this tournament him sort of say something, because he has been hounded on by all aspects of the community, whether it is on the social media, whether it is on the stream itself, and whether it is just on the server. It shows, right? The numbers do not lie. At the same time, he is a big part of what they are able to do, and indeed, if he can sort of hold his own and call a good game, they can pull off upsets. You know, they've taken maps away in the past. We do have the veto here, of course. Inferno coming out from TYLOO here, an Ancient for M80. The way that the veto pans out, they're actually a little nice to each other. Neither of them like playing Overpass very much. The nuke is a shame for TYLOO, but, you know, Anubis, a weak map. Neither of them really like playing that. So therefore, we get the Overpass as a finisher.
Yeah, do you know what? This veto, I think, opens up in both ways. I think there's real good chances here for at the least TYLOO to utilize that Inferno, which has looked pretty decent for them. I think they're rocking 3 wins from 6. All things is okay. But the big one for me is that Ancient. You know, M80 right now, 4-map winning streak. They're loving life in the server on that one. I think that's going to be the big one. I think that then puts so much more pressure on towards Inferno. It kind of starts to feel like a bit of a must-win for the TYLOO side. If you don't win it, you're heading on towards Ancient, which is traditionally a bit of a ban for them, for TYLOO, or has been in the past. And yeah, I don't know. I'm quite concerned about that specifically for me. That's the big one where I'm looking towards this and thinking, where do we start to see things come through? And it also makes me wonder as well, what went wrong with the Anubis? Why are we banning in towards that all of a sudden? It's a map in which I know they've got kind of 0 from 3 on, and I guess you're so scared, but it's not been a great map for M80. But yeah, I think this is the thing for me. It just shows the weakness in this TYLOO map pool. You know, you ban Anubis, it means fine, right? M80 picking towards Ancient. If you ban Ancient, M80 probably can pick in towards Anubis. Simple as that, right? They've got a much deeper map pool. They've got more reps and better reps across them. And that for me is the real worrying thing. TYLOO, very shallow in the pool. And that's where things could potentially let them down. That Overpass, if it's needed at the tail end, again, it's one of those things where M80, 2 from 2, TYLOO, 0 from 3, right? You know, that's all that we need to look at in this instance. I think basically across 2 out of the 3 maps in this pool, so heavily favored to M80. And the one map that maybe TYLOO has a chance is Inferno, which is just, you know, it's anybody's game. It's such a gamble as a map goes. You know, Malbs pops off, as he often does on this map. It could be game, set, match. Slacks finds a bit of form through mid. It could be GG right there and then. So I'm very concerned, as you can tell, for TYLOO.
Yeah, for sure. I certainly would agree. I think that TYLOO, again, going to need these members to hopefully work all together in tandem. But I think they could do it, you know. I'm not going to lie to you. I do feel M80 may well still be a bit fatigued. You know what I mean? 2 games yesterday, an absolute barn burner, a difficult one against Bet Boom that I know in their minds they feel like they could have won a team, that they've already played off against. So a team that they would have been more prepared for, second time of asking. But it is just the fact that it comes really, really quickly after that G2 game, which, yes, they win, but it's taxing. It takes a lot out of you. And then 3 maps against Bet Boom, you know, some moments in there where maybe indeed if you were a bit sharper, if it was first game of the day, fully focused in, you might have won that fight that swayed the round, etc., etc. And these are all things that are going to be in the minds of M80. So I think TYLOO, if they can explode into action here, they may well be able to get the catch.
Nade. Pinged over. Decent damage. They are going to be the only one who eats a chunk of it. But all in all, a very slow, timid move up here by TYLOO. A contact play. Have a bit of util to work with, and Mal was just waiting for his opportunity, and in it comes. Anti-flashing a dip back towards CT. Does get flashed off the angle, and now he's being wrapped upon. Oh, he gets one. And a second as well. That's not bad from Malbs.
Yeah, pretty decent stuff. However, 4 up banana could be problematic here for M80. There's a smoke that's gone down on the site, and that gives TYLOO some good room. I think they'll have a pretty decent idea here. They've got a deep push in from ZDR. Kaze, oh, he's going to mess up the smoke here. He's able to work in front of it. Not able to find a frag. Set up a bit for Advent. Good for the first. Struggles for the second. 3v2 still definitely on. ZDR has to win this fight. He does so. There's a hold on to the bomb. He spots them. Sin's still going. Sin's still defusing, and Switcher will get the defense in. Kaze, though, bursts out to deny the defuse and get TYLOO the round.
Oh my god, that's so close, and it's so scrappy as well, but TYLOO will take it. Kaze, good work. Got a chance to speak to him as well, you know, off the back of their game yesterday, and it was nice to kind of have a conversation about what he was feeling like, how the team was doing. Obviously, we got to speak a little bit about the changes and what was kind of happening with this TYLOO team, and he was talking about basically how they are in flux. They've got a lot of players on the bench, but they're slowly trying to integrate kind of basically the youngsters, and they're doing it bit by bit, and ZDR, this is this opportunity. Kaze, good work from him. 2 kills to his aim, 2 for ZDR, so not bad.
A little bit of a scrap at the top end of banana there, but nothing much comes of it. Back off here towards middle. Oh, Advent. Beautiful tag. Nade down in. Doesn't quite do the damage, but Advent, I guess, softened up even more. That bomb, got to be careful, sir. Out in the middle, all alone, is not where you want to be. Mac 10 opens us up. Still 2 round this corner, though, for M80. Could be absolutely deadly. Slow wind up for TYLOO. Not bursting forwards. Weary of a stack. Weary of where these players... Oh, trying to look for fights. Jam Young catches on the boost. Really well timed there, it has to be said now.
And now, in this 3 versus 5, M80... Well, 2 versus 5, may I say, they're left with so little to work with. And, you know, even saving here is not the worst thing in the world, but they're not even going to be given that luxury. ZDR on the lurk. Finds one through bulk, and the last man that are slacks with the scout. Expectations pretty limited from us. All in all, that'll be that. Slacks might go on the way out here, and kind of misses his opportunity, misses a window. He might have even been spotted as well. TYLOO going for a deep save in through banana. They are going to have a little look in to find him at the very least. He needs to be careful. He's being flanked from both sides. Flash going to come over towards CT, gets a tag, and now he's being wrapped from behind. He's in trouble, and he'll fall. So nothing saved by M80 and nothing gained either as TYLOO take a 2-0 lead. Pretty decent, pretty simple. I don't think there's too many complaints from TYLOO early here. We said Inferno's must win, and this is a very good start.
Yeah, looking good. Looking very good indeed. I like it. It's very disciplined, you know, and the sense of timing is absolutely solid. Great read on the map thus far. Patience, right, is paying off. And that is something, you know, you have this young, happy-go-lucky kind of team in M80. I think they will be a bit restless if you just hang around and let them make moves, let them make mistakes. It's exactly what happens last round for Jam Young in particular. Speaking of, here he is again. Finds one, spotting another, and they are Playing it safe. The flash and the molly gets the better of Swisher in the end. Looking good here for the A hit.
Should be easy. Couple of pistols. No real issues. Nice and simple. Going to make their way in. They are pushing Banana, but Jamie going to hold for it. Barrel might be poking out a window, but yeah, it doesn't really matter at range. It should be fine. Still tapping away. Make sure there's no Bafeta over fights. He's trying to isolate the fights as best he can. Gets the support coming through from ZDR. He actually wants the kills, and Jamie will start tapping away himself. Sin. Slicing a watermelon. Taking a pop shot. He doesn't want to give money away to the MAC-10, which I can kind of respect in all fairness, as he continues to try and run away, and he runs in towards the Glale. So not giving them as much money, but a very simple third on the board for TYLOO. M80 back in towards the buy, back in the investment. Now for them. Can they continue rolling forward? Can they find that form they did against G2? Can they start to put the brakes on towards TYLOO? Or is this going to be TYLOO coming out the gate in towards this map, flying, really starting to find their form, you know, late in towards this tournament when elimination's on the line?
Slack's playing aggressive with the AWP in all fairness, looking for an early pickup. Not much to be had thus far. M80 though looking to get aggressive, but again, TYLOO, the patience pays off. Perfect flash. Jam Young an entry king right now. Nearly does go down there on the trade attempt, but they'll be happy with the opener.
Opening kill for TYLOO, and the big thing as well is just all of this space. Mercury, a lot of damage, waiting for the swing as well. We'll actually get out of the way in time, which is good. And now they're doubling back towards the A site. They've seen 2 bits of util thrown simultaneously over towards B, and they look like they just don't want to test it. And they're going to instead rush up towards A. This is a really good call. Only one man towards backside. Rek got it all to do anchoring. Met the Molotov and only able to get one. That rotation, that mid-round call there by TYLOO is super good.
Yeah, they're looking great. They're looking so great. I'm not going to lie to you. This is really, really well rehearsed here. And M80 struggling. I think we've got to get a timeout in for them because TYLOO are just running rings around them. You know, it seems like the reads are perfect. Jam Young on that entry. As said, patient. I've already clocked on. Play a bit patient. M80, they're going to come to you. They're playing confidently. They believe in themselves a little bit, but again, they get restless. They feel like they have to do something. They have to have a presence in the round, and TYLOO ready for that and capitalizing on it as well. It's one thing to play safe and not give them early kills. It's another to counter them and use their own aggression against them.
Oh, well, I think you're spot on. This has actually really been good from TYLOO. There's a lot to like thus far. Individuals coming alive. The calls have been good. You know, as much as times have been tougher, and I think, if I'm right in saying, the lowest rated player at the event thus far, at least he was yesterday, he's actually, you know, doing his own. He's pulling his weight. He's calling well. There's no complaints. M80 may have come in towards this map a little lax, and it's not going all too well for them. Slack to try and get active. Had an opportunity. Actually a little late on towards the second mid peak, and that costs him. Now he has to fall away. There's good kind of space already gained here by TYLOO. They are playing very quick out the gates, getting a lot of control, and then pumping the brakes in these mid rounds, and it's forcing M80 to just slightly over rotate.
Bursting out through brackets here. Slack's on the famous angle on the corner here. We've seen Woxic finding a lot of success from there on Eternal Fire. Another team that really like the Inferno. Sin. Dangerous presence. Oh, the little jump spot. Trying to bait them in a bit. Swisher. Can't find success, however. Melted. Oh, and Sin goes down too. That feels like it should be the round. There's no real way for them to save. They have to fight their way out. Maybe Slacks could be the saving grace. Shot rings off a bit early. He goes back in for more. Misses and goes down. It's not looking good, man. M80 are just not on the same kind of level. Missed shots, misreads. TYLOO are absolutely in a winning position already for me.
I was just saving. Just what do you do here, right? Can't do anything. TYLOO are just running rampant here. Advent, Karzate, Mercury all combining so well. Opportunities given and taken. And you cannot complain at all. Decent showing. Good angle there by Miles. He'll get his kill, but then he gets tagged. Doesn't want to stick around too much. Gonna cross. Need to stick a chunk of a nade as well. I don't know. I don't think he survives it. Molotov to one side is being surrounded on all angles. The smoke is the only thing keeping him alive. In all fairness, they're going to pop through it. From Malta, he'll fall. They are ruthless. This is the guy we highlighted coming towards this game. He has been so good for TYLOO. And yeah, finally, we will see a pause come out of M80. So needed. They have looked a little rough, right? I mean, they're not exactly the confident self. The individuals aren't stepping up. We're not seeing the likes of kind of Malbs or Slacks get active. Sin is normally quite a fragging IGL, but all in all, it's been quite a rough thing where for TYLOO, it's very simplistic calls of just good contact towards side, a little bit quick in terms of the pace, and it's working.
Replays speaking for themselves, as it is mostly TYLOO players. Nice little save spot, though. Keep that one in your back pocket for your Premier games. So long as your opponent can't see you through the wall already.
It's a rarity these days, isn't it?
every time like MM comes up, we're just absolutely rinsing the game.
In all fairness, I played Premier yesterday, 15k plus, which is meant to be cursed, and yeah, on Dust 2, and it was pretty easy. We won very easily. So, a cheaterless experience.
Five stack?
No, 4 stack. 4 stack,
well.
on random.
Yes.
And as per, the random was useless.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. I was going to say, maybe that was your one guy.
Oh, no. He did absolutely nothing. I actually played it with our observer. I think he's observing this game. Zarks.
Big up.
Yeah. Played one with him. That was pretty good. Good time. Pretty easy win. Can't complain. Hate to see that Dusty was back in the pool, but what can you do? What can you do? There's no point complaining. It ain't changing. Opening kill. There's the way of M80. Pistol getting active, but they're still looking like they want to go towards A. There's 3 players here to meet them. And Molotov aptly timed, reckon to stay up on high, but they're going to go through this, and that will cost him his life. Swing in sight. Beautiful work. Lovely little double coming through us. Well, Hadford and Jemyon combine, and before you know it, bomb goes down. I don't know if the AK of Slacks actually wants to give this a go.
Yeah, no armor. I mean, there's not much point, really. He is thinking about saving. I think he's trying to convince the fellas. Yeah, and eventually they will save for it. Malbs on nothing but a dig is going to stick around, but they work it out between them. Swisher's got armor. You get cheaper head armor into the next. You know the story. Mr. Malbs, though, could deny some guns away. If you look at the HP bars, really quite low. He takes a kill bonus for himself, but I don't think there's really any saving. He gives up the fight, unfortunately. I felt like he might have been able to slow them down, catch them on the edge, but yeah, it's maybe not information that he is privy to. All the same, 6 in a row now for TYLOO. Again, another nice showing from them in that round where it starts a little shaky, looks a little dangerous, but they are able to keep their cool and find the trades just right on top of each other, you know, really playing well as a unit.
So, 6-0. No response. Nothing on offer. Yeah. Not been a lot to work with at all for M80, and it is getting to a position of being quite dire. He's going to come down. Jemyon might try and play through the smokes here. Holmes not exactly contesting for this, so got a decent amount of space here to work with towards top card. They're going to be given all of this control. M80, you can see them just at times being maybe a little bit overly cautious on it. It's getting dicey. Flash in the corner. Speaking of, just like I say that, Malbs will re-aggress, which is good. Taking back that control. Do not give TYLOO the opportunity to just run rampant across the map. I think goes back for some more util. A couple of flashes for him to work with. Once again, looks like they're setting towards A. Had very good success here, so why not?
Does make sense. Utility coming over the top. Going to be moving a bit faster behind it this time, though. Flash has come round. Nothing found as yet, but yeah, you can see it's really well played here on the back of that utility, gaining a lot of ground, catching M80 off guard. A pace change is exactly maybe what TYLOO needed here. Slacks, good for one. That's it. It's Wreck in towards Pit. First comes in, second's a little harder for him. Can he close gaps here? Oh, not looking too likely. Does a bit more damage. I would say time bought, but like it's the A bomb site. Once that motor smoke goes down, it's so hard for the rotators to help out. 3v2. M80 need a round, so there's an argument here. There's a thought here of like, maybe we just give it a go, you know, and hopefully the gods of Counter-Strike look favorably upon us, but I think it is quite the opposite. Swisher, clean find onto the head of the first. Unaware of this third player in particular. Yeah, tries to pre-fire in, and Kaze will take him 7-0. TYLOO, no signs of slowing down.
I would have thought, right? I mean, coming into the series off the back of that G2 game of M80 yesterday, I mean, I was looking at this thinking this could be a massacre for M80 because they actually looked really good, but they do look like a shadow of their former selves. This is not the M80 that we saw even against BetBoom. Yeah, they lost that series, but I think they played relatively well for the most part. It's tough, man. It really is. It's not been a great showing. Second time out utilized already here. Def getting on the mic, and, you know, understandably so. This has been pretty rough. TYLOO, he breaks, he pauses mid-rounder, causing M80 to slightly overface and overextend, and they're doing a couple of janky plays which are costing them, you know, pushes through smokes, and TYLOO just playing guns up. They're so aggro, but it's working. I don't blame them. So yeah, this is good. I think there's no complaints at all for TYLOO. Obviously, I've had my reservations about this team. I think they have so much potential, but I've been held back at times. But my God, they are playing really well. This is the TYLOO that I've been wanting for ages. We're Asian Counter-Strike enjoyers, and, you know, it's only been the story of Mongols for the most part on the international scene. It's good. Really good. Any more that TYLOO get in this half would be amazing. But even if it is just 7, it's not even a bad T side, to be perfectly honest.
Util over the top, gains control in Banana. Flash round TYLOO, mixing things up a little bit here. This is one of the things that happens, though. You get into a lead, and you're so dominant, you feel like you've got to be ahead of the curve, man. You've got to be cutting edge, you know? You've got to get in there and come up with new ideas before they figure you out. And you start mind-gaming yourself a little bit, but the A-bomb side's been working pretty regularly. This B switch-up might be troublesome, might be something that M80 can capitalize on. Great nade there.
Util set up. Smoke going to come over. Jamyung playing anti. Mercury facing contact. The Mercury gets flashed. Jamyung can support him. Nice and simple. Making a move. Molotov will come on towards second orange. One more in towards new box as well. Going to force out the fight. It can just play the edge there with that Molotov. It doesn't go all the way deep, so it does give an opportunity for Valves to try to make something work. Molly in towards Barbecue. He's okay to force out a fight, but it's not good enough for Slacks. Good shot. Numbers now were in their favor, but not anymore. Kaze making a move all the way back towards Pillar. This is a good position. The flick is a beaut. Looks for the second, can't quite connect. Once again, setting up for it. Slacks walks straight into danger. And that's another round for TYLOO, 8-0. Beautiful, beautiful work from this side. They are simply outplaying M80, and there's no two ways about it.
Glorious, absolutely glorious. 2v2 looks decent for M80, looks doable for M80. And again, as I said, the B switch up might be the difference maker, but no, TYLOO can make that work too. Kaze hasn't died yet.
Fair play. And it's not exactly like he's like
worth pointing out.
Not even like he's baiting or anything. Like he's actively looking for fights there at the tail end. So credit to him. Slacks. Got a scout. Does like the scout, to be fair to him. Could be the old tag and bag strategy. Kaze tucks his head up the time. The tag will come on towards Jamyung. And one spotted in towards second.
Oh, Mercury, watch yourself here. peeking round. They just dropped away, actually. They might have been able to isolate him, but playing a bit safer. All falls silent here. There's TYLOO taking things slowly again, testing waters in different areas, a heavy apps play. M80 somewhat set up as the utility comes over. Swisher is immediately on his bike, getting round to Long to bolster up the MP9. Could be a deadly little setup over here if they can make it work. There goes the head of Jamyoung. They'll drop back. Man advantage, M80. Wreck below balcony here. He gets blinded up though. Perfect flashes again from TYLOO. And the fights at range look decent. Sin doing well on the MP9 to keep the dream alive. The site itself has fallen. But a 3v3, not out of the realms of possibility.
Advent's been so comfortable in these fights so far. I think he's coming up to now 4-1 on opening duels. He's loving it. Mercury will find Swisher now in a 2 versus 3. This is a good position to find yourself in. I mean, at the very least, it's a low buy from M80, so we didn't expect a hell of a lot, but they're not being given that much either. Sin, all that's left. He will... Well, I look like he was going to try and pick up the gun and get out of there, but I don't think he has time. I think he knows that even if he picked it up and tried to make a run for it, he would have died to the bomb radius. So an MP9 is all he will get. And that basically be about that. Yeah, so 3-1 for Advent in opening duels, 2-1 for Jamyoung as well. Having a great time. They really are. Sin's had a couple of moments himself as he's 2-1, but this has been Advent. He's quite relentless in terms of his aggression. Happy to get into the fights. That's a pretty poor missed shot, but a freebie for Advent every day of the week. This is a good showing, a kind of thing. 9-0. What is happening, right? This is a side who, you know, on this map at one point were in so much trouble to Sharks. There's no two ways about it. They were all over the place. And then, you know, kind of came back and started really kind of pushing that one the distance, the kind of the way we kind of expected. But, you know, before that, the Falcons had its moments of being close. Falcons to win it. G2, very kind of comfortable for G2 for the most part. This is such a surprising position we find ourselves in, because M80 have looked clean this Pro League, right? You know, lost to BetBoom twice, but bar that, it's been a good run, right? Here we see beat Sharks 2-1, beat G2 2-1. That's big victory to have under the belt. And then prior to this event, you know, wins in the Esports World Cup over Liquid a couple of times, or Liquid one time, Legacy another time as well. So yeah, I don't know. I felt quite confident for M80, but their confidence looks absolutely rocked. I don't know if it is what you were talking about, coming back to it, maybe them being a little bit fatigued off the back of a long day yesterday.
Big damage early on onto TYLOO. That is something that M80 have lacked. TYLOO playing more forward-facing. Not able to get that banana control that they are after, though. You know, it now becomes a battle of getting this one quickly, getting this one dominantly, laying down the law. And I don't know if M80 are going to be ready for it.
I was like, jumping for information, but nothing really gained there for him. So, again, bit by bit, starting to make a move. It's so quiet here. What is the play? Towards B's are the worst idea in the world. Swisher and Malb's got it all to do, and both have been, you know, decent by M80 standards, the two kind of top fraggers, but it's not exactly been a good performance out of either. They come. Molotov aptly timed, in all fairness. And a rotation coming through from Slacks as well, but it might be a little late. CT smoke could be enough.
Going through the smokes here. Oh, and in towards CT quite aggressively. Slacks is very ready, however. Bomb going to get, dropped. Malb's above smoke. Around smoke. Either way, that'll seal it. The other two players are nowhere near the action. Just looking to hold what they have. Kaze needs his stats. Don't die. Don't die. I think he's got to get a kill. No? Okay, they're not even going to give him the option. So respecting the flawless game from Kaze this far. But M80 get themselves their first round. It's all about recovery here in the first half and just trying to get a nice clean reset moving into the second. But I don't know, man. You need more than one for sure.
Yeah. I mean, if they can get a 9-3, maybe. But, I mean, even still, I don't know if it feels all that good, right? This has been it's a pretty embarrassing performance by M80 standards. This has not been great. But again, we've got to keep saying it. So much credit to TYLOO. They're playing great. Wreck trying to get active. Oh, it's so messy. So messy. And then ZDR sees it off. Wreck, he's like 15 plus of the bullets there. Oh, man. That is a tough one. He's having a real poor game, unfortunately. Him 2-11. Bless him, he's relentless. Oh, slacks. Right idea. Wrong execution. Jam Young deletes him, but Sinalans are back at the very least. Still, numbers good for TYLOO. And then once again, just pump the brakes. They're not in a rush here. The B side's open, and M80 going to gamble A.
Oh, ZTR finds a big frag there. Starting to lock it in now. Swisher, he's going to be spotted as well. The one thing M80 have going for them is the fact that both of their remaining defenders are here. They have just revealed that. And maybe the bomb is going to move away. Swisher left alone as Malb's trying to be smart about it. Unfortunately for him, it's a bit too deep of a read. TYLOO keep it simple. Swisher finds the head of another. Oh, they're split up, you know, nervy here, isn't it? The calls, the decision-making from M80 is that of a desperate team. Swisher looking for another. ZTR goes under the crosshair. Dream.
Yeah, this is tough. It is. 1 versus 2. But if anyone's going to do it, it will be Malbs. And ace yesterday against G2 was pretty damn beautiful. Kaze holding. Missed shot, though. Oh, second time asking. The old bob and weave. Lovely. 10-1. What am I witnessing here? What a map we are getting out of TYLOO. And it's just so simple. Cheeky grin there on his ZDR. He knows he probably got away with a little bit of luxury here. This was such a scrappy fight. He survives on 6 points of HP. Well, yeah, Wreck really, unfortunately for him, fluffing his lines. That was tough. The fact that he even gets a second despite being 6 HP is kind of crazy as well. But a really, really good round once again from TYLOO. When the pressure's on, they just make it stick. Couple smokes coming through. Malbs will go aggro this time down Banana. Try and take a little bit of early control. This is the proactivity I want to see, but final round of the half, I mean, already, we should have seen this a little bit earlier and more consistently.
Just the nades raining in. The start of Inferno is often quiet. Not a lot of banana contention in this first half. M80 trying for it, but TYLOO really do have a solid protocol set up in place for that banana area. Wreck up high could be dangerous. Usually backed up, and I believe he is. I think there is a player underneath him. Yeah, okay, there we go. I was trying to find it on the minimap, but we'll see how this setup goes. Straight on top of each other. Looking good for now. Slacks with a double piece, but there's still trades back from TYLOO. ZTR, the man on balcony, can't get anything done. M80 looks set to find themselves at least a second, at least a round, right at the death of the first. Gonna need a tough run back into this second half, but this might be the first move required. 10-2 at the turn of the half. Not a lot from M80. Maybe they can turn things around on the T side. Only time will tell. Hello, everybody. Welcome back in. A swift first half coming through. TYLOO with 10 rounds. What the hell? Not expecting that. I don't think anybody was coming into this game, to be honest with you. A closer affair is what I was expecting. TYLOO, I've got confidence in them. You maybe lacked a little bit, thinking that M80 would be the monsters here. We still got a series on our hands, still got at least one more map, but it feels like this one's going to be over swiftly.
Yeah, I think you're probably spot on. And any pistol round here taken by TYLOO, doesn't matter how it comes, if M80 get a bomb plan or whatever, it doesn't matter. It's how they find a pistol round. It's probably the beginning of the end already. Decoy on the corner. That's actually kind of a smart way, in all fairness, to clear this close corner. See if anyone's sitting there. They would have heard the tag of the decoy, but looks like they're going to send Rec round. What has he got? There's 2 players backside to meet him.
Ollie's coming in. A lot of utility here from both sides. Defense from TYLOO going to have to be sound. They've got an early rotation. Jam Young hidden away. Advent trying to draw them in. It's worked. First landed. Advent does go down. Are they confirmed onto Jam Young? Not quite. Rec gives his life for that frag and gives his life for the bomb plant. M80 going to have to convert this now. 2 moving round in from Banana. Goodness me. There's just headshots all over the place. A double dinker there to finish her off. 2 versus 2 now. Slowly encroaching on towards the bomb site as Kaze fighting out towards Dark. Slacks will get the better of him. It's all on to ZDR. The first is so clean, but just 2, well, 1 too many, I suppose, is what I should say there. It's very, very close, but M80 take it.
Yeah, it's so necessary. It goes without saying. Do not find that pistol. It feels like probably little to no chance in kind of this map, basically just off the back of confidence more than anything, rather than, the round differential or the economy or anything. It's just that confidence in their mind that, can we compete on this T side? Can we make this work? And now they know yes, right? So at the very least, that's the way to go about this. But when you're M80, and this is probably the conversation they had halfway, and the conversation that will be kind of continuing all the way throughout the second half, or whatever there is of it, is you cannot think long-term in these situations. You can't think, okay, if we win these rounds and we can chain these, you can only think one at a time. That's the only way to not kind of kaboom the mental, so to say. One by one, round by round. Do not overthink the situation. That's the only way that you can start to climb back in towards these sort of games. There's a bit of a Leaning Tower of Pisa stack sort of thing over there. Nadal comes down, and Malbs actually gets 2 in quick succession with that Mac 10. That's good money in the pocket. They might just keep going in off the back of that. Even if there's a gamble or a force, they should be fine.
Yeah, looking a little confident, I suppose. Not full sending, but just getting that Mac 10 in maybe for a bit more. Swisher going to get taken down here on the side. And Mr. Slacks has discovered that the bomb site is actually clear, so he'll be calling for support to come his way. Sin backing away. Does have to be careful. He's giddy for some frags. But man, if Advent can find him here, not going to happen. Sin playing it really well.
ZDR anymore? All he got is 1, so far so good. Had a good game as well, to be fair to him. ZDR has been a really good pickup, it has to be said. Doing well. Oh, he's going to get more as well. Fair enough. Any more would be nice, but not to be traded off at the tail end there. So, M80, bit by bit, moment by moment, getting in towards this game. Like I said, it has to be just a round at a time. There's no way that you can overthink this situation. Pause will come through as well. Good opportunity for both coaches to get on towards the mic and speak to the respective IGLs. And speaking of, for Sin, fragging wise, actually been really good over towards M80. He's been stepping up quite consistently. See, TYLOO is taking a bit of a breather. They're not in any sort of a stressful spot, but coming in towards their first 4 buy, they want to make sure they get a reins back on this game. Don't allow any opportunities at all for M80 to start climbing their way back in. Like we said, round by round, a little M80 are going to think of. But in this sort of MR12 and all the rest, with that CT economy being kind of as feeble as it is, you actually can start to make really good conversations at comebacks. All it takes is like 2 to 3 gun rounds, basically, and they could get back into this. So TYLOO want to make sure they don't let that happen.
Again, no real contention in that banana area, just a trading of utility back and forth. Oh, here we go, though. M80 maybe starting to show some presence in. A flash round for TYLOO to work with. Jamyoung, no one spotted, so he drops back and is safely able to do so. However, it has weirdly worked out for M80 because they feel like they've not seen anyone and they're going to rotate back, but Advent has a little inkling that maybe they just got a bit unlucky trading information here. Or trading nades, got to be careful on that. Jamyoung will get his down. Molotov as well to back it up. Buys the time and space for the CTs to, in theory, get into better positions. Whoa, Advent. Dangerous game goes in again for the flash. You've got to be kidding, but he sets up Jamyoung, and it pays off. Double kill for him. 5v3 now for TYLOO.
I can't believe it. I can't believe he gets the luxury of that second flash. Swisher. Needs a kill here on towards Mercury. Doesn't actually need to fight himself because he knows he's got one crossing. Flash, swing, find is easy. Swisher gets his one, but that's all he'll get. Just like that. Nice and simple. It should be anyway. 2v4. Last man a wreck. Low. No chance. You'd expect 14 points of HP. Sinnoh gets one. That's it. Bomb actually might go down here. And in all fairness, it will. So that's a luxury they'll take. They're not going to complain about that, but any more is probably out of the realms of possibility, and down he goes. So, where we're at now. Not too shabby. Not too shabby indeed. 11-4, back to winning ways, and back to TYLOO in the driver's seat.
Yeah, it was this moment, wasn't it? Jamyoung on that two-piece. It's tough for M80, man. 10-4. As soon as the rifles come out, TYLOO, you get the round. You know, it's really not what you want. You want to be running it back to like 8 or 9 rounds, maybe. And then you can afford to lose one. Even then, really not a lot of breathing room. So M80 going to have to pick things up massively. TYLOO trying to... Oh, send it down middle. It's a little dodgy. Flashes are decent, but just not able to capitalize. The mid push, really not as easy or as clean to make work here on CS2. Those little jagged angles and the stairs area are a little tighter, you know, so it's harder to get the sight lines going. So 5v3 for M80, maybe handed to them by TYLOO, but all the same, a good start.
Yeah, I think you're right. Not bad, man. Not bad. Making a little move. Very passively here through Banana. But when you've got the numbers the way they do, they actually are in no need to rush at all. Wreck, caught. Great little swing there, Jamyoung. Timing's perfect. Had a great game he has as well. 19 and 10. Come alive a little bit more in towards the CT side. They go back towards B. Nobody's home. Rushing over here. But Advent's going to miss his window.
Yeah, not much that they can really do for this one, I don't think. I feel like you got to have a save. On the TYLOO side of things, they, again, have rounds, have presence. But
I don't hate it.
Yeah, there's not much you can do, to be honest. You're far away as Advent, and then the rotators are even further, and then like retaking, man down. Just doesn't happen on Inferno, to be honest.
Yeah. I don't hate it, but it's one of those things they can really buy in next round, right? Kaze will have enough of his 1.1k to kind of drop something over, whether it's an M4 or even dipping in towards the FAMAS. They want a bit more utility. ZDR can buy for himself. So, yeah, they can facilitate something here. It should be fine as long as, of course, all three do stay alive. But the hunt is not close enough for M80 here. They'll stay alive briefly. Up to the 5th. Bit by bit. 6 rounds is the difference. And it still smiles all around here for M80. I think when you are kind of deafened when you're M80 in this position, there's no point putting extra pressure on yourself. It's already happened. It's been and gone. That half is done. And now it's about trying to chain this T side together. And it does feel like a little bit more of a pressure situation towards TYLOO, in all fairness, judging by kind of some of the conversations they look like they were having. Advent will take the hit with the MP9. His M4's alongside him, though. This is pretty good. As M80 continue to try and chip away at this mammoth task ahead of them. Wreck will burn. Makes a little bit of damage. Nate comes over as well. Nobody playing through apps here. TYLOO more than happy to take a step back.
M80 just sending the feelers out, try and find that first pick. Again, looking towards B, we've got a bit more presence from TYLOO this time. A late flash in. Nothing found though, they weren't up that aggressively. Decent little bit of nade damage, I suppose, but no kills as yet. Going back round again. Oh, nobody in. Slack's going to find a stray headshot. Oh, and another one as well. Kaze also falls. They might go a bit too quick here, but Advent can't do anything to stop them. M80 should have another round. So definitely picking up life on the T side. It's going to be a hell of a run back all the same. But they will force an eco out, I would imagine. TYLOO probably just save around these saved weapons, if you can keep up with what I'm saying.
They're starting to cook a little bit. They're starting to look really, really good. This is a very, very decent response coming out from M80. And the fact that they're doing it flawless as well is going to give them stability, going to give them real good room to work with. Man, this is what you want to see. This TYLOO side is starting to reel a little bit. Yes, some of the individuals are playing okay. You know, ZDR, Jam Young, but it's not making a big difference. They are going to be testing the way out as well. Hunt coming through. Free beef is ZDR, but he might be all that survives here. His team is under a lot of pressure. Oh my god, he's walking away with the kills. They walk away with all of them. Brilliant. What a hold. Fair play. Mercury and ZDR both stepping up in a massive way. ZDR in particular, great finds from him. And the flash to keep his teammate alive on the short swing. Not bad. Hunt unsuccessful. All in all, still around for M80s. That's really all that matters for them. Bit by bit, they're gaining confidence. They're growing into this game. Better late than never. And not just yet at the point of too little, too late either, right? So, M80 know more than most. They've still got absolutely a chance. Smoke broken by the nade, but ZDR, this is ballsy. I love it. He's already pushing all the way down. And nobody's behind the smoke, so the banana push can also come through as well.
Nice pick up from ZTR, a little bit mental from him to just go for it like that, and he's able to make it away as well. A pretty big deal for TYLOO here. Oh no, M80. I mean, yeah, they really don't know what's on the other side of this as well, to be honest. You know, it's like, how did they recover that kill back? The Nova in the apartments from Kaze here. Swisher spotted and deleted. Little mouse one, good night. 3 remain for M80 here. TYLOO picking them apart at the seams.
This is good. Really good. This is where we get to see TYLOO pressure off a little bit. Some of these individuals coming through. I mean, that play through mid is beautiful, right? A deep smoke coming through, one through banana, one through mid. They push it, and then a pop flash from the top mid player who then mollies to keep himself safe. I mean, beautiful. M80 left down to 3. Not impossible, but they've got to hit this one. They don't. Jam Young flashed in for another fight, and he gets reload off as well. The AWP, oh, missed shot from bad to worse for Slacks. And a flawless round that TYLOO as well. Is just going to really, really cement what this team's ability is all about. Jam Young, masterclass at the tail end. Beautiful work.
Yeah, it looks fantastic here. Jam Young was a key component of that round. And M80 now on this awful buy to stay alive. They've got Malbs with the Hero AK. I mean, you'd certainly want his namesake on that, but the rest of the team just really not good. Tech 9's utility attempt here. Mercury, though, going to open up. Will get traded quickly. Malbs does well there. They're going to try and burst off the back of that. And they find big success. Advent the next to fall. Rotations are really far away. The banana play works wonderfully. And again, for TYLOO, I think you just have to save it, man. There's no real way in, even with what looked to be lesser weaponry. They've actually now retrieved AKs, but yeah, there's just no way for you to find space here.
Onto the question as well, when you look at it, for TYLOO, was it worth going for any sort of retake there because they know there's potentially some lesser weaponry? No, it's just not worth it. Not with the AWP. So DR, he has an MP9. It's the only thing that potentially could be the thing that they would warrant giving up, but Murky's got his AK, doesn't want to lose it. But great work from Malbs. That round off the back of him individually. Double entry crack through. I think Jamyoung just maybe over fighting just a tad there. Overstays is welcome ever so slightly. But all in all, still a big deficit. 5 rounds in the hole. And that's just to take us to overtime. Take a look at these kills from Malbs again. Beautiful work, man. Given the opportunities, I'll take them every day of the week. Advent just a little bit, I think, you know, half a second too slow on the trade. He was throwing util. That's what catching off guard. Reinvest in, though. It's okay. They do drop over the MP9. Happy to go in towards the M4s. They know they want to close us out here. And now Nate comes in towards under. Nobody there just yet. Jamyoung sitting up close. He's been good from this position. Supporting util as well. Advent will be the one to drop him. Molotov, good timing there as well. If anybody tries to push, that'll just force him to pump the brakes. Double nades could be huge, could be massive. But there's a lot of damage.
Albs moving in fast here. Oh, he's melting a little bit. A lot of damage done by the TYLOO boys, but no kills as yet. They'll lose that top. Not a control. Not able to put any presence up, unfortunately. On that M80 side, they're apprehensive, you know, with the damage that had been done, you can't necessarily burst off the back of it. $50 seconds left on the clock, though. M80 have got to make a move soon.
Oh, man. It's not feeling good, is it? How much damage they've taken as well. And decent utility in the back pockets of TYLOO, primarily those smokes. So they got 2 more smokes to work with. One being on Jamyoung, he's over towards B to try and slow them down. So as one dissipates, especially now, will be the time to throw it. Seems like he's holding it though. Not gonna drop his smoke. He's gonna try and take contact. They're gonna fight. Jamyoung sticking around. Off angle for him. It's good for 2. Oh, it's a mow down. Jamyoung with 3. Advent with one of his own before he falls. Game set in this map number 1. 13-7. TYLOO close it. What a display. What a performance from this side who came into their map pick and pulled no punches. M80 find themselves now 1 map away from elimination. And we're going to find out whether that's going to be the case after the break.
At some point in every gamer's life, there's a question to be asked. Do your clothes match your hobby in any situation? Or do they just represent what you dream of? No matter what situation, there's always the right way and the wrong. The only real question is, which are you going to choose? Decide for yourself.
Smokes. You see double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait, what was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple. That's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a Finally.
With Face It Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
A new day means new submissions to the workshop. I found some that could be a good time if you load them up with friends. I mean, what is it to say? It's Dust 2, well, rotated. Personally, I like not feeling ill, but the first time you load this up, you're gonna feel sick. The map gives you super jumps, so getting around this atrocity is actually possible, if not a bit annoying. The map has placed strategic boxes all about the place, allowing you to reach pretty much any area of the map. Why you would want to play this, I don't know. However, I do think it's cool that someone went through the effort and brought their idea into reality.
Oh my...
Get some friends on there and just have a mess about. It's pretty fun still.
Rush, you always just can't be in a fucking spot right I'm a CT, what do you mean?
If you want that feel of an old school fun minigame map, Mini Skeet Games can provide a few hours of good fun with friends. The map is like many minigame maps where you all spawn and have to race to the center. If you are one of the lucky ones, then you get to decide what minigames you play. This map has a focus on the Skeet-styled games, meaning maps where you are launched through the air. I only did this with 4 people and it was still enjoyable.
Wait, how are you going to quick rush?
Jumping. So for you lot, I know you have more friends than I do, as maxing out a server on this will provide some goofs and gaffs. The look of the map is very old school, as it is a port from the medieval times. It seems we are still a bit out from map makers deciding to create something completely unique and original when it comes to minigame maps.
Fuck you guys.
I'm sure a lot of you out there have played the smash hit Fall Guys. Well, a couple of you at least. This map is a recreation of the hexagon level. Unlike the original, this is only one layer, so if you mess up once, you're out. The map will also feed some utility into the center of the arena, so keep an eye out for that as the flashes are pretty handy.
I'll rush the scumbag with util as well. Didn't know we had
The
it.
Fall Guys official description of the map sums it up perfectly. Floor pieces fall away while you stand on them. Keep moving and survive the longest to win the crown.
Easy peasy.
Cube is a death run style game mode that deserves to be played with around 32 to 64 players. It's a long, sprawling assault course mixed with many movement elements. If you are on a server and have around 40 or so friends, I can give this one a recommend. It can be very frustrating, and there are even some parts I still don't know how to do. Like, how am I supposed to get out of this maze? And what on earth am I supposed to be doing here? You will die many, many times, trust me on that. And even when you have reached the end, there's some more. I definitely didn't cheat to get to the end of this, but after like 20 or so runs with a full server, I'm sure someone out there will get the hang of it.
Don't give up on us, don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take you to show without reason. There's no life at all. We are taking over. We can change it all. 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 Hey, hey. We can change it all. We can change it all. Hey, hey. We can change it all. We can change it all. This is the moment chosen for the game.
Dr. Katie to make it through.
Yeah, I gotta say, this is for me probably one of the more shocking results we've had, just because of kind of how TYLOO have looked so far this tournament, and then how M80 have looked, right? This is kind of going against the grain completely. So yeah, man, I don't know. This is such a wild one to me. It's such a weird situation where I think for M80, they did show up and they did find a bit of form, but it was too little too late, right? We just didn't see that consistency come forward them from the start. I mean, a 10-2 half, at that point, it's already dead in the water. There's no chance. So yeah, man, I think for me, the biggest thing, we just didn't see M80 start the way they wanted to, and it took them way, way, way too long to wake up. Now,
yeah,
the hope is Ancient. It's been a good map. M80 have looked confident on it. They've already taken a fairly decent couple of scalps. So my hope coming into us is that we just get to see M80 play the way we hope. They beat BetBoom. That was the map that they took off BetBoom. They beat G2 13-2 as well, may I say. It wasn't exactly like they just beat G2. They battered them. And then first series here at Pro League, they beat BetBoom again. Again, the only map they took in that series they lost, and they battered them 13-1. This is a side who, so far, they played 3 maps in Pro League thus far, and this, only just on double-digit rounds against them. 10 rounds is all that teams have got against them in 3 separate maps. Twice BetBoom, 1 G2. This is a very, very good map for M80 right now. So for TYLOO, they've got to be maybe a little bit worried, I guess.
Yeah, I think so. Maybe they have, in what they're going to be capable of here, whether they can bounce back cleanly, whether they can bounce back soundly. But yeah, it is a tough one to ultimately be able to read into at this point. I'm excited for Ancient. Another man who might be excited for it, Mr. Jam Young, fragging out of his mind there on Inferno.
What a player. What a player. Had an incredible game. I mean, he was so difficult to stop. And actually, for me as well, the really important things about seeing this guy start to step up in quite a consistent way, both across his T and the CT side. Sometimes you see players who do absolutely pop off, but it maybe, takes a little bit of time for them to get going, or maybe they're kind of one-sided demons, but no, really decent work. 14-4 across the CT side, 12-8, may I say, across his T side. So really good, putting up monstrous ratings across both. I mean, in fact, just to even really highlight how good the CT side was, he had a 2.24 rating specifically there, and a 1.92 rating overall for the map. This guy was an animal, and this is a guy that we look towards consistently to always step up, right? He's so good. And the other guy part of that package that you see is ZDR, another guy we highlighted him coming in towards today. He's been easily the best player so far this tournament for TYLOO, and the most consistent performer, especially when they've lost. And again, man, looking very, very solid. So if these two can pop off, maybe we get a little bit more of Mercury. He was much quieter than we traditionally expect. If we can get just Mercury into the fray here, then potentially Ancient is a possibility.
Yeah, it's coming together quite nicely, I think, for TYLOO, really. That's one of the big things, you know, we have talked about, trying to get all these players activated at the same time. Still not fully there, but really, really good luck, I think, in the end for the side of TYLOO, of course. And yeah, I think that ZDR, he's stepping up a bit more consistently. He was like a name that, especially coming into this event, a lot of people might not have heard of. If you are more ear to the ground and whatnot with the Asian Counter-Strike and whatnot, maybe, you know, you are more familiar with ZDR, but all the same, he, for me, has stepped up in a big, big way here. Not seen this kind of performance out from him previously, you know, so I feel that this environment, maybe, or just the way that they've been working together in recent memory has really paid off and really has boosted them. Of course, you know, Chengdu didn't really see this kind of performance from him at all, and they have been struggling a little bit online. But if he can use this performance to boost a Pro League, but also into the future, then I think actually we have like a triple threat team here with a bit of Kaze sprinkled in there too.
Yeah. I think you're right, man. I think you are right. There is a world. There is a chance. I've really liked, though, what we've seen coming through from ZDR. He's someone for me who was basically a bit of unknown quantity. I mean, by HLTV standards, this is his first official team. I wouldn't know prior to this where domestically he was playing, but he hasn't really had any sort of a reps prior to this, and he really has kind of come up the woodwork and started to shine. So obviously, you know, it's one of those things that you can always give credit to Advent for, is his ability to find talent. I mean, Jam Young, Mercury, Mosea, and now it seems seemingly ZDR is another one joining that crop of kind of young players who really can step up in a big way. So yeah, I mean, a lot to like out of this guy. Very, very confident, especially kind of being on a big stage, which for him is probably quite a rarity. And that's what we want to see. So as we head in towards our second map, in just about a minute or so, we do have big reservations about what M80 are looking like. This has been a very good map for M80. We already spoke about it. We've already sung their praises, but it's been an awful series so far. That first map was so bad that there is a world which that could kind of just ever so slightly leak over in towards the likes of Ancient. The real hope is that in this sort of 10 to 15 minute break that we had in between maps, that M80 have just taken a breather, gone and stood outside for a moment and just been like, it happens, boys, you know, slow start. But when we're far from out of this, we can take this towards a third map. We can push this towards Overpass and really start to put the pressure on towards TYLOO. We know we can beat them. And I'm sure, you know, judging by the conversations out on the couch yesterday, you know, beating G2 and stuff, these guys are full of confidence. Slacks and Sin absolutely back themselves in this team. So for me, this is the thing that I think is the only way you can go about this. They had a little bit of a resurgence tail end of Inferno. That's nice. And they're hoping that maybe that kind of slight wake up that they had can transfer on towards Ancient.
Well, hopefully, right? If TYLOO can come back in looking exactly the same as they did at the start of Inferno, then it is going to be over quite swiftly. The potential is there for them. However, this map for M80, as we have said a few times, has been so good this tournament. I think there is high potential for my money that it goes to a third. Unless TYLOO now have put the work in. This is the big one, right? Their Inferno looked very good there. T-side in particular seemed to be ready for the M80 approach early on. Shut down a lot of the M80 ideas on that CT side. Now moving on to Ancient. Can they do the same again? Have they had enough time? Have they been able to fully get a read on the M80 approach to Ancient? We're about to find out.
Wow. Let's take a look and see. What have we got to work with, M80? All eyes on you. You've been the side who, you know, maybe not sure what to play just yet. We got tapping away. Good start coming through for M80. There's that first. They'll take it every day of the week. Malvs, nice work. Mercury stuck between a rock and a hard place, and he is just overwhelmed. There's no idea. That's rough.
Yeah, they just got absolutely railed. To be honest, oh my god, and Slacks gonna finish it off with another nail in the hand there. Absolutely deadly stuff. Just no real difficulty at all, and maybe we're in for a bit more of that M80, a flying start on Ancient.
Good work. Good work. No complaints from us at all. That's better. Just back themselves. I mean, M80 is such a confident team. We saw this against G2. We'll keep mentioning it because, I mean, that is a really good litmus test to kind of where this team stand on this map, and look very solid. So, back underway. You really don't have anything to work with if you are TYLOO.
I'm gonna gamble stack B here. Boost coming up. A couple gonna play through ramp. I don't have any Yuto as well to pop themselves in, so they're just gonna take raw angels here. Might get a chance. Oh my god, caught off guard, but somehow getting out of there, and Malbs will mow them down. Beautiful work as Wreck. Potentially probably gonna get the last one here around that corner. The last remains of Swisher actually, who cleans it up. Flawless round for M80 against the Pistols. Nice and easy. Claps all around there for Def, and I don't blame him.
Yep, looking good. Just smooth here. Really no trouble at all. TYLOO very quickly going to look to get presence, but not able to put the fear in them. M80 standing strong, looking good. There's Malbs getting started very successfully here as well. 6-0 already for him. A player that is incredibly scary if he can get going. Needs a decent kick things off. Tiny bit of damage. Mercury looking to take a scrap. He will lose it out. It's Jam Young on the MP9 who finds success towards mid there. Still, B-bomb site a little vulnerable for the time being. Advent got to play smart here. Gets a smoke down, gets that cave control, but in the meantime gives up ramp. And TYLOO not really respecting that necessarily. So rotations are going to be late here, and M80 have got the run of the site. Oh, Advent, tough fight for him, but he does get it done. Can't stay alive. Wreck takes him in the backside, back down to a 3 versus 3. This is all over right now. The MAC-10 comes in. ZDR with the response. Nearly falls, nearly loses the round in that moment, but it's Jam Young now to do a lot of the heavy lifting. TYLOO trying to break back in towards this B-bomb site. No real opportunities presenting themselves for ZTR with a double dink. Are you joking? Leaving Swisher all alone against the world. Clean for the first. There's that kit available for Jam Young. Swisher. Oh, yeah, trying to play the mind games here, and he's just going to stick it. It is that early third round buy. How often do we see teams not buy a single kit at all on that CT side? You know, you go in, you lose a pistol, eco the next, then go for the buy. That kind of pattern. A lot of the time, they will focus on nades or weaponry and not go for a kit. And this is the one time that it pays off for TYLOO.
Pros don't fake. That's how they say it, right? And of course, I think sticking there is absolutely the right decision. I mean, obviously, it's very easy to say with the benefit of hindsight, but like you said, it's just sowing the seeds out in a 1v1. Pressure's on. Swisher opts not to peek, not to fight, and also because there was like just about 10 seconds-ish as he taps it, it is that risk of maybe he's tapping to get a fight, then stick it, right? You never want to overface. So honestly, well done by Jam Young, just playing the mind games, playing this mental chess, and TYLOO going to find their first. But M80, of course, they can buy back in. No issues for them. FAMAS for Swisher, but while that real comfortable one across the board. AKs on the AWP, of course, for Slacks. Now, there is a buy for TYLOO off the back of their round win, but it isn't the cleanest. You know, you got double FAMAS, M4, and an MP9. What do we got? Mercury, dink onto a Swisher. Lucky man still be alive. Nade, a team nade, in fact, very nearly does it. He's a lucky man to still be alive there.
Great start for TYLOO, therefore. Oh! Nade doesn't quite find Swisher. Sin's able to get away from it as well. Back in for a bit more. That is a dangerous fight. He just wins it. I think he was backed up by a Swisher spam at the same time. It looked like, because there was an assist there from Swisher, and I don't think Mercury is necessarily low enough from an earlier fight. Kaze, meanwhile, creeps out, picks up one. Looking good again here for TYLOO. Kaze just got to be careful on the reposition. Swisher next to fall. Slacks can't find the trade. Yeah, it goes down a bit too easily. They didn't have a lot of time trying to pick up the pace, trying to quickly send it through the narrow gap. Doesn't happen. TYLOO up to 2.
Okay, so again, now we are seeing what TYLOO all about. A little bit of a slow start for back of the pistol, but they're starting to cook it. I think it probably goes without saying as well, especially TYLOO letting this map through. You know, we were talking about how they have a bit of a shallow map pool, and realistically, you either ban this, which has generally been one of TYLOO's perma bans in the past, or do you ban Anubis? They chose to ban Anubis and let this one through, which obviously will guarantee, you know, M80 picking into this and all the rest. The thing for me is, what is the plans for TYLOO? How much prep have they had from yesterday to today? And so far, it seems all right. Advent taking a fight there. He will leave it to Mercury to mop up. Oh, and Jam Young lines them up.
Beautiful work for him. Slacks is all that's left, but he's so low. Jam Young, lovely little mode down. Slacks making something of this, but it's Jam Young with 3 in total. So against that, slightly inopportune buy, making it, you know, a couple of kills in the worst in the world. But yeah, big thing for me, the question is, what's the prep looking like for TYLOO? They had to have expected it. If they're going to go for a perma ban or an insta ban of Anubis, they've got to have known this was coming through.
It's true. It is very, very true. I mean, yeah, it's wild to see, though. TYLOO just coming out of nowhere. Jam Young, that previous round, is testament to that, but man alive, they are really looking good. Jam Young, quick move, bit of movement. Oh my god, he's so blind. And Molly's all keeping for now. I think they're going to know that he's up here. Malbs does fall. Mercury with the push forwards. I think that was a bit of a team flash. It's kind of panicked over there, but nonetheless, they have gained control of B, forcing them towards A. Kaze's here with AWP. They're not committing to A. It's a fake. M80 trying to play the guessing game. Not sure if they can win it.
So, as it goes quiet, M80, like you said, trying to gamble through mid. The smoke actually might be a little late. Oh my god, Jam Young just gets out of there. Malbs was one in that fight. And he will actually get out in front of the smoke too. Jam Young walking back. Might be an opportunity. Doesn't want to overfight. Drops a flash and he re-peek into this. I kind of respect it. Second time a look, it spots 2 different people and it'll fall away. And I'll leave it to the AWP at range. As Kaze posted, should get at least 1 here if they test him through Donut. But it looks like M80 have got other ideas. They're going to double away.
Advent. Holding. Oh, losing 1 on B. Yeah, and there goes the control. Malbs there. 4 has the perfect parameters. He knows Advent's rotated back around. Going to get the kill on him anyway. Jam Young and Kaze, no options in this round. No choice but to walk away.
Nah, will be that. So far, so good. I think that's a good reaction. M80 mid-round there. Good stuff from them, just making sure they don't fall into the trap. And it was a trap being set by Jam Young, trying to force them into a fight. I don't get it. A lot of this, you know, this map and the success that comes around it is based on the back of Malbs. You know, we're into completing our 6th round here, and we're seeing him 3 and 2 in opening duels, right? He's so proactive in getting in towards these fights. He backs himself time and time again. It is working. So for Jam Young and Kaze, they'll keep on to what they've got. I don't know. I mean, they can buy around it. It's just, I think someone's going to have to take a hit, and I don't know whether it's then going to be Advent. Maybe takes the likes on MP9, but they should have no problems buying in. It's just a question of how do they want to go about it. Do they take 2 slightly lesser weapons, like a double FAMAS, or do they go in towards the M4 for somebody and then maybe an MP9 for Advent? I don't know. I guess probably the best way to go about it. Oh, actually, no, they squeeze it out okay. So there we go. In the end, it's actually not even that big of an issue. I guess Kaze did have like 7.5k or something along those lines, so he's okay. And he was alive too. So he'll drop both, it seems. Him spending 7.2k coming in towards this. 3-all. M80 onto back. Jam Young getting very aggro in shelf control. Oh, and him and Mercury line up. Swisher, easiest double of his life. The flash did nothing.
Advent. I like his spot here. Molly, though, is going to eat him alive. Swisher can't win the fight. Advent. He's been quite lucky this game on the low HP survives. Easy trade, of course. So M80 again have got the run of the mill, playing things nice and slow, nice and patient. ZDR picking up pieces, but they're just waiting. Bomb could go B, could easily go A, trying to distract away and make it seem like they're making moves elsewhere. But as the smoke comes in, ZDR smells a rat. Wreck. An easy pickup. He needs a couple more. Yeah, just split in between 2 players, unfortunately. Not enough info, not enough assistance. So that'll be number 4 for M80 and Kaze saving.
Yeah, got to be done. Got to be done. M80, this is better. Already considerably better than what we saw in towards that of Inferno. If Kaze can keep this alive, it's okay, but he won't have anything around him. So he's going to be alone in his ventures towards this next round. Yeah, decent work. They are gonna have a look in here. Malbs is very quickly running his way. I'm sure at some point Carsey's gonna be able to hear this. Now he's got to shift walk up. Malbs got the right idea. Carsey, yeah, he's stuck, man. I don't think he realizes how dicey this position is for him. It's a right eye peek for Malbs as well, so he should have no issues. His barrel will betray him more than anything. If he peeks round, he should see him, and he gets a leg as well to make matters worse. Good work from Miles' 9th kill. Really is super solid to see. Attack pause to come through. Both coaches going to get on the mic here, but I think it's probably a little bit of an easier time here for Def. He doesn't need to do anything too drastic in terms of the changes. Same can't be said over towards TYLOO. They have to really start to shift things up. This CT side is getting overwhelmed quite considerably. Now nothing saved. This round is a little bit of a throwaway. I'm not going to expect too much here with just the pistol. So it is very, very much about their next full buy, next round. But this one, unfortunately, I don't really expect all too much.
Looking clean from the other perspective. M80 very well calculated here in a lot of their approaches. Liking what we are seeing. Slow move in as TYLOO not really looking to put up a defense, you know, as they have been in a lot of the earlier rounds. They're playing aggressive, getting members forwards, trying to bait them in, I suppose. The Deagle, good for one, but that is all. Malbs cleans up house. TYLOO, I think we're hoping for more of a mid play. They had quite a few players stacked in there. Not going to happen for them. Slacks holding the extremities here.
Yeah, pretty simple. Pretty easy. Oh, off Slacks. Got the right idea. He's dancing between two angles, but he's got the right little play here. Rek spamming the wood. It's a pretty common spam. If he goes for it, he will get some freebies, but he'll get the freebies anyway. 1, 2, and 3. Rek, nice work. Easy stuff for him. Gets some good kills on the board for Rek, who's been a little quiet this series, and he had 1 kill prior to that point as well. So this map as well. Yeah, nice work. Also throw it around though, like we said. We're not expecting all too much. A constellation kill for TYLOO is all they get. And that will be that. Back into the investment. Double Famine is what they bring to the table as they prioritize utility. A triple M4A1S, so no orb to work with for Kaze. Slack's got basically the bulk of the advantages at range.
Swisher. Nothing spotted for him. Yeah, again, TYLOO, similar to the pistols in the previous, I think maybe we're just trying to see if they adjusted the default, how M80 would respond. Again, they're not playing too aggressive here. Still bits of presence, to be fair. Oh, and a well-timed nade there from Kaze. Happy to take a fight if it comes his way, but not forcing the issue as much as they have been in previous rounds.
Making a move through main. ZDR. He's now going to play it up towards the box. It's not the most common of angles, but it should be cleared at the very least if they do make a move here. But they're going to leave Rek alone, and they're going to go back towards elbow to try and make a move. This now all does come down to what cars they can do with this M4. Molotov aptly timed, 40 seconds, and now M80 in this mid to late round have a big call to make. Sin, what's the choice? So far, it looks like they want to continue just testing through mid. And cars are going to dip away, but quietly. So trying to kind of bait them into a fight, which he probably will get in a second. Good timing, Slack's good trade.
Looks to still be an A hit here. Kaze aggressive, but can't get away. That is off now. It goes ZDR in on the site itself. Oh, flashed in, but he's all good. He's all good. Finds one prong of the attack. Now it is just the donut players. 10 seconds to get that bomb down. Bit of a fake out coming in. Swisher does manage to find a kill before getting it. ZDR can't deny the plant, but big damage done. Advent, meanwhile, coming round. He's that kit. And now he's all that remains. Swisher has the reads, and he is absolutely dialed in. No smoke for him. He sees through it, and he finds 2 in the smoke.
God, that's ridiculous. That is. I mean, bit of fortune, yeah, but you're taking more of the same. It felt like ZDR's position would have been enough as well, but look at the impact switched out here. Beautiful 3K, or 4K, I say, to his name with that final. He gets that 2 before putting the bomb down. It's a really, really nicely worked round from him individually. That is better. M80. Showing how good this Ancient is. It's obviously a map that they have worked very, very hard on. Because here in Pro League, still on track to being flawless. And potentially pushing us to a third and final of Overpass, maybe. TYLOO. Low buy for them. So M80 going to start creeping their way, and it's a contact play from Albs. Should be tested here in a second. 2 to his left-hand side. But Slack's at range. All for 1. Mercury will trade him out on towards Malbs.
Oh my goodness. Nice find from Jam Young, but nothing else coming off for him, at least. Mercury is the one to watch here. They're aware of him. Oh, the plan. It's not as clean as you'd think. He goes down to the fire, though. It takes a bit too much work. Advent maybe has been given a small window to get in, but he can't land the headshot. M80 lead starting to stretch now, looking very, very good here. 7 rounds in. That one was a little stressful. That one was a little stressful, but still, I think, looking much better than Inferno, that's for damn sure.
Yeah, 100%. And I think also one of those things, right, where they, you know, TYLOO did have the numbers to fight a little bit, but it's just the firepower that lets them down, really. 7-3. Penultimate round of the half. Potentially found a full buy out here for TYLOO. Investment in, but nothing left in the reserve. So lose this. And you can see M80 start to spiral. Miles finds 1, but he's traded out. At the very least, good spacing there from ZDR. Again, you do have to be a little careful. Move going to come through. Molotov will force Mercury forward into the fight and right into the loving arms of Swisher. Wreck. Util in hand, nearly gets caught. That's another side taken over towards B.
Advent. Nice pickup. Going in for more. Gonna get it. Oh, that's huge. 4v3 turned into 2 now for M80. The brilliant position that they were in has fallen by the wayside. No boost coming in. Swisher does not want it. Maybe a reposition for him? No, he's just clearing angles. No. Meanwhile, he's actually going to fully reposition in, so we'll see. Sin just has to try and slow them down. Swisher in towards ramp, taking his time, trying not to make noise. A little tap onto the bomb now. They're going to get it done, though. The spam in from Swisher might just be enough. It is indeed. Oh, my goodness. I don't believe they get away with that. M80 absolutely playing their best Counter-Strike right now.
1 HP. Swisher survives one as well. Just about insult to injury. Yeah, both had lineups there. Both Sin and Swisher through that wood, so surely one of them would have hit regardless. Nice work. Nice little post spawn, especially when both of them get tucked in towards cave there. And then they realize as the smoke comes down, they're in a bit of trouble. Sin does a lot of damage spamming through that smoke. Does really, really well. And the Swisher repositions over towards Shelf. Knows he's going to be given a lot of space here. Knows his lineups. Obviously a post plant they've worked on. So he had that one locked in. Look at that. Beautiful work. Beautiful. Final round of the half, 8-3. We had a 10-2 half in our first map in favor of TYLOO. M80 want to get as close to that as they can of a 9-3, and that's a good start for it.
Mercury has gotten himself into kind of a sticky spot here. Kaze Scout can't find the frag, but Mercury does. One more from him. No, not going to happen. Scout coming round. Oh, all right. Kaze back in for a bit more. He's confident with it. Jam Young going to fall. Kaze's got to be careful now. Both sides of him. Oh, vulnerable. They're chasing him down. To be bomb site set up here for TYLOO. Kaze falls next. Just ZDR. And they're wary of him, but still confident, I think, to find this 1v3. Smoke's a little dodgy. He is going to drop the bomb. Oh, can't find it cleanly enough, unfortunately. 9-3. Not quite the TYLOO 10-2, but it isn't far off. M80 answering back in kind. Their map pick looking pretty damn good, too. We'll see you in the second half.
touch second place. Nah, never, never. I'm always on top of the game. You know that I win, that I win, that I win, that I win. I was born to be bad, so go 100%. 'Cause all I do is win and win and win and win. You already know. I got the world in my hands. I'm like a perfect diamond, I'm red. 'Cause all I do is win and win and win and win. You already know.
Welcome back, Wand and all. Once again, a very one-sided half, but this time in favor of M80. Looking good. Looking very good indeed. We expected the Ancient to be solid from them, and I think that is most certainly the case here.
Honestly, this is such a good map. Do you know what? Is there conversation starting to open that M80 are like one of the best teams in tier 1, tier 1.5 on this map? Maybe. This is a side who looks so good every time they play it. They just do not pull any punches. Very good setups, very good mid rounds on that T side. And the CT side as well, as you saw against G2. I mean, has been very, very good for them. So yeah, for me, I think I think there's a lot to like. And I think for TYLOO, any bit of research they've done obviously has not unfortunately come up with all too much. Shadow may betray him through main here. Rex holding. Oh, lovely shot. The Julies will clean it up. Slack's now at range. Holding. Mercury will get one of his own.
Oh, Rek. We'll find Kaze here, digging in for a bit more information. It's worked beautifully for Jam Young, however. Big pistol here, and you can feel it. Little tentative on TYLOO in particular. Looking for a mid play, and M80 have read it. Two waiting for them. Julies in kind. Advent got to find both heads here on the Glock. Not going to happen for him, but he's able to drop back and not sacrifice that bomb. The Julies will chase. Easier said than done. He makes it away. Headed towards A, maybe? Or B? They don't rightly know. The M80 boys just trying to group up Mercury, though. He's got a deep position here on B. Surely looks good. Is he going to hold? Is he going to keep going? It looks like he will opt to hold, but Sin almost gets the timing there. Not quite. I'm going to go down. They'll play this 2v2. They'll know that it's B immediately because Sin is close by. It's a question of how deep in are they. Slacks has got to find Mercury here. Spots him out. Oh, and takes him on the fade away. Thanks very much, he says. Make that one easy for me. All I got to do is left click. Advent alone. In between a rock and a hard place. Down he will go. 10 for M80. A little dicey in the middle, but again, they look great here.
Yeah, it is starting to already feel like maybe the beginning of the end. So where we find ourselves for TYLOO, it's what have they got left in the back pocket? Because I think while they may have expected this map and they, you know, probably prep for it in some way, M80 just keep digging deeper in their strapbook and keep finding ways to start putting away. Good work. Really good work. I mean, I guess the bomb plan is going to be a buy now for TYLOO, which is, I guess, a decent thing. Lose this, and basically M80 can start pulling all the way up to map point. That's how dire things are. M80 did make a little resurgence in map number 1, which is good for the confidence. TYLOO, we look for the same for them. If they want to have something prior to our third and final map, we'll have to see.
Swisher gets the early molly down. Not messing around here. And rightfully so. Not much presence from M80, interestingly enough. They don't need to go crazy. You're 7 rounds ahead. Let TYLOO come to you. Oh, Jam Young. Fair amount of damage through the smoke there. Slacks knows his angles here. Not able to find a frag, but setting them up quite nicely. Malbs. Safe play. And again, yeah, just the sense of timing, the sense of comfort around all these moves from M80. Really, really great. In comes the first. TYLOO immediately backs up against the wall.
Making a move. Swing and a find from Jam Young. Slacks gets caught. And now this Famas Wreck is actually in a bit of a weird spot. Oh, back turn. He's probably going to get caught here. No. He's the one doing the damage. Nice find. Looking for another. Jam Young still in towards back box. And he'll rip his head off. Malb's up close. ZTR swinging and finding. So risky. But you've got to respect it. Bomb trying to go down, but now alone and isolated. And M80 going to see it off. That looks really good for TYLOO for a moment. And then Swisher delivers. M80 making it work and making these multi-frags lock themselves into the place. And now it feels like without that bomb plant there, this could be M80 just pulling away. Like I said, win this one. It kind of feels like a 2-for-1 special. No bomb plant on a TYLOO. They won't really want to force buy, I don't think, here. Then they're basically playing for overtime, which is dire.
Boost up for the Deagle. An attempt to find an opener. But M80, I don't see why they would allow you to pick anything up here. Nade over the top. Swisher does get that first, second as well coming in for him. They'll now start to crunch at the bottom end. Take him out in lane. Advent. Oh, the flash nearly facilitates one, but unable to capitalize. 12 rounds now. Looking way too good for M80, if you ask me. We did feel this would be a 3-map affair, rightfully so. These two teams have been battling very, very hard indeed. Overpass, though, as that third. It leaves a lot up in the air for me. Not a map that either of these teams really like playing at all. Interesting that it ends up there. Yeah, very, very curious indeed. You know, very little experience for M80 on that map in particular. So it's going to be a wilder ride on Overpass, you would assume.
Yeah. Let's see. Let's take a look and see. Slacks and Kazi, one apiece. What have you got for us? I mean, now for TYLOO, it is now or never, right? For the side who have really floundered a tad. Already got a killer piece, and it's hard to try and move into mid here, but they're so isolated, all of TYLOO. A smoke will meet them at cave entrance, and then already now, what's the play? Orp going to try and get proactive. Slacks does nearly get caught, gets a slight tag. He'll dip away.
Swisher on the spot. Not seeing anything just yet. We do have a bit of utility remaining for the B defender. Gets that smoke down, and it will call TYLOO to action. They go bursting through off the back of a nade. Swisher waiting with the Molotov here as well. Well timed. Advent, yep, can't plant. He's going to go a little more open. If there was spam available, if they knew a bit better where the bomb was, they may well have been able to deny it. And arguably that open plant is a little better for TYLOO to work with in a funny way. 4v4 retake here now.
It's difficult, but workable in the sense there's a bit of util for M80 to work with. Double flash in the smoke, and they are going to use that smoke now. One of the flashes as well on the swing. Kaze got to hit the shot. Doesn't double down as Sin. Oh, spams with the smoke and finds Jam Young. Mercury all alone. Got it all to do as well, and time ticking. Open plant, and they've got enough time. So that's going to be that. M80 find map number 2, 13-3. Talk about dominance as they respond in kind. TYLOO laid down the gauntlet, and M80 answer back. Map number 3 required in this series. Who will be eliminated? One more map to find out. We'll see you soon after the break.
At some point in every gamer's life, there's a question to be asked. Do your clothes match your hobby in any situation? Or do they just represent what you dream of? No matter what situation, there's always the right wear and the wrong. The only real question is, which are you going to choose? Decide for yourself.
Smokes. You see double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the side. Wait, what was that?
Never miss a play again.
Simple. It's not allowed. This is not FPL. This is a major.
Finally.
With Faceit Watch, you're in control. Switch between player POVs live and see the game through the eyes of any pro. Never miss a moment with replays. Relive each highlight on demand from all angles. Watch it, control it, face it.
Blue hair. Holy.
I think it's Snafney or Boomer. No, it's remember the team.
Oh,
is it that one team?
Aurora had
is it
5
Aurora?
colors. Yeah.
Yeah. Is it them?
Oh, it's Lucky maybe. Like the LACK one.
Black one. A1 and
A1.
Op. And Nova.
Yeah.
3.
3.
Neon Revolution. I got you, baby.
You got me.
I need more of those questions. I can start acing those.
Captain America, Nitro. Or like the whole team.
Yeah.
This gives me Dyha. I mean, Dyha has the Naruto sleeve, but it looks like something he would have as well.
I couldn't tell you. This is all you.
I know that Nafany also has a tattoo. So I would say Nafany or Dyha.
This is Atlanta, I think.
Atlanta?
It's E-League.
Wait, one was Atlanta.
E-League.
E-League Boston major.
Yeah. Boston. Yeah.
Was there even an Atlanta
no.
major?
There was an Atlanta major.
Oh, then it's Atlanta.
Why?
Final answer. Final answer.
Oh, MBK, yeah?
Pretty sure Olafmeister.
It's not.
Okay, go for MBK.
We wanna say,
Hello, everybody. Welcome back in. We are moving on to our third map here. Certainly not expecting this to go as swiftly as it has, I think it is safe to say. Yeah, we wanted a bit of a scrap. M80, certainly confident on the Ancient, but it still moves very, very quickly. You know, it's just a bit of a surprise here, I think, with how one-sided these two maps have been. And now we are swiftly moving on into Overpass, which is a map that I think has a lot of question marks around it. A real difficult predictor, I think, for this one.
Yeah, I think for me, this Overpass really does open up a lot in terms of the series. You know, you got TYLOO, who have played this map 3 times and have not won any of them, right? And of course, 2 of them were against kind of domestic opponents, basically in qualifiers for back home. And then one of them was against a Chengdu when they took on Mao's. And in all fairness, in that Mao's game, pretty close, right? There was something to work with there. And then you've got M80, who don't play this map that much, but when they have, it's been okay. As you can see there, played it twice, 100% win rate, pretty good. However, we have to take in the caliber of teams they play against. You know, you've got Take Flight, for example. No offense, not a team that we're really going to take all too much credit from. And then Legacy, fair enough, that was at the RMRs, and that's an okay team to look at. But I think for me, the real thing is both of these teams don't play this map as a confident pick. It's not like a usual selection for them. So it actually does really open up when we look towards Overpass. And I think we're going to have to kind of walk away ourselves from kind of the conversations about who's the favorites and all that, and basically just look at confidence. And I think at the moment, for M80, off the back of a dominant display that they had on towards map number 2, a 13-3, I think there's a real world that they can come in just feeling confident in themselves, saying, if we take Raw Angels, we can back ourselves. But there's one thing for me which is fundamentally the most important. Winning that knife round, I just feel like getting that CT side start is going to be so huge. The T side of Overpass is pretty tough.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Absolutely. I definitely can agree. I think one of the things, you know, TYLOO obviously have control in the veto, let's say, because they do play all 7 maps. Some of them, you know, not fantastic for them, Ancient being one of them. And obviously, we've just seen that there. But, you know, it could have been Anubis here. It could have been Overpass, really, as a decider. They decided to get rid of the Anubis straight away. So maybe there has been a little bit of cooking, as they say. It seems to be coming into the Counter-Strike sort of lexicon as well.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Getting down with the cool
talking
kids,
about it. Yeah, well, Blade talked about it, didn't he, on HLTV confirmed. So I think everyone's cooking at the moment. It does get thrown in quite a bit recently. But yeah, I think maybe TYLOO have got a bit of a plan. Moving into this, their Overpass as well, as you kind of touch on, is a map that they have shown as a bit of something in the past, whereas the Anubis is quite weak, to be honest. You know, it's a map that domestically doesn't go well for them. They try and let it come out once in a while, and, you know, no real improvements. Okay, get it back into the permaban. So I think when it comes to like international events, Anubis is getting removed more often than not, but still Overpass is a map that I feel they have put a bit more time into, a bit more effort into, and hopefully based on Chengdu result, we'll see something better from them this time around. They might pick up their first victory. M80, as you say, though, Overpass is the map for them that's really towards the bottom. It's just the way that it worked out. They might have been happy to test a nuke here, but you don't want to test a nuke against TYLOO, right? So
No.
They had their decision made for them, and TYLOO, like I said right at the top here, full control of the veto for my money.
Yeah, over on the other stream as well, just to touch on, Astralis making absolutely light work out of 3D Max, man. They made that look pretty simple. 13-7, 13-3. They dominated the French side. So this Astralis team, like you were saying, potentially are cooking a little bit. So things are developing quite nicely. Of course, this for us is a really important game. It's an elimination game, right? This is the last chance stage. Winner of this takes on G2. Now, if you're M80, you'd be relatively happy about that because you've already beat this side once. But generally, when we look at, you know, those sort of matchups, when it's a second time around, the rematches are always a little scary. You always kind of bank on the team that maybe lost the first time out. It was an upset when they did it yesterday, but them losing to BetBoom is the real thing of where it's now put them back on the chopping block, and having only one spot available against G2, that'd be huge. I mean, even if the fact that it's G2 that the word to lose, regardless of who it's to, would be a big upset. But we are live. Knife round to start. Like I said, this knife round is so important. Win this, get that CT side start, get all the preference. Here's our pro team knife. Just like any of us. Carnage, really. Looking good for TYLOO. Swish, yeah. 1v2. What have he got for us? He's tagged, but they are tagged. If he can get 2 right clicks. Oh, there's one. Okay, now it's 1 versus 1. He's played this well. Go on. Knows how important this is. Ring around the rosies of Fountain. Oh my God, they both miss. It's Carnage and Mercury will win it out in the end. So sigh of relief for TYLOO. Nearly choking the 1v2 in the knife. Couple of laughs there from ZDR. So I'm assuming we'll see them start on that CT side.
Yeah, it does make sense. And, you know, again, it's something that I think players lean into a bit too much, but they do find value in starting off on that CT side. I think from a psychological standpoint, it's just nicer to start. You know, you can get a bit warmer. You can get a bit more comfortable.
Yeah.
With the way that the game is approached. T side, there's a lot of pressure that goes into it. Yeah, and I think it is, especially on this map. Yeah, it does make sense, actually. I'd kind of be the same way. Going into a big game, I'd probably want to start on the CT side of Overpass.
No, yeah, it's just for me, it is a very difficult sort of situation where the T side has been notoriously quite hard to play with at the moment. And I think, you know, maybe one of the reasons why Valve specifically want to take it out, maybe revamp it a little bit. I mean, I saw a graphic yesterday which actually baffled me. Overpass has been in the pool for over 10 years. That to me is wild. 10 years. Yeah. I don't even know it'd been that long. Second longest
adding
stint.
2013 it's been added in.
Yeah, man. Yeah, 10 years. Very crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, very quickly got reworked.
That was the first map of CS2 to get reworked as well. It was the first map apparently that they started working on. Yeah. So yeah, kind of crazy. Yeah. 10 plus years. So maybe.
And this might be one of our last outings on the map as well, to be fair, for quite some time.
Yeah, I know.
It seems to be towards the bottom end of the play preference for a lot of teams. So yeah.
I know as well that a lot of kind of the online tournaments have kind of very quickly gone onto the new patch, right? So they've already started playing Dust 2. So
I think it's just a bit easier. It's a lot of faff, it sounds like, to
play old patches.
Play on older patches.
Yeah. I think
on CS2.
This is the last tournament that we'll see it in for who knows how long, at least post Shanghai Major, but realistically probably way past that point. So it might be the last time we see it for a while. Which is quite sad. I'm actually a big fan of Overpass. I find this map very fun to pug on. Just running around, I find it pretty fun. So yeah, pretty sad, but either way, through Connector, as we get underway, our final map here of the day for us in what has been a good old day of Counter-Strike. They've got a double back, and ZDR and Kaze got a nice little 1-2 punch setup.
Yeah, this is quite nice, actually. However, ZDR going to get blinded up massively. Oh my goodness, are able to just absolutely mow over them there on the M80 side of things. I'm going to go down. Smoke gives a bit of room across the TYLOO, I suppose, but not really much that you expect for them to do here. The one flash for Advent. Get those players out of heaven is what they're going for here. Julie's flying in. Oh my God, he's so blind. I think he hit the flash in midair. Yeah, it's rough. It's rough. TYLOO try for a desperate attempt to get back into the round. Not going to happen. Flawless pistol.
Work.
For M80.
Good. No complaints at all, right? That is what M80 had to come in towards this map. I'm going to start with just sheer confidence. Back yourself, and they do. I mean, you can see, yeah, a little scrappy, a little messy. TYLOO try and do something themselves, but it's not to be. First round on the board, and TYLOO don't even scratch the surface, so we'll leave M80 with an easy little position to be in, of much better firepower, much better chances in towards this one. And it shouldn't really be too expensive for them. They should get it with relative ease. It's just about avoiding the stack if there is one. And of course, we do see the majority of the bodies here towards B, but the Switch is going to go and test it regardless.
Oh, money makers. However, the USB's come back round for a double piece. Got ourselves a Mac 10 and a Galil recovered now, and it wasn't even necessarily a B stack. It's just Jam Young finding big kills, so they are around on A here, which they might not expect. Advent, P2K round the corner. Oh my God, and Mercury from long.
No.
Wow, no way they are getting away with that. M80. Yeah, they just figured, because, you know, they go down, it's USBs, someone's probably just instinctively said, oh, it's a stack, it's a B stack, you know, monster or whatever. And they've charged on towards A and not quite expecting the presence, not quite checking their angles cleanly.
That's a bad round to lose. There's no two ways about it. Oh, man. Tough to watch. It has to be said. That is a dire position. I mean, anything at the end here for Rek, or is he going to go down as well? Here's a scooped up AK and Advent's holding. He gets a swing, gets a double. That's not a bad round to lose, but it might not be lost. ZDR now, you know, making his way over. Caught by the flash. Rek gonna set himself up. 3 kills to his name, looking for a quad clutch, but this is all about recovery. Full eco on the cards, and Rek's gonna see it off. Oh my god, what a sigh of relief for M80. Nearly losing to a full eco. And there's no time to be happy about that round win, because it never ever should have even got that close.
Insane. Absolutely insane stuff. Fair play to TYLOO and M80. I mean, fair play to them to pull it back. Yeah, just got to stay cool, got to stay composed in those difficult end round situations. Buy coming in from TYLOO though, and it's a little better than usual with some kill bonus dotted in for some of these players. Interestingly enough, no kit this time around. It really helped them out last time, if you remember, on Ancient, and started their CT campaign pretty positively, but just going in for as much util as possible here.
Close. Swisher probably would have heard at least those steps on towards the railing. They've got con control. Jamming and Advent going to drop in towards water again. This is all kind of information relay, but what use do you get out of it? Really, probably not all too much. For this full buy out of TYLOO, it is a must win. I guess for M80, same for them, right? They've had to dip so deep into the pockets because of how badly things went last time out. If TYLOO lose this, it would allow M80 to spiral once again. Kaze wouldn't have spotted one crossing there, so he might be unaware about the player and Slacks, who is close to the fight, but Kaze is not overcommitting to the fight, which is good.
Slow approach up long here from M80. Quite a bit earlier than may well be expected. Malb's just going in nice and dry ahead of utility, etc. Flash comes in, and unfortunately, although he turns away, he's not able to work around it, and the rest of the pins falling here. TYLOO barraging through that bathrooms area. Still not over just yet. Rotation's a little giddy. Nade, thank goodness, thins the numbers and denies the bomb plant away. Sin had to hide. No time to get in. No time to contend for the frags. TYLOO get the first rifle.
Nice. Exactly. That's a good thing for TYLOO as well. Make sure that they can start their CT side well, but the big thing is don't allow M80 to spiral on that T side. It's one of those things, it's a very difficult map to find consistency on the T side generally. And it's one of those where for now, TYLOO, they can start to chain their CT side together well. They can start to put a lot of pressure on M80. Well, we know by for the T side, got a few pistols, but that is basically about it. Nothing too problematic. But the AK-47. So what can they make out of this full buy? The flash onto a Swish. A bit of a panic there as he is full blind. His position known now. Good angle. Switch takes a lot of damage, but he's a lucky man to still be alive.
Mercury able to get away from the Tech 9 spam. M80 quite far back here, the vast majority of them. They've gained some space into the bathrooms, but no real follow-up. Albs leading the charge over here. It's Kaze at long that spots a little tiny bit of presence. Not too much, really moving slowly here on the M80 side of things. Mercury going to break the silence, and once the fight starts, whoa, it looks pretty good. Sin, however, Double kill, double spray down, in fact. Still Mercury at the back end of the site. He goes a bit wide, a bit early. Maybe sensing a Molotov coming towards him. He loses his life, and now M80 are on for it.
Nade gonna come over towards default, but doesn't do anything. Adven gets a gap and delivers the kill from him. Util in hand, but Wreck, my god, he has to double dip to find that kill. Will's at the Ivan clear close. Left he does, but not effectively, and Sin will rip his head off. M80 responding, kind of a very important round, considering that was their sort of forced buy and a bit of a last hurrah. It's really important that they've been able to answer back in kind like that, but eesh. There was a second where that was looking just a little bit uncomfortable.
Quick move here from M80 to try and gain some control in at short, maybe be itself. Swisher, decent position for him. Meanwhile, it is a mid stack here from TYLOO. Just waiting patiently, trying to catch a player, trying to catch them coming up con, really. I don't think they're going to see too much action. It's the B-bomb site for M80. Should be an easy takeover here. Get that plant down in a few moments' time. And TYLOO, decision to make. We talked about this previously. It looks like they will throw themselves into it and just try and take some kills, but the round itself surely not going to go their way.
Yeah. Oh, well. A couple of kills coming through, but like you said, there's nothing really going to happen at the tail end. Albs and Slacks gonna try and catch anybody else on rotation. That'll be that. Nothing even gained as well for TYLOO on the save. They can't even overwhelm for a kill. The M80 putting up a fourth here pretty nicely. And ZDR is going to play in the sandpit. Fair play. Why don't kill some time at the tail end? Why not? Fourth on the board. Honestly, so far, good T side. Has to be said, really good T side out of M80. I mean, on a map which we've already kind of spoken about as being quite difficult, generally speaking, on this T side, for them to already have a good few rounds under their belt. Exactly what we want for TYLOO. Buy going to come through. How do they respond? They got an AWP for Kaze, but bar that is the real thing that kind of worries us. I mean, you got a FAMAS coming through, and so far we've seen from this TYLOO, it's not about the firepower, it's about the way in which they're approaching these rounds. They're so passive, they're giving so much space for M80 to work with. Because of that, when M80 just take all of this map control, TYLOO gets spread so thin. Look at this, quick again. Swisher flying into the fight. The flash is a beaut as he gets two. So aggressive, and TYLOO just do not know how to deal with it.
Oh, Sin. Gonna find a quick frag onto Jamyoung as well. M80 looking to pick things up where they left off on Ancient. It is starting to get worrying for TYLOO. Fifth round definitely in the bag for me. TYLOO struggling to even convince themselves that they can win rounds. M80 taking over, baby. And it's looking pretty damn good. T side as well. So I think that really does put it into context for you.
Yeah, this is a dominant display and a very worrying display as well, it has to be said. I'm getting concerned. TYLOO are not showing us anything at the moment to be confident about, and Kaze gets caught. Gets caught. So you can see some quite full-on faces on the face cams over towards TYLOO. Anything but towards M80, things are going pretty comfortably for them. They are having a whale of a time in the server. Thus far, at this point, Albs and Swisher being the primary ones when it comes towards these opening frags, cracking open sides. We saw Swisher just there in that double entry on towards B, flying in with a MAC-10. The supporting util was sublime as well. Simple and effective. You can't really complain about this sort of type of Counter-Strike. TYLOO just do not have any sort of a response at the moment.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know what to make of it, really. TYLOO really gave everything to that first map. They looked absolutely brilliant. And now it is, as you sort of said, I think a good way to sum it up. Again, keeping it cool, keeping it colloquial. Just a vibe check, isn't it, you know?
Yeah, sometimes you need them.
That's kind of what it feels like, really. M80 vibes are good. Riding on a high from the previous map and feeling very confident in their ability. TYLOO, meanwhile, struggling. I think that they just can't win rounds, and sometimes you get stuck in a rut.
Yeah. Mental stuff. Oh, Swisher. Knew all too well about that possibility. Take a freebie every day of the week. Kaze gets deleted. DR, Kaze, both having a bit of a rough game. Kaze 1-7, ZDR 0-5, Advent 2-7. I mean, none of this kind of the pack is showing up. The two OGs, Kaze and Advent, are struggling, and I mean everyone is, to be perfectly honest. Mercury and Jamming up to 4, and that's the most that they've got in this team. And this is a bit of a walk in the park for M80. They are really firing on all cylinders, and they have been since map 2 onwards, and it does make you once again question just what happened in towards map number 1. I just think it was a simple thing. They weren't really awake. They, took a little bit of time to warm up. Mechanically didn't look all there, but also mentally in terms of the game plan. Took a bit of time for the gears and the cogs to start to get into motion. Force in, and now they are. Whew. Can't be stopped, man. Cannot be stopped. Beautiful stuff.
Oh, Jamyoung, a little bit of a spot there towards short. Not really in position to do much with it. I suppose it's a bit of information coming in. Airstrike. Oh, it does land, but I don't think it was quite perfect. Advent takes a bit of damage. Could have had a bit more slacks. I don't know if the tree is wall bangable. He's not feeling that, though.
I think it is,
Molly it out. Yeah, I
swear I've been spam bot through that tree. I'm not even joking. I'm sure I've been wallbanged through it by a wall hacker, so I feel like it is. Oh my god, how's he alive? Kaze might not be after that. Nay, touchdown! Maubs double to open it. Love a little 1-2 punch with the util and the AK and the mollies to come through as well. The double, in fact, just the doubly make sure Jamming doesn't go that way. It is okay. He's going back into what is potentially danger. It's that range from Transformer. A fight's been taken in. Maubs is up close, and he is loving life in the server. 3 kills to his name as he continues just trucking on forward.
Yeah, looking really damn good right now. I mean, the numbers overall for M80 are absolutely fantastic, to be honest. TYLOO totally stuck here. And it's not a good sign, a map that they're less familiar with, but we were expecting some numbers. We were expecting some competition. CT-sided start, decent look against Maus, one of the best teams in the world right now. But no, it is not coming off here against M80. 3 go down to the bomb, no real difficulty for the T side. They've got plenty of money, in fact a few of them close to cap, so they might be thankful, I suppose, to go down and reinvest. But the CT side, kind of dire. Got another timeout coming in here.
They have got one of the hardest conversations going at the moment as you're 7-1 down. I mean, what do you do to try and find this form back in? And even still, they're going to have a little bit of a damper on the mood in terms of the buy as well. Jamyon can invest, yes, but then for Kaze and Advent, they're going to have to take a hit somewhere in terms of they can't get the M4 full armor and full util out. So you see half armor, half util for Advent is the play. Kaze is going to wield the scout and squeeze out a buy, but the mood in the camp over towards TYLOO looks anything but positive. And we were talking about, it's all well and good, win the knife round, get that CT side start. It is not making a slither of a difference right now. M80, this T side has been nigh on perfect, but one little hiccup, and even that was close. And maybe also the eco round, which Rek had to clutch up. So bar those 2 moments, it's been pretty good. Smoke comes deep. Rek gonna continue moving forward as well. Molotov to come up towards top cons. That'll force Jamyoung away, and he does cook a little bit. Or Mercury Mass says they know he's around.
Oh, big tag onto Mercury. lucky to be alive. Can TYLOO work with that? They've had a couple rounds, actually, where, you know, some of their players have gotten away on low HP. M80 always come back to use it to their advantage. Long-range spray from Malbs. Big kill. Gets a flash in, bursting forwards, looking to finish off the scout here. He's just being a nuisance, really overwhelmed by the rotation, but has it weakened up B enough for M80 to capitalize?
That's the question. Making a little move. You see Rek park up and the pot flash over to try and get Swisher out here. Smoke will come down. Gives ZDR some coverage, some room to work with, but as Advent falls, that's going to make things tougher once again. Rek. Don't know if he spotted ZDR, but he does second time of asking. Lovely shot. Really nice stuff. You know, we really did highlight ZDR coming in towards the series. 0-6. He's really struggling on overpass. I bet he's glad with the new changes. I know Dust 2 was a map which TYLOO did love back in the day. And right now, they wish they were on Dust 2 to keep them alive here in this third and final map. Jam Young not looking happy as he just keeps on this AK-47. That will be that. An 8th put up. This is a massacre. TYLOO, you know, now basically coming up to a map and a half of Counter-Strike, have picked up only 4 rounds.
That stat really does speak for itself. Let it hang in the air for just a second. Yeah, M80 in the same vein, looking absolutely incredible. Really big fan of this thus far.
Terrorists. What to like.
And you can see they're all good, man. You know, the energy, again, is looking fantastic over these 2 maps.
And you know as well, on the other side, you have to look at kind of a TYLOO. They've had these conversations, they had a couple of timeouts, and nothing's changed. They're playing exactly the same. You know, we were speaking about it earlier. They give M80 so much space when it comes towards the map control. I do want to see, even if it's for 1 round and maybe a little bit of a half buy, I'd love to see TYLOO just try something a little different, a little more aggro, even if it's just, you know, rushing through like this, right? This is what I want to see. Try and facilitate the fights coming through. Jam Young gonna try and back himself, but he gets caught. Swisher heard the jump and he steps away. And that forces Jam Young to swing into him, and he's just ready and waiting, posted on the corner. The AK, it was a chance. I actually don't hate it, even though he goes down. I just like them trying something different. You've got nothing to lose at this point, so why not? Slacks a hold with the AWP for any rotations coming through to maybe try and pick up that AK-47, but an opening kill towards M80. You'd assume with this sort of buy that is left for TYLOO, it should mean a 9th here.
Yeah, certainly looking that way at this point, TYLOO. I mean, trying for the aggression. The thing is, I feel like it's just a little too late, really. M80 are warm enough, ready enough for the fights. Malbs chilling on the edge of the smoke here. Got a few bodies around the corner. Takes out the first. Mercury with a goofy little off angle here. Going to try and take the fight to the opponents. He does get 1. Advent the same. But that's all she wrote. Kaze downstairs on the CZ. Getting ready for the new update, I suppose. That monetary change to the kill reward. But it will be a 9th here for M80.
It will. It will. Can Kaze go and pick up that AK? Is he even still there? Is the question. I think it should be. I can't see why. There we go. An AK. It's okay for Kaze. Not going to fully complain. My God, M80. Stunning stuff, and a stunning silence on the faces of TYLOO, right? They just cannot respond right now. It really has been a beautiful little display of Counter-Strike with so much to like. Question being, is there anything more? I think for M80, even at this point, 9, you'd probably say it's enough. I mean, T-side, 9 rounds overpass. That's got to be enough, surely. Well, Kaze will save. He'll tuck his head. That will be that. 9-1. I don't really know as well for this side what left they have to give. I mean, that was a bit of a lesser buy with, you know, a few 5.7s and whatnot. But even still, the 1 chance ever of an AK. I like it that he gets proactive. I like it that he tries something. It doesn't work, but Honestly, at this point, you've got nothing to lose if you're TYLOO. Just have a little bit of fun with it. Try and flex the muscles. See what you can do.
Yeah, it's rough, man. We've already highlighted. You gave it statistically. I'll give it more open-ended. It's essentially 2 maps where TYLOO have just not shown up at all. Really nice start to Ancient for me. I thought, honestly, it was going to be competitive. You know, some very clean rifle rounds once they got going. But M80, as soon as they found the groove, as soon as they replicated success, strung a few together, there was just no stopping them. And it's the same here again on Overpass. I don't know what has happened to TYLOO. It is kind of wild because it just felt like that first map was a version of TYLOO that we've maybe never seen before. You know, they were incredibly well read. It just was all falling into place beautifully against M80's CT side in particular, and that's just disappeared completely. It's not even like an Advent argument or whatever the heck. Like, the whole team is really struggling. You can see that here. Few numbers look decent, but yeah, not looking good at all. Bursting towards B. Advent, just beaten. Yeah, M80 confident enough, contacting in, and they feel like they can be cheeky. They can get ahead of their nades and bait TYLOO into looking away.
Yeah, confidence. You gotta love it. You really do. Car's like, can't do anything. Jam Young gets deleted on Swisher. The transfer is a beaut. Oh, it's absolute head loss towards TYLOO. Mentally, they are so checked out of this map, of this tournament. That is that. I mean, this is a damning, damning defeat of TYLOO. They are really all over the place. This does not look like a team of Pro League standards or anything of that nature. Mercury will get one. I don't think he's going to be given the luxury of saving, though. They're going to hunt all the way. Slacks, in fact, being the one leading the charge as well. It's hilarious. So much damage being dealt. Sin gets caught. Slacks can't trade. Sticking around, though. Pistol pulled out. And a body shot with the Deeg will do it. Final round of the half. 10 put up on the board. Oh, it's such a simple display out of M80. And it's not even like M80 are doing anything, you know, too incredible in terms of the strats. Not to take anything away from Sin and the calling. It is just quite simple calls being made here. Jumping in towards fights, backing themselves, and just knowing that mechanically they are the better side in the server. And absolutely they are right now. North American Counter-Strike is far from dead, ladies and gents. But TYLOO are looking pretty dead inside. Some of the looks on those face cams, they are not feeling great about this. Boost up here as Jam Young looks for anybody pushing through Connector. One of the few times they haven't been through Connector, they're just playing contact long.
Long range peek here for M80 on the boost. No one around though. So they will take a slow encroachment towards A. Jam Young moving up to join his comrades. Kaze set up and committed here onto this angle, but they're not really looking to take a fight in the bathroom. Smoke goes down. Meanwhile, Breck through the smoke is going to spam one, maybe even the second, and the site has fallen just like that. M80 doing no wrong here as they look set to hit 11. At the turn of the half, ZDR and Advent, I mean, there's not much you can do here, fellas. A complete checkout from TYLOO. It is absolutely insane to see. Malbs just making mincemeat out of them this round and essentially all half long. I think it is safe to argue. Slacks finds the final kill. And look at that. I mean, look at that scoreboard. It tells a story of its own. Absolutely one-sided affair here for not just one map now, but also the second of Ancient prior. We're going to take a break. TYLOO definitely need it. Well, M80 have obviously got somewhere to be this evening in Malta, because this is potentially two of the fastest maps that I have casted in a long, long time. 11-1 at the turn of the half. It was a 9-3 on Ancient, so this is better. This is better, really. And they should absolutely be able to close things out from here. It's just a question of how quick will they finish off TYLOO.
Yeah, man, I saw... we had a little half-time break there. Maui put it quite aptly. It's a slaughter, and it is an absolute slaughter. It's a one-sided affair. One team in this game. That's M80. The North Americans are looking incredible. Jam Young, I'm going to try and lead the charge out through long here. I'm going to try and make a bit of a move and do something, but for TYLOO, it's absolutely now or never with this pistol. If they can't find it here and now, that'll be the beginning of the end. Sin, I'm going to try and work something here, but I don't know whether they'll realize actually how close they're getting. Sin going to get one, but he doesn't give, he isn't given the luxury of escaping. The flash is good, but Jam Young blind. He'll find it. Does he expect another now? He will.
Rotations are here quite quick, though. They're ready on the A-bomb site. There's Rek, evening things up instantly. Julie's on the backside from Swisher. He's playing it quickly, gets good timing. They thought maybe he'd be round a bit earlier, trying to isolate the fight against Rek. It's not going to happen. Oh, my God. Absolutely ruined. Or if you will, wrecked, I think. Yes, for sure. That is the word to describe how that's just gone down.
Well, this has been it's been a massacre. It has, and just adding more insult to injury. This is a rough display from TYLOO. I mean, they've had their moments in this tournament, and a couple of instances where we can talk positively about them. It hasn't been, the tournament that they probably won, but for this to be the exit, it's just so unceremonious. Wrecked, exactly that. By Rek, just Beautiful, beautiful stuff. Buy out both ways, TYLOO, last hurrah. Can they save face a little bit in this final map as they will bid farewell to that of Pro League? ZDR is yet to get a kill. Oh my God. Oh, this has been so rough for him. He's been so good all tournament as well. And he finds up 0-11. And this could be the last time he could actually go the whole game without a kill, which is just, it's brutal for a guy who absolutely deserves one. Of all the people on TYLOO, he's been so good this tournament. And to kind of bow out in this way for him individually is just so rough.
Well, hopefully the fellas can win this one for ZDR so he can get at least one kill.
A lot of faith here.
Yep. I believe.
Copium coming through.
I believe. Nah. I need him, man. I need him to get at least one. We can't be having him getting none. That would be not good. We've had Advent getting a lot of flack this tournament. And then ZDR does this. You know, TYLOO are probably going to be like,
what the hell are we doing?
High hell. Yeah. I don't envision a good world here, but Rec envisions a finish. An M80 world. Slack's gonna get it done. That's it. That's it. Jam Young. No HP, none left at all now, in fact. 13-1, 2-1. And goodness gracious me, 4 drop rounds in 2 maps from M80 is absolutely incredible. What a showing.
Yeah, that was a crazy display. A massacre of all ages. I mean, there is no two ways about it. That was one of the most dominant displays that we have seen thus far this Pro League. That was absolutely brutal. And for that way to be, you know, the way in which you exit the tournament, it's tough, man. It really is tough to see. TYLOO, from the second that Inferno finished, that was the last time we saw this side compete. And, you know, there's no two ways about it. Couldn't compete at all until Ancient losing 13-3, and then a 13-1 on Overpass. It's probably 2 of the most dire maps of Counter-Strike that this TYLOO side played. And it was, you know, the ones to basically keep them alive in this tournament. But all the credit, you know, we're speaking on an egg to know over towards TYLOO, but all the credit has to go to M80, man. What a performance out of them. The second they went towards Ancient, they came alive and they did not pull any punches. And like you just said, right? 4 rounds across the last 2 maps. Just talk about dominance. That is a beautiful display out of M80.
Yeah, they've played very, very well there for sure. It is a shame for TYLOO on the other side of things. That Inferno was brilliant. It really was, you know, the reads and the way that it worked out. Now maybe we look back, maybe we will give it a bit of a revisit in our own time kind of thing, and it's sort of the old unlucky or bad type vibe for M80, I guess. Is it like, were they lucky or did they indeed have the reads? It's hard to tell. But maybe on a revisit we might find out that things were just working in their favor. That's at the very least the way that it could indeed have panned out, because M80 woke up massively into map 2 and 3.
Yeah, a really solid display. And as well, you know, not even just the team waking up in terms of, I think, the cause. They looked really uncomfortable when we saw them in that first map. But they were just all over the place, getting spread thin, getting isolated in the fights. They were giving TYLOO these opportunities. But the big thing was the individuals came alive, right? You know, we saw, you know, for example, Rec 4-18 on map number 1. You're thinking, man, this is a guy who's, you know, he's not normally the guy you look towards in the numbers department or the fragging department, but, you know, normally at least holding his own. You know, he's a pretty solid anchor as things go on the CT side, and he could basically do nothing. It's one of those things. Like, got 2 kills on the CT side. It was pretty dire, right? But then he did come alive. He started to find his form. Swisher found his form as well. And I think across the board, we started to see these individuals start to escalate across. I mean, I think really, for me, really well done. This is an M80 side who are far from done in this tournament, far from, you know, hanging up the mouse for Pro League. They want to try and make their way towards playoffs. And I think, you know, the way they've been playing, they probably deserve to be exactly there. We've got Def to bring on for an interview. So the UK boys in the B stream once again, as we are joined by our British brethren. Def, brother, thank you very much for joining us. It's a pleasure to have you on, mate. I'll just go with it nice and simple. Talk me through that game. You know, map number 1 didn't really look all that, you know, 13-7. It looked like you guys kind of weren't really awake. And then 2 of the most dominant maps I think I've seen all year, and definitely at Pro League.
Yeah, the chat we had outside after the first match was interesting. We were just like, we weren't awake. I don't know if it was the day before, because it was just such a hectic day. We played so many rounds in one day. But we knew going into the other two maps that it's really strong maps for us, so we felt comfortable going into the Ancient game.
Yeah, so we talked to Swisher a little bit as well after the Sharks game, I believe, and, you know, asked him about the energy and the way that you guys were able to sort of bounce back well. That seems to be something that since, you know, Sin's come in and whatnot, you guys have really picked up the approach, I suppose, to some of these harder games or maybe a slower start or whatever. And it does seem like, you know, there is genuine positivity, I think, going around when you win these big rounds. You know, the fist bumps are all like, you know, very, very active. So talk me through, is that something that you've really tried to work on as a coach?
Yeah, for sure. There's some days that I don't actually feel like I'm that involved in the strategy, and I'm more just the guy that's keeping our vibes high. We play better, like every other team, when the vibes are good. So that's one of my responsibilities as a coach. Sometimes I can help out in that department. For the most part, we just want these guys to feel comfortable in every map they play, and it shows going into the second and third, I think.
Now, of course, I want to focus your attention towards tomorrow, right? Yesterday, you had an insane game against G2, 3 maps, you know, 1 million overtimes in those last 2. Crazy. And, you know, maybe it should have been closed out a bit early by you guys, but you got there in the end, which is all that matters. You play against G2 again tomorrow, and this is for that qualification. How are you feeling for that? What's the kind of vibes going to be like? And you've already done it once, right? That's the main thing. But what's the conversation going to be going in? All these are maybe pocket strats that you had for G2 are probably now a known quantity. How do you prepare for a game like that against, you know, this sort of G2 side that you've already beat once?
Yeah, that's the tough thing when you play a team as strong as them, and obviously their coach and analyst are pretty smart too. There's this counter battle of like, how much did you show? How much? What's the stuff that you didn't show? And it's finding that balance in that second game, especially just 2 days after. So we're going to try and find that nice spot where we're comfortable, but we're also mixing it up a bit. So I think the guys are really excited again. The energy we provided on that day was so insane. So hopefully we can get give NA a really good show again.
All right, fantastic stuff. I think we'll let you get off. It's good to pick your brains, you know, and hear from you after a game like that. So well performed, to be honest. And, you know, we're definitely rooting for you over here to have another banging matchup against G2 into that last spot, I suppose. So good luck with it, and hopefully catch you again a little further on in the future.
Cool. Thank you guys so much. Appreciate you.
Love it, man.
There you go.
Love it.
There you go. It's good, though. It's nice. I think this is one of the things as well with the way that Pro League is kind of set up interview-wise, is that most people seem willing now. You know, it's not a whole thing where you got to be on camera. You've not got crazy questions coming at you, and, you know, the crowd and all that sort of stuff. You know what I mean? So I think everyone's a little bit willing to come in a little bit like looser, a little more relaxed, so we can sort of ask some questions and really get a few voices that we wouldn't usually hear. You know, everybody normally wants to hear from Simple and, you know, Nico and big names and stuff like that, but sometimes it's cool to see what, you know, Def's saying there. We might not have got that insight into the fact that he said, look, sometimes I'm not really there for strategy all that much. And you would think that he is. He's an ex-pro himself. He's been in the NA scene for many, many years. But in fact, he is a bit more of a player manager at times, it feels like. So little bits like that, I think, really help flesh out a team.
Yeah, absolutely. Our aim high MVP of this game. It doesn't surprise anybody. Malbs, what a performance out of him. What a game. 44 kills, may I say, to his name with 33 deaths, a 1.43 rating. Just an incredible showing, and just shy of a 95 ADR across the series. I mean, this guy was absolutely electric. There's no doubts about it. 17-7 he went on that third and final map as well, with 2.1 rating. Is absolutely bonkers. In a 1.66 rating on towards map 2. I mean, just a crazy run from from Ancient onwards was just an unstoppable force.
Yeah, for sure. Really, really great to see him performing well. Again, another player that we have been rooting for a long time, for many, many years, and it finally feels like he is on a team that really is working, really is getting something together. Mostly, you know, killed. I mean, they're all over, aren't they, really? You can see the round count going up and whatnot. But all the same on the overpass there, on that T side, I think he had an awful lot of impact just sort of creeping out. They let him do his own thing, and he was finding success. He was finding one or two open. You know, when players are able to do that, it's like, surely you can't lose the game. You know what I mean? Like, he was just taking over and completely his own entity.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when a player like Malbs gets going like that, it is so difficult to stop him, man. He is just an absolute, you know, firework of a player. Absolute highlight reel, it goes without saying. Let's take a look at the brackets. You know, this is the last day for the B stream here for groups A and B. It's one more day tomorrow that the A stream, of course, will be covering. But let's go and take a look where we're at right now. Astralis beat 3D Max just a little bit earlier today in a bit of a banger in that one. You know, Astralis absolutely cleaned house in the upper bracket, and they, of course, go straight to quarters, I think it is, off the top of my head. So a really good run from them. But it's not the end of the world. 3D Max will, of course, be guaranteed playoffs, which is sick for them with their win over Fnatic.
Yes, indeed. Let me see if I can get a little run for you here, I believe, moving forwards. It doesn't seem like the playoff bracket is ultimately out yet. I think it might be round of 12, I feel like, because we got a round of 16 playoff that we're starting in. So I think they skip a stage, but ultimately looking pretty good there. Great to see 3D Max in. Meanwhile, from the mid bracket, we got FaZe Clan going in. Kind of to be expected. Maybe a little bit of a surprise that they dropped down initially, but all the same, able to qualify through. And, you know, classic FaZe Clan starting slow, lol, and then they'll win the tournament. But yeah, very expected over there. Eternal Fire, good fights from them, some decent matchups, and taking a map off of FaZe is no mean feat.
No, exactly that. And for Eternal Fire, they have got the last chance here for them. Of course, you see it here. They got Saw, who eliminated Imperial yesterday, and then to win that game, then that is actually later today. That game, Eternal Fire Saw, that's at 6:30 over in the A stream, and then tomorrow it's Virtus Pro taking on the winner of that for that one final spot. So only one of VP, Eternal Fire, or Saw will be heading towards the playoffs, which is pretty insane. We've already bid farewell to Imperial and Fnatic. So yeah, pretty crazy times here. Heading on over towards Group B. Here's how things look through the upper bracket. We had a very good run from both the likes of Vitality and Mongols, who, you know, the Mongols only dropped one map against Falcons. They would looked incredible against G2, and Vitality do Vitality things. Sharks and BetBoom put to the wayside easily.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Let's go Mongols. That's all I'm saying. To be honest, I'm not afraid to let a bit of bias out. I want to see these guys do well.
I'm with you.
And I did say, didn't I, yesterday, I think, if people were around, I reckon top 4.
Yeah,
I reckon they could do it. You know? So we'll see. Vitality is going to be a good barometer for that. If they actually genuinely beat Vitality there, then we're really onto something. Mid-bracket, of course, goes the way of BetBoom. In fact, really solid stuff from them. A team that have been slowing down when it comes to the bigger games. They take down Falcons, though. M80, a team that certainly could have got the better of them. It was a very close series between the two of them, and as said, you can see, you know, the M80 win over G2 we've just talked about. Very cool, very impressive. And then bam, immediately into the next game. Def has summed it up beautifully there and just said, we played so many rounds of Counter-Strike. You know, it's a lot to remember. It's a lot to work around. And it is taxing on your brain when we have all this sort of mentality coming in of like, okay, don't listen to the scoreline. Don't pay attention. Just play the rounds. Just grind the rounds. And that can be tough when there's millions of them.
Absolutely. And of course, with our win just there for M80, it means that they get that rematch against G2. G2 beat Falcons earlier today and set up tomorrow at 3:30 UK time, 4:30 on the continent, of a fourth place Tasada match. One of M80, one of M80 or G2 will be going home, which is you know, sad to see. There's a real chance potentially for an upset, maybe, but you know, we do always kind of say that in these revenge arcs, that's where you do get to see the team who really is actually got kind of the depth of the team. You know, all those pocket strats, all those little things that maybe M80 had up the sleeve, they were all utilized yesterday in a very, very long series against G2, where they had overtime on map number 2, and then double overtime in map number 3 as well. So a long old series, like they said, and probably the reason why they started a little slow here against TYLOO, but they didn't finish slow. They were anything but in a dominant performance. But mate, that is us done for the B stream for this week. That is all that we have. No more B stream action tomorrow. It's just the A stream. Make sure to go and check it out. We'll be back on Tuesday, as we're going to be bringing you, of course, groups C and D back for some more B stream action, which we cannot wait for. For now, we're going to have a couple of days off, couple of days break before we get back into the action. So we're going to throw on over to the A stream and let them see it up. They've got one more game tonight. They've got 3 more games tomorrow. You do not want to miss it. From myself, from Scriv, from all the production here for the B stream, thank you for watching us. Thank you for joining us. And we'll see you soon. Take care.
Twisting up the truth, this ain't new to me. Since the age of 22, I've been using it like it's fuel to level up, like it's champagne in my cup, like there's nothing interrupting my pursuit of dreams. There's a vision in my mind, it's consuming me. Take my confidence combined with opportunity, mix it up with unity, soon to be the greatest of my generation. Operation Victory. Fight or fly, we will stay through the perils we dare not to stray. Spark the match, light the flame. Out of luck, out of sight, dangerous, dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up, dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up, dynamite. Check it. Troubled days, lonely nights, lot of tears, lot of fights. Big dreams met with bigger lies. It ain't what it seems from the outside. On my downfall they pray. Will I surrender or will I betray? Given the trauma that lives in my brain, or use it to fuel up the fire in my veins. I never complain, I boss up and do it. If there's a battle, I fight my way through it. If the wind blows, I thank God that he blew it. Cause what is a blessing depends how you view it. The fruits of my labor are in abundance. Indispensable, I'm not redundant. Incomprehensible the way I've done it. When the struggle pushes me out, I'll shove it. I'll rise above it. Fight or fly, we will stay through the perils we dare not to stray. Spark the match, light the flame. Out of luck, out of sight, dangerous, dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light.